Dedication, preface, and introduction of What America Owes to Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. What America Owes to Woman. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Dedication, preface, and introduction. Dedicated to the women of America. Preface. As American women have been imperfectly represented to the world, it is our aim in this volume to give a pen portrait of the American woman, past and present, not in the way of boastful assertions, nor by pleading for her rights which have already been awarded her, but by statements of her achievements in the lines of literature, philanthropy, church work, education, science, industry, medicine, business, art, music, invention, home life, domestic science, etc., that thereby the subtle yet powerful influence of woman in the development of this great country may be manifested and strengthened. Thus there shall be constructed a fitting memorial of the American woman of the past, and an inspiring model for the American woman of the future. We have endeavored to make this book a valuable souvenir of the Columbian Exposition. These portraits have been sketched by many pens, for no one writer could have accomplished the object desired. When a work is written by so many persons, it cannot be expected that the editor will be responsible for the various opinions expressed by the writers, or that the responsibility of each author will extend beyond her own contribution. As editor, I desire to acknowledge my appreciation of the cordial cooperation of my collaborators in this work, and to thank the Board of Lady Managers of the Columbian Exposition who have aided this enterprise by their interest and influence. I here offer also thanks to the editors of the leading magazines and journals, and to many others throughout this country who have so courteously and promptly responded to requests for information upon various lines of women's life and work, thereby greatly assisting in the laborious task of collecting necessary data in the several departments of this book. To our publisher, also, we are greatly indebted for the artistic setting of this National Exposition souvenir, and for the use of many portrait plates prepared for A Woman of the Century, recently published by Mr. Charles Wells Moulton. Lydia Hoyt Farmer, Cleveland, Ohio, May 1st, 1893. Introduction. A Summing Up by Julia Ward Howe. Footnote. Author of Battle Hymn of the Republic, later lyrics, Words for the Hour, and From the Oak to the Olive, etc. End footnote. The list of topics already treated in the volume herewith given to the public would almost seem to leave no further ground to be occupied by a late attendant upon this woman symposium. So many special points have been touched upon and illustrated that it seems better to me to speak of women in a more general way, as inspiring and exalting influences in the communities in which they have attained the freedom of efficiency. American women are usually considered as starting from a clear vantage ground in the race of life. As a body, they have enjoyed better opportunities of education than those enjoyed by their fathers and brothers. I mean by this to say that the average woman of American birth, breeding, and parentage is often better informed and mentally disciplined than the average American man. The result of this appears in the exceptional respect and consideration shown to women throughout the country. If this is true, and I think it cannot be denied, it is also true that women in America have a more difficult and complicated part to play than in other countries. Every enlargement of freedom brings with it an extension of moral responsibility, and our women, inasmuch as they are allowed a liberty of action and expression unparalleled in other countries, have a debt to discharge to society which cannot be brought home to women subjected to the closeness and harshness of an exclusively masculine rule. With all that American women have contributed to the honor and well-being of the country, and with all the good that can truly be attributed to them in the various departments set forth in this volume, I do not feel that they have as yet fulfilled the measure of their obligations to the society which concedes to them so much. They are slowly learning to work together, to combine their efforts in favor of reform and of general culture. They must also learn to apply their genius and knowledge to practical ends, and to leave no forbidding or distasteful problem unexplored or unexplained. American women should endeavor to reconcile the discords and contradictions which have hitherto divided the body of their sex, thus diminishing its power for good. The different classes of women have mostly what the French term a raison d'être, a reason for existing. Even the class which combines showy ambitions with poor and personal views has its uses. But in the domain of womanhood, the real should more and more absorb the unreal and illusory. The solid should displace the unsubstantial. And above all, the sympathy of kind should far transcend the antipathy of circumstance. Woman is primarily the mother of the human race. She is man's earliest and tenderest guardian, his lifelong companion, his trusted adviser and friend. Her breath is the music of the nursery, the incense of the church. But woman is also capable of becoming the bane of human society, a false light luring to destruction, a plaything that explodes and destroys, an unreadable riddle of futility and falsehood. Now, in the economy of morals, the good is not to contemn the evil, but to reclaim it. An Italian proverb says, "The bad makes itself respected." But this really means that it cannot be passed by without notice, but imperatively calls for treatment and remedy. Our women have in this 19th century won for themselves new distinctions in many ways, on many fields untried before. Few may rejoice in this more sincerely than I do, but I desire to see them more thoroughly possessed with the great ideal of womanhood as something which they are more bound to serve and exalt than they are to distinguish and exalt themselves. And, as we are admonished that we cannot at once serve God and mammon, I look earnestly to see them obey the noblest teaching both of their own sex and of its opposite. Intelligent men may flatter silly women, imperious men may subdue slavish wives and daughters, sensual men may corrupt unwary ones who attract them with the dangerous bait of physical beauty. But noble men will never reason down the souls of loyal and trusting women. They will never distort the truth of nature into a weary and unmeaning fable. To see the best men move in sympathy and harmony with the best women, and to see both linked together by zeal and service to all ranks of their fellow creatures, this is what my heart desires. This is what American men and women owe to the country whose debt to them in the past may be recognized, while its claim upon them in the future extends far beyond the limits and the records with which we have become familiar. Introduction by the editor. History is the essence of innumerable biographies. Carlyle. The names of Isabella of Castile and Madame LaFayette must not be overlooked in the list of women who helped to make American history. Miss Virginia F. Townsend, whose pleasing stories are well known, describes the scene at Santa Fe. Mrs. Jane G. Austen, whose sketches of colonial times have delighted so many, pictures the women of Plymouth Colony. Miss Lucy Larcom tells the story of the Lady Arbella in felicitous style. Miss L.T. Guilford makes a strong study of Puritan womanhood, and Mrs. Elroy M. Avery relates many interesting details of the women of the American Revolution. By special request, Mrs. Ulysses S. Grant favors us with a charming autobiographical sketch, and this department properly includes brief mention of the wives of the presidents. Editor. End of Dedication, Preface, and Introduction.
Section 1 of What America Owes to Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abhijith Asok. What America Owes to Woman, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Some Women in American History. What America Owes to Isabella of Castile and to Madame LaFayette. It may be that it must fall to the lot of modern historians, in weighing impartially the acts of men and women of history, measured only by the standards of right and justice to the human race, irrespective of epoch or environment, to lay bare the reprehensible deeds of past heroes and heroines, viewed from more enlightened standpoints of increased recognition of the equality of all men, irrespective of rank, race, and color. Much of the lustre of renown of both Columbus and Isabella must be dimmed by remembrance of the Spanish Inquisition and the slavery of the newly discovered natives of the Western world. This very iconoclasm of heroic images is one of the evident signs of moral advancement in human standards which mark the progress of the pervasive influence of the golden rule of brotherly equality. Though our historical heroes consequently receive less blind worship as personifications of the highest ideals of youthful fancy, unblemished by the imperfections of common mortals, the glory of their heroism is no whit diminished, as the fact is thereby emphasized that in spite of acknowledged human weakness, such great results may flow from human effort. In this year of the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America by Columbus, this nation does well to render special honor to the memory of that courageous man whom no obstacles could daunt and no ridicule discourage. But let us recognize also two other instruments in the omnipotent plan. Two women must share this honor. The one, Donna Philippa, who brought to her husband as her marriage dower the geographical charts inherited from her illustrious father, the renowned navigator Palestrello. The other, the Spanish queen, who pledged her crown jewels as a guarantee of her imperial patronage and aid. The declaration of Isabella, "I undertake the enterprise for my own crown of Castile and will pledge my jewels to raise the necessary funds," places her among the names of history to whom special honor is due from American women. Let us not forget that in thus declaring her espousal of the seemingly hopeless and visionary undertaking, she had the courage to brave the known disapproval of her royal consort, the sneers of an incredulous court, and the opinions of the most learned men of that day. She was met by the sages of Salamanca with their glib and, as they thought, irrefutable quotation from Lactantius, who was then considered one of the great luminaries of what has been called the golden age of ecclesiastical learning. "Is there anyone so foolish," asks Lactantius, "as to believe that there are antipodes with their feet opposite to ours, people who walk with their heels upward and their heads hanging down? That there is a part of the world in which all things are topsy-turvy, where the trees grow with their branches downward, and where it rains, hails, and snows upwards. The idea of the roundness of the earth is the cause of inventing this fable." Still more grave were the objections advanced by the sages upon the authority of Saint Augustine, for the doctrine of the antipodes was pronounced incompatible with faith in the Bible records. For, said they, to assert that there were inhabited lands on the opposite side of the globe would be to maintain that there were races not descended from Adam, it being impossible for them to have passed the intervening ocean. This would be, therefore, to discredit the Bible, which expressly declares that all men are descended from one common parent. Upon a woman's heroism hung the discovery of a continent. Isabella of Castile pledged not only her crown jewels, but she risked her royal prestige and endangered her proud fame in the eyes of all the world when she espoused this supposed hopeless enterprise. If Columbus had failed, if no vessels had ever reached the western lands, Isabella of Castile would have been written in historic annals as a weak and visionary queen. Such was the risk she ran, which in the light of the accomplished facts we must not fail to remember in giving due credit to her brave resolve and daring deed. The names of Columbus and Isabella are indissolubly entwined with the historic associations connected with the discovery of this western hemisphere. In order that the Santa Maria might sail the seas in quest of a land unknown, the aid must come by divine decree through a woman's heart and hand, and the same wise plan each age unfolds, for to the world's great needs women must ever respond with helping hands and sympathizing hearts. American womanhood, a brighter gem than the royal crown on Isabella's brow, now gives the rank of queens to Columbia's daughters. When the Pinta's gun broke the stillness of that momentous dawn, and the glad shout of "Land!" thrilled the morning air, before the sight of the weary seamen smiled the New World, like some fair Eden fresh from the hand of its creator. Over the Western world today float the stars and stripes of our republic, and Columbia knows no monarch save freedom and truth, and the starry flag betokens that liberty does rule. Freedom is the birthright of our nation, and the free school is the cornerstone of the American Republic. In this fair land, woman is honored. American women are the present and the future of American nobility. She has more reason than any other woman for being not only good, but elegant and refined. She has to make precedent and public opinion. How white, then, should be the soul of every American woman? Upon her influence depends largely the spiritual forces which shall determine the status and progress of our nation. Great opportunities in each individual life come but seldom. If lost, they are lost forever. An opportunity past the 1,000th part of a second has by that one leap reached the other side of a great eternity. Isabella of Castile did not fail to seize her great opportunity. She did not sail with Columbus over unknown seas, but she made that sailing possible when the ear of the world was deaf to the importunities of the Italian navigator. Isabella exemplified the potent possibilities which may be started by a woman's heart and hand, and following her, we behold that long line of illustrious women who, by their self-sacrificing lives, have aided in the development of this country. The royal standard of Isabella of Castile, planted upon the soil of the New World 400 years ago, has made possible the shining banner of American freedom. To Madame LaFayette also belongs an honored place. Mr. Chauncey M. Depew, in his memorable address, delivered at the unveiling of the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor, the gift of France to America, thus ably comments upon the French alliance and the debt America owes to General Lafayette. The French alliance, which enabled us to win our independence, is the romance of history. It overcame improbabilities impossible in fiction, and its results surpass the dreams of imagination. The most despotic of kings, surrounded by the most exclusive of feudal aristocracies, sending fleets and armies officered by the scions of the proudest of nobilities to fight for subjects in revolt and the liberties of the common people, is a paradox beyond the power of mere human energy to have wrought or solved. The march of this medieval chivalry across our states, respecting persons and property as soldiers never had before, never taking an apple or touching a fence rail without permission and payment. Treating the ragged Continentals as if they were knights in armor and of noble ancestry, captivating our grandmothers by their gallantry and our grandfathers by their courage, remains unequaled in the poetry of war. It is the most magnificent tribute in history to the volcanic force of ideas and the dynamic power of truth, though the crust of the globe imprisoned them. As the centuries roll by, and in the fullness of time, the rays of liberty's torch are the beacon lights of the world, the central niches in the earth's pantheon of freedom will be filled by the figures of Washington and Lafayette. It is idle now to speculate whether our fathers could have succeeded without the French alliance. The struggle would have been indefinitely prolonged and probably compromised. But the alliance secured our triumph, and Lafayette secured the alliance. The fabled argosies of ancient and the armadas and fleets of modern times were commonplace voyages compared with the mission enshrined in this inspired boy. He who stood before the Continental Congress and said, "I wish to serve you as a volunteer and without pay," and at 20 took his place with Gates and Greene and Lincoln as major generals in the Continental Army. As a member of Washington's military family, sharing with that incomparable man his board and bed and blanket, Lafayette won his first and great distinction in receiving from the American chief a friendship which was closer than that bestowed upon any other of his compatriots, and which ended only in death. The great commander saw in the reckless daring with which he carried his wound to rally the flying troops at Brandywine, the steady nerve with which he held the column wavering under a faithless general at Monmouth, the wisdom and caution with which he maneuvered inferior forces in the face of the enemy, his willingness to share every privation of the illy-clad and starving soldiery, and to pledge his fortune and credit to relieve their privations, a commander upon whom he could rely, a patriot he could trust, a man he could love. Lafayette's farewell to Congress was a trumpet blast which resounded round a world then bound in the chains of despotism and caste. Every government on the continent was an absolute monarchy, and no language can describe the poverty and wretchedness of the people. Taxes levied without law exhausted their property, they were arrested without warrant, and rotted in the Bastille without trial, and they were shot as game, and tortured without redress, at the caprice or pleasure of their feudal lords. Into court and camp this message came like the handwriting on the wall at Belshazzar's feast. Hear his words. May this immense temple of freedom ever stand a lesson to oppressors, an example to the oppressed, a sanctuary for the rights of mankind, and may these happy United States attain that complete splendor and prosperity which will illustrate the blessings of their government, and for ages to come rejoice the departed souls of its founders. Well might Louis XVI, more far-sighted than his ministers, exclaim, "After 1400 years of power, the old monarchy is doomed." Let us recall a few of the eloquent words of the young Marquis de Lafayette regarding his chivalrous espousal of the cause of the struggling republic, that we may make more manifest the debt which America owes to the heroic wife of this Knight of Liberty. Writing to Mr. Lawrence, then President of Congress, Lafayette says, "From the moment that I first heard the name of America, I loved her. From the moment that I learned her struggles for liberty, I was inflamed with the desire of shedding my blood in her cause, and the moments that may be expended in her service, whenever they may occur, or in whatever part of the world I may be, shall be considered as the happiest of my existence." Lafayette was not only the Knight of Liberty in 2 worlds and in 2 centuries, but was also the champion of law and order. Other men have fought for freedom, but few men in history have so truly and broadly comprehended the indissoluble tie which must ever bind liberty to law, if the shackles of oppression be unloosed, and the equal rights of men become the watchwords of national peace and prosperity. And Lafayette's aid to America was largely due to the character and heroism of his wife. A more selfish and narrow-minded woman would have seriously hampered his philanthropic efforts and might indeed have completely defeated them. Study the history of those times and then try to answer the question, what would have been the result of the American Revolution without the aid of Lafayette? To the discouraged American commissioners in Paris, Lafayette made this noble reply: "I thank you for your frankness, but now is precisely the moment to serve your cause. The more people are discouraged, the greater utility will result from my departure. Until now, you have only seen my ardor in your cause, but that may not prove at present wholly useless. If you cannot furnish me with a vessel, I will purchase one and freight it at my own expense to convey your dispatches and my person to the shores of America." And his young wife, not yet 18, restrained her tears, lest he should be blamed, and bravely determined to bear the parting uncomplainingly. Such a heroine as she afterwards proved herself to be made her a truly worthy companion for her hero husband. In the life of Madame de Lafayette, written by her daughter, Madame de l'Estorie, this touching account is given of Lafayette's wife at this time. In the month of April 1777, my father carried out his plan of going to America. It is easy to judge of my mother's grief on receiving tidings so new, so unexpected, and so terrible. In addition to all she was herself suffering, she had the pain of witnessing my grandfather's anger. The French ladies, Lord Stormont, the English ambassador, wrote to his government, blame M. de Lafayette's family for having tried to stop him in so noble an enterprise. If the Duc d'Ayen, one of them said, crosses such a son-in-law in such an attempt, he must not hope to find husbands for his other daughters. My mother felt that the more she excited pity, the more my father would be censured. All her endeavors were then to conceal the tortures of her heart, preferring to be thought childish or indifferent to bringing down greater blame on his behavior. Lafayette had been obliged, on account of French and English spies, to keep his sudden departure for America a secret even from his family, lest he should be forbidden by Louis XVI to openly avow any alliance with America. For at this time, the recent reverses in America influenced King Louis to distrust the expediency of an open alliance. Sovereign displeasure, Lafayette was well aware, meant liability to the confiscation of all his property and public disgrace. But he determined to brave all hazards, and relying upon the devotion of his young wife, which never failed him, he embarked in his gallant ship Victory, purchased and equipped from his own private purse, and sailed towards the land of liberty. And how did his young wife bear this seeming desertion? Madame de Lafayette herself thus writes: M. de Lafayette executed in April the scheme he had been forming for 6 months past of going to serve the cause of independence in America. I loved him tenderly. On hearing the news of his departure, my father and all the family fell into a state of violent anger. My mother, dreading these emotions for me, on account of the state of my health, alarmed at the dangers her dearly beloved son had gone to seek so far, having herself less than anybody in the world, the thirst of ambition and of worldly glory, or a taste for enterprise, appreciated, nevertheless, M. de Lafayette's conduct as it was appreciated 2 years later by the rest of the world. Totally casting aside all care with regard to the immense expense of such an enterprise, she found from the first moment, in the manner in which it had been prepared, a motive for distinguishing it from what is termed une folie de jeune homme. His sorrow on leaving his wife and those who were dear to him convinced her that she need not fear for the happiness of my life, save in proportion to her fears for his. It was she who gave me the cruel news of his departure, and with that tenderness which was peculiar to her, she tried to comfort me by finding the means of serving M. de Lafayette. Lafayette thus writes to his wife during his first wearisome voyage to America, while tempest-tossed on board the Victory. How many fears and anxieties enhance the keen anguish I feel at being separated from all that I love most fondly in the world. How have you borne my departure? Have you loved me less? Have you pardoned me? I hope that for my sake you will become a good American, for that feeling is worthy of every noble heart. The happiness of America is intimately connected with the happiness of all mankind. She will become the safe and respected asylum of virtue, integrity, toleration, equality, and tranquil happiness. Again, Lafayette writes to his wife after the Battle of Brandywine, while he lies wounded at Bethlehem and Congress has been forced to adjourn to Bristol as Philadelphia was thought to be in danger. As General Howe is giving rather pompous details of his American exploits to the king, his master, if he should write that I am wounded, he may write also that I am killed, which would not cost him anything. But I hope that my friends, and you especially, my dearest love, will not give faith to the reports of those persons who last year dared to publish that General Washington and all the general officers of his army, being in a boat together, had been upset and every individual drowned. I must now give you your lesson as the wife of an American general officer. They will say to you, they have been beaten. You must answer, that is true, but when two armies of equal number meet in the field, old soldiers have naturally the advantage over new ones. They have besides had the pleasure of killing a great many of the enemy, many more than they have lost. They will afterwards add, all this is very well, but Philadelphia is taken, the capital of America, the rampart of liberty. You must politely answer, you are all great fools. Philadelphia is a poor forlorn town, exposed on every side, the harbor of which was already closed. Though the residents of Congress lent it, I know not why, some degree of celebrity. This is the famous city which, be it added, we shall sooner or later make them yield back to us. If they continue to persecute you with questions, you may send them about their business in terms which the Vicomte de Noailles will teach you. Thus the brave young Marquis laughed at his wound, and made merry of the unavoidable misfortune which had befallen him, still stanch in his devotion to his American friends. Realizing that the French alliance hung upon Lafayette's enthusiastic efforts in the French court, the following lines from a letter from Washington to the American commissioners in Paris, which letter passed the French fleet of deliverance on the way, will reveal the almost hopeless condition of affairs in America at that critical period of our national history. Washington writes, if France delays a timely and powerful aid in the critical posture of our affairs, it will avail us nothing should she attempt it hereafter. We are at this hour suspended in the balance. In a word, we are at the end of our tether, and now or never deliverance must come. When treachery and falsehood joined their crafty hands in fellowship, and together working their machinations, strove by base insinuations to break down the influence of Washington, the true-hearted Lafayette could not be weakened in his friendship by any artful plot, nor could his firm alliance be shaken by any promises of rank or power. Though Lafayette's entire life had been spent in ease and luxury, he repined not at scanty provisions nor great privations, but rather glorified in his personal sacrifices in behalf of his American comrades. That the suffering Continental Army might be reclothed, Lafayette started a relief fund from his private purse, offering the American ladies who were making donations in aid of the ragged troops 100 guineas in the name of Madame Lafayette. When in 1779 Lafayette returned to France to seek aid for the struggling Americans, so enthusiastic were his efforts in behalf of America, and such his perseverance, that the Prime Minister of France exclaimed in astonishment, he would unfurnish the palace of Versailles to clothe the American army, to which Lafayette eagerly responded, "I would." So earnest was his zeal that he offered to pledge his entire fortune in the cause of the Republic. Let Americans answer the question, what would have been the result to our nation if at this time the wife of Lafayette had asserted her own selfish, though perfectly natural claims in opposition to the seemingly hopeless cause of a despised and foreign nation? Like Isabella of Castile, she did not sail the seas, nor did she fight for American independence, but she made possible by her self-sacrifice the devotion of the sword and zeal of the Knight of Liberty in the momentous crisis of our national history. Madame Lafayette gives the following account of the close of the American Revolution. During the campaign of Virginia, M. de Lafayette was unable to correspond with us, and the newspapers described his situation as almost desperate. I succeeded in keeping the most alarming circumstances from my mother's knowledge, as she had in 1777 concealed her fears from me, but I could only spare her part of my anxieties. We received the news of the surrender of Yorktown and of the capture of Lord Cornwallis and of his army, prepared by this campaign of Virginia, which had been conducted in so remarkable a manner. Its happy conclusion is one of those wonderful events for which we must be grateful to him who alone gives talent and success. M. de Lafayette and M. de Noailles had escaped, for this campaign at least, from the dangers of war. Everybody repeated that its glorious termination was M. de Lafayette's work. He had prepared all in the midst of nearly unconquerable difficulties, and what was still more gratifying, we learned that notwithstanding the entreaties which had been made to him, he had relinquished the glory of terminating all himself, and had awaited the arrival of M. Washington and M. Rochambeau, in order that the success should be more certain and should be obtained at the cost of less bloodshed. The English had looked with exultation and disdain upon their apparently weak foe, and Lord Cornwallis had confidently written, "The boy cannot escape me." But the despised boy was of a more heroic and irresistible nature than the proud general imagined, and gave him a most perplexing chase in a sort of military game of hide-and-seek. And at length the young Marquis caught his boastful foe in so cunning a trap that all the English hosts could not deliver him, and this same triumphant boy stood by and witnessed his surrender. The young girl wife in France glories most of all in her husband's relinquishment of personal glory to spare bloodshed, and his unselfish resignment of his merited place, that thereby greater honor should crown the head of Washington. With the honored names of the women of our American Revolution, let us write the name of Madame Lafayette, and let their shining memories be entwined together as we render the homage of grateful recollection. As the names of Washington and Lafayette, the father of his country and the Knight of Liberty, shall forever shine side by side in the temple of freedom, which their united efforts founded upon the soil of our Republic, so indissolubly united with the memories of the heroic women of the American Revolution, must forever glow the fame of that self-sacrificing wife whose heroism made possible the aid and devotion of the Knight of Liberty in behalf of the cause of American independence. End of Section 1. Read by Abhijith Asok, Bothell, Washington, January 25th of 2025. Section 2 of What America Owes to Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abhijith Asok. What America Owes to Woman by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Columbus at Santa Fe by Virginia F. Townsend. 1. On the royal palace at Santa Fe waved Castile and Aragon's flags that day, and one dazzling azure the Spanish sky watched the beautiful Vega smiling lie. The land drowned in blossoming roses still with joy of the conquest was all a thrill. The silver cross on Alhambra's height held the crescent's place in the dawn's red light. Through old mosques a glory of gems and gold, Te Deum its thunderous triumph rolled. And Granada heard in her stately halls how softly at twilight the vesper calls. For with well nigh 800 years, the reign of the Muslim was ended in Christian Spain. 2. Half camp and half city Santa Fe watched the towers of Granada loom far and grey. The presence chamber was all ablaze with treasures and splendors of ancient days. The walls in a gorgeous bloom were hung, where the priceless Eastern tapestries swung. For in flush of triumph, in pomp and power, met proudest court of the world that hour. The sovereign sat where the rich dyes shone, side by side stood Castile and Aragon's throne. The canopy's cloth of gold was spread, a glittering roof over each royal head. There was Ferdinand's handsome subtle face, there was Isabel's beauty, her queenly grace. While below them, the columned vista long held flower of the court, a splendid throng. There stood haughty nobles whose feudal state in palace and castle with king could mate. There scarred old warriors whose life work done, the Moor's fair kingdom for Spain had won. There mitred prelate and ancient sage, and silken courtier and slender page, with women whose witching smile and glance round that elder time weave a gay romance. While glitter of armor and toss of plume and rustle of robe filled the audience room. For if ever the matin song should swell through the mosques of the vanquished infidel, then the sovereigns had given their royal word, at the court should the Genoese be heard. 3. He stood there, a stranger, apart, alone. His hour struck at last, stood before the throne. With head in the presence he lifted, white as the sea's wild surf in the cold moonlight. A tall, grave man with strong sculptured face, whose long lines hinted an alien race. Vigorous, erect, it still was plain. The prime of manhood was on the wane. Though a dauntless soul through deep eyes grey shot swift in the fire of his life's young May. He bore no title, no name to grace the suit he brought to the audience place. In the crowded palace at Santa Fe, he of Genoa, poorest, stood that day. And there, half scornful and half amazed, on the stately stranger the courtiers gazed. For he seemed, in their midst apart, to see some glory which dimmed all that pageantry. 4. In the audience chamber at Santa Fe, Columbus of Genoa was heard that day. He stood with a calm and noble mien in the august presence of king and queen. But his words at first to his hearers seemed the wildest tale ever madman dreamed. For he told of far lands which lay in waste, of desert seas that no bark had traced. And he talked of a long mysterious quest for empires which rose in an unknown west, till the courtiers thought, as they smiled apart, it were saner for lands in the moon to start. But there of a sudden a change befell, as though in the air had been wrought a spell. They listened on all sides, they tried to reach the meanings half masked by the broken speech of the foreign tongue, for while he spoke, as from ancient darkness a new world broke. They saw its vast forests, its hill slopes green, its valleys that nested and laughed between. Saw the sweep of great plains and the mountains rise, till they shouldered their granite against the skies. And amid all the wildness, the savage gloom, broke the seas of the new world's wonderful bloom. And fair dawns reddened the far skies over, and winds loitered happy about the shore, while great cities girdled with massive walls and proud with temples, palaces, halls, gleamed through the talk which held that day the crowd in the courtroom at Santa Fe. 5. Across from centuries dim and gray, we gaze on that famous scene today, and we wonder still the new world's fate on a woman's breath that ours should wait. For startled, intent, her fair proud face, the queen leaned towards the audience place. A light grew slow in her grave, sweet eyes, half a new hope's dawn, half an odd surprise. Would her instinct mount to that moment's height, to its challenge, its grandeur infinite? As that great historic hour moved past, did it grow illumed by a vision vast, a vision where future ages shone, where she sat in her glory, apart, alone? A glory while centuries come and go, no queen, no woman again would know? 6. The hour at foot of the throne had passed, the Genoese suit had been heard at last. In breathless stillness all watched the queen, as her slow glance swept over the splendid scene. For the light on her face was shed by no crown, as she looked that day from the dais down. When a voice like sweet bells on the silence broke, Isabella of Castile from her throne outspoke. Columbus of Genoa, in wondrous way, at court of the Spains hast thou told today thy faith in a far world lying where dim mysterious seas hold it lone and fair. And my soul by thy suit is strangely thrilled, as though with God's summons the air were filled. To that rapture of hope which illumed thy speech, to thy height, to thy daring, we may not reach. We gathered here in our proud array, where the Mussulman reigned but yesterday, while over wide solitudes of seas still that new world draws thee, O Genoese. By my crown of Castile, this hour I swear, thou shalt go and see if the land be there. With Muslim wars are Spain's coffers low? Is her treasury drained? Still the ships shall go. Shall a queen break oath, nor find a way the pledge to keep and the price to pay? The royal caskets hold glittering store of jewels the dead queens proudly wore, diamonds through long years hoarded there, coronal, necklace, and solitaire. The collar of rubies, the pearls of price, emeralds which sparkle in quaint device, of brooch and of armlet, rare and old, great opals enwreathed with fine wrought gold, and sapphire and topaz, and many a gem which has blazed in the royal diadem, or on the brow of fair princess shone like the evening star with a lustre lone. Jewels I brought when Castile's young bride, O King of the Spains, I came to thy side. Heirlooms of Trastamara's crown, my birthright, my dowry, I here laid down. And possessed by the royal oath of these, go thou from the presence, O Genoese, and gather thy caravels, stanch though few, and man thy barks with a gallant crew. At thy masthead the standard of Castile fly, and over all else see the cross shine high. And spread thy sails to that unknown west, and go, and God speed thee upon thy quest. And if ever for thee that land's green line 'gainst the grey of those unknown seas shall shine, if at anchor thou hearest some God-crowned day, birds once more sing the song of thy Genoa's May, then with cross and with banner borne high before shalt thou first set foot on that stranger shore. And with solemn rite ever that day shall wane, claim thou the New World for God and Spain. End of section 2. Read by Abhijith Asok, Bothell, Washington, on January 17th, 2025. Section 3 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abhijith Asok. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Women of Plymouth Colony by Jane G. Austen. The old epigrammatic suggestion, cherchez la femme, that is to say, if a man has committed a crime, look for the woman at whose bidding or in whose interests or for whose sake it was committed, is capable of a higher application, and at the root of most of the grand movements which have ennobled or benefited the world is to be found woman's influence, woman's powers, and woman's cooperation. Had it not been for Isabella of Castile, it is scarcely probable that Columbus would have found means to follow the track of the Norsemen, and our Columbian exposition would have been relegated to that queer limbo which we explore when we consider who we should have been if our mother had married that early lover of whom she speaks. A century later, Queen Elizabeth enabled Sir Walter Raleigh to continue the discovery of America, and Virginia, Maryland, and Annapolis all perpetuate in their names the feminine patronage to which they owe their existence. But in the settlement of New England, in the occupation of that severe and forbidding region, contrasting so sternly with the tropic softness of the Antilles and the gracious fertility of the southern states, women were not content with giving their money and their counsel to the adventurers whom they encouraged. They gave themselves, their hearts, their hands, their presence, and their lives. The Plymouth colony boasts no patroness either royal or wealthy. Very few men of position in England gave either sympathy or money to the enterprise, and absolutely no women are mentioned in this connection except those more than royal, more than noble women who came with their husbands and fathers to brave the unknown dangers of the wilderness, to lighten the toil, to comfort the hardships, and to encourage and exalt the faith in God, and assurance of His protection that might well have failed the hearts of those men had they been unsupported by the inspiring, if illogical, confidence of woman in her religious beliefs. Not much is said about these women by the Pilgrim historians, but mention is made of some who, when loathsome sickness broke out on board the Mayflower, so patiently and tenderly nursed the sailors who had reviled and insulted them, as to win from one the remorseful cry that if his life were spared, he would live it among a people whose religion could lead them so to forgive and serve their enemies. A little later, mention is made of the women and children planting corn and toiling cheerfully in the field along with the men of their families. Many died, but others took their places with alacrity, those who had been left behind at first coming over so soon as opportunity served. Even the speedy remarriages at which we are inclined to wonder were probably actuated more by a desire to mother the little children and to care for the desolate widower than by any unseemly levity or carelessness of the dead. The same purity of motive must be ascribed to those women who came over to marry men who could not be spared to return across the sea and woo them in their homes, as for instance, Alice Bradford and Barbara Standish. Most actions are to be judged by their motives, and never were motives higher or purer than those which brought the Pilgrim mothers to Plymouth Rock, making it possible for the Pilgrim fathers to remain there, and the Pilgrim children to thrive and mature, becoming the seed of a mighty growth. A little later, and a little outside of Plymouth, but still in the old colony, other women arose whose lives and works have made their names memorable. One of these is Elizabeth Poole, or Pole, who has been called the patron saint of Taunton, because it was to her wealth, her labors, her influence, and unceasing efforts that Taunton owes its life and prosperity. Another old colony heroine of quite another sort is Deborah Lawson, who in 1775, from motives of pure patriotism unmixed with any mere personal feeling, spun, wove, and made for herself a suit of men's clothes in which she volunteered as a soldier, became an admirably trained one, and fought most valiantly in several actions. When wounded, she had the heroism to conceal her wound, acting as her own surgeon and thus evading discovery. After something over 2 years' service, she was again wounded, and her sex being discovered, she received an honorable discharge, with the highest testimonials from her officers, not only as to her courage and faithfulness as a soldier, but her discretion and Diana-like modesty as a woman. After this, she married and became the mother of a son, thus fulfilling her duties to the world both as man and woman. Another old colony heroine of the Revolution, although moving upon quite different lines, was Mercy Otis Warren, who, while her husband, General James Warren, served his country upon the field or in the council chamber, remained in her quiet Plymouth home, sustaining and cheering him by letters, whose keen insight, shrewd advice, and noble courage proved invaluable to the soldier as well as to the husband. Madame Warren's correspondence with Adams and other revolutionary leaders has been published, and claims for her the title of the American Sévigné, while her elaborate history of the American Revolution is a classic from which all later writers have drawn both facts and inspiration. In the Great War of our own day, the women of Plymouth played a conspicuous part, not only in those helpful ways to which all our women lent themselves, but as active promoters of the abolition of slavery, gnawing with sharp teeth at the knot whose solution set free the enmeshed eagle, whom we prefer to any lion. And today, is there any movement of philanthropy, of patriotism, of higher education, and increased privileges for any class or any condition of mankind, the women of the old colony, the women of Plymouth Rock, will be found in the foremost rank, and that not by self-assertion, but by real merit and proved ability. Thousands of people in the Great West are proud to speak of their New England origin, and should be proud to remember that if New England men were the bone and sinew of their native section, New England women, and earliest among them the women of the Pilgrims, were the mothers, the wives, the daughters of those men, and handed on to their descendants many of the noblest qualities that characterize the New England men and women of today. End of section 3. Read by Abhijith Asok, Bothell, Washington, February 9th of 2025.
Section 4 of What America Owes to Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Woman, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Lady Arbella by Lucy Larcom. Arbella Johnson. The purpose with which a country is settled is that which lives on in it, and gives it a character for good or ill down through its whole history. It has been often said, yet perhaps not too often, that the motives and principles which inspired the pioneer emigrants from Old to New England have resulted in the free, firm strength of our nation today. The Puritan women who accompanied their families and friends hither were offering themselves as a sacrifice to their faith. They were martyrs as well as heroines often, scarcely surviving the first icy greeting of winter as they landed. The name of Arbella Johnson, daughter of the noble house of Lincoln and wife of Isaac Johnson of Winthrop's company, haunts the north shore of Massachusetts Bay with a romantic interest such as the sturdy Puritan seldom left in his track. The fatigues of the long voyage and the hardships of pioneering proved too great for one so delicately reared. The Lady Arbella and her husband both died in the autumn of 1630, the year of their arrival. The land in the neighborhood of King's Chapel in Boston is said to have been originally purchased by Mr. Johnson for a homestead when the colonists removed thither from Salem. We can picture what it might have been to New England had the Lady Arbella lived to leave behind her descendants as earnest in their heroism as herself and her husband. But the spiritual influence that piety and courage such as hers infused into the new colony, and thence over the whole country, is a larger and inalienable inheritance. America is forever a debtor to Puritan womanhood. The good ship Arbella is leading the fleet, away to the westward through rainstorm and sleet. The white cliffs of England have dropped out of sight, as birds from the warmth of their nest taking flight. Into wider horizons each fluttering sail follows fast where the Mayflower fled on the gale, with her resolute pilgrims 10 winters before, and the fire of their faith lights the sea and the shore. There are yeomen and statesmen, the learned and the rude, one brotherhood jealousy cannot intrude. Between heart and heart with one purpose they go, to knit life to life, a new nation, and grow. In the strength of the Lord, there are maidens discreet, and the saintliest matrons, but none is so sweet as the delicate blush rose from Lincoln's old hall, the Lady Arbella, the flower of them all. Beloved and loving, one stands at her side, a bridegroom well matched with so lovely a bride. Wise Winthrop is balancing care in his mind, for the colony's weal, for the wife left behind. And godly and tolerant Phillips is there, to comfort his shipmates with blessing and prayer. One and all they have taken their lives in their hand, to be scattered as seed in a wilderness land. There is hope in their eyes, though it gleams through regret. They go not as those who can lightly forget the church, their dear mother, the land of their birth, in the glamour that flushes an unexplored earth. A limitless continent fringing the rim of the silent sea vastness with promises dim, and their love reaching back from the voyage begun, links old and New England forever as one. End of Section 4. Read by David Curtis in Gilbert, Arizona, January 22nd, 2025.
Section 5 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 5. Puritan Womanhood. A Power in America. By Miss L. T. Guilford, author of The Use of a Life, The Story of a Cleveland School, etc. The blended portraits of Pilgrim and Puritan have long hung in the world's gallery. Rigid in attitude, narrow in forehead, sour in aspect, both were distorted by caricature and blackened by antipathy. The more tolerant separatist, weak in numbers, who held alone for 10 years in his rocky bay, mankind's outermost fort of freedom, was equally contemned with his spiritual brother, the stronger Puritan, who, abhorred of royalist, churchman, and worldling, colonized Salem and Boston. At intervals, The pictures were retouched, a line being softened here and there, till after 200 years the giant hand of destiny took the brush and wrote, in letters red of earth and heaven, "The founders of a free and mighty nation." Meanwhile the woman, Pilgrim or Puritan, who walked meekly by the side of her husband in exile, rearing his children, sharing loss and contumely for his sake, had been seldom touched by the pen of the profane. For any description of her, satiric or otherwise, we may search almost in vain among the great writers of the 16th and 17th centuries. Not till 50 years after the Mayflower had sailed did the dreamer of Bedford jail set before all eyes the Puritan type of womanhood in Christiana and mercy on their way to the celestial city, a being strong of purpose, yet to be shielded and guided. For Bunyan was careful to put her under the protection of great heart all the way with valiant, to help at the end. In reality, these wives and mothers time after time had seen the father haled away to prison, a deadly sinkhole, there to suffer with hunger and thirst and pestilent air, sometimes to be released after months, sometimes to be carried out dead, sometimes taken to be hanged on the gallows. Plundered of all she possessed, she was turned out penniless to beg or to starve. These wrongs, submitted to without remonstrance or outcry, burnt into her soul that love of liberty which she has stamped upon her offspring to the latest generation. Could there have been among the mothers of New Plymouth or Massachusetts Bay a Mrs. Know-Nothing or a Mrs. Light-Mind? Scant individual history of those women who were tossed for 2 months in crowded ships on the wintry Atlantic has been preserved. But a brief line is given to the first costly victim extorted by the furies of the coast. Mrs. W. M. Bradford fell overboard and was drowned. This reticence regarding their own experience has clung to them always. They endured cold, want, sickness, terror of the unknown, the approach of death, and none turned back. They could not foresee the destiny of this land, but with loyal souls they laid themselves on its altar and made it a land worth dying for. How their descendants have inherited their devotion is known to all the world. There was an isolation, a rendering of kindred ties in the woman's life, more and more inconceivable to us in these days of speedy transit and message. It only intensified her love to the faith for which she suffered, and her profoundly religious nature struck deeper root to the primitive rocks of her belief. With docile mind she received the weighty instructions of ministers whose godly walk was her example. They had borne the brunt of persecution. She kindled her zeal over the Book of Martyrs and the Sermons of John Owen. She was comforted by Baxter's Saints' Everlasting Rest. Like the wife of Abraham, she obeyed her husband, calling him Lord, exacting at the same time strict obedience and honor from her children. Circumstances developed in her an intrepidity and self-dependence which became a marked hereditary trait. Often her protector was called away on dangerous forest journeys and coasting voyages, or to more dangerous warfare against the savage foe. She was left alone to plow the field, to till the crops, to barricade the lonely cabin against the wolves, to meet undaunted the visits of roving Indians. Always there was before her the dread of what came to many through the space of 150 years. The sight of her burning dwelling, her murdered little ones, the tomahawk or torture for her husband, captivity for herself. Morning and evening, as she gathered her household for worship, with what meaning must have come to her both the denunciations and the promises from the Word of God. Could her aesthetics have been more than the rudimentary bud of this full-blown product of 1893? Cleanliness, industry, frugality, were for her the three graces, and beautiful indeed was that exquisite courtesy handed down a precious heirloom in many family lines. We shall mistake if we picture these toil-built homes as other than cheerful and beloved spots, gradually gathering comfort and even abundance from the hard soil and ungenial air. How soon was the little plot of flowers planted by the low window? How often the small kitchen and chamber echoed with melodious song? The dear flowers and songs of the land they would see no more. There, too, must have arisen the genuine American humor, peculiar as it is pungent, as indigenous to the soil as the pumpkin itself, and nowhere more spicy than among the New England hills. If the Puritan woman's life was narrow, it flowed with wonderful dynamic power. If dress, cards, the theater, the ballroom were shut from her days, they were full to the brim of joyful work for the family circle she loved with all the intensity of pent-up feeling, for whom she daily besought that they might all be gathered among the Almighty's elect. If she looked with stern eyes upon her own sex who had lapsed from virtue, she had been trained in Bible condemnation of impurity. It was a licentious court and nobility who had driven her across the sea. Cruel deeds were done in New England, as in old, upon those who felt themselves called of God to go repeatedly where they were not wanted. On the heads of Puritan, not Pilgrim, magistrates must rest that blood, for Quaker and witch were leniently treated in the old colony. Did the Puritan women condemn those scourgings and hangings, sympathize with the sufferers, and help when they could? So thought the Quaker poet, if Margaret Smith's diary is in evidence. Looking back to what they were, it is plain those women of New Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay left indestructible molds in which have been formed many social traits and conditions of our country. Their elevated moral standard, working like leaven, is now making itself felt as a power all over the land in various reforms which are struggling up to influence, reforms which their opposers have aptly named Puritanic. The typical American woman is to this day an industrious, painstaking housekeeper. Generations of Puritan and Pilgrim descendants have scattered over the land myriads of homes where the orderly efficiency of the wife and mother establishes comfort even with straitened means, for she makes the most of what she has. Thrift is inborn, wastefulness is sin. This trait, so pronounced as to provoke the sneers of those who spend lavishly the money others have earned, aided vastly in accumulating the capital which has made such amazing returns in the last half-century, and this, as well as future generations, may yet learn by bitter experience the value of our ancestors' habits of economy. Fully the women of those days appreciated the worth of learning. At any sacrifice, she would educate her sons. Many a household saw her toiling early and late, giving up her last comfort that her boy might go to college, and she improved every limited advantage for herself. When the time of development had come, it was women of the Puritan type, Zilpah Grant, Mary Lyon, Catherine Beecher, whose eager steps pressed into the temple of knowledge at the first small opening, who thrust wide open the doors to their sisters after them. They wanted to do more for God in the world. The mother who, from time to time, knelt with her children in a retired chamber and laying her hands on their heads, prayed in low tones that they might be honored of God in saving souls, was the mainspring of the great missionary and benevolent movements of our times. Not till the opening of this century were the traditions of the forefathers embalmed in literature. Since 50 years, the Puritan woman as maiden, wife, sister, daughter has been a chief figure in many a historic tale. Under various conditions, one trait is never wanting: a sacrifice of self, for conscience' sake, for the supposed happiness of others. The subject has allured nearly every eminent tale writer of New England, from Howells to Miss Wilkins, Catherine Sedgwick, Mrs. Stowe, Sarah Orne Jewett, Jane Austen, Rose Terry Cook, Elizabeth Stuart Phelps, and others scarcely less skillful have depicted the struggle and its consequences. Between the Priscilla of Longfellow and the Hester of Hawthorne can be found every form of self-abnegation. Quite often these wrenches of the soul left peculiarities of manner, of temper, of ways of life. For never was individuality more marked than in the Puritan man or woman. At least that presence banished from American pages the foul fiend of written vice. Her devotion to family duty occasioned a social phase not yet gone by. When the Great West began to be settled by emigration from the East, the young, the vigorous manhood and womanhood were drawn away to found new homes in the wilds, leaving the declining in years, the invalids, the orphaned children, to the care of some unmarried or widowed daughter or sister. All over the older states the number of such divided families passes computation. These quiet heroines, taking the household burdens, bearing them with unshrinking constancy till the last 3 graves were made, side by side, in the old churchyard, had no small part in building the great Western Empire. Sons, brothers, lovers lost to them, were entering into larger opportunities, transplanting into wide fields the industry and keen common sense, the unbending integrity, the religious faith, germinated under the roof tree where, from the lips of the mother, they had learned the Westminster Catechism. Alone, this household guardian stood in her lot, strengthening the things that remained. Her place in the sanctuary was never vacant. From the scanty produce of the farm or the earnings of her needle, she sent her contribution to the societies for ministerial education for home and foreign missions. Nor is this the only debt owed by the West to Puritan womanhood. Every early New England institution for educating women sent its pupils as missionary teachers into the new and destitute communities all over the country, carrying into hundreds of ignorant frontier towns the beginnings of many great cities, into district schools, into infant colleges and incipient seminaries, the thorough elementary discipline, the character training, the Bible study, under which they had been formed. A flood tide of population swept in, but these fortresses set by woman's hand have stood fast in schools and churches, mighty strongholds for right to the present day. Doubtless that pitiless New England conscience became sometimes morbid. We are no longer troubled with such. Doubtless there was suffering in many tender souls over the inscrutable decrees of predestination. But they fled to no nunneries, and though they wrestled all night till the breaking of the day, there was for them the blessing of Peniel. Not quite yet from the present generation has faded one picture set like a portrait by the old masters in the background of childhood's memories. The image of some saintly grandmother whose hands were never idle, whose capability put to shame the results of modern schools, and whose love flowed inexhaustible around old and young. Set apart by a sweet and courtly dignity, wearing with her silver locks the halo of peace, poring day by day over the familiar Testament and Psalms, at length she was not, for God took her. Such as she, Pilgrim or Puritan blood in her veins, trained the sons and daughters who largely have made in our land its sacred homes, its widespread education, its far-reaching benevolences, its gospel ministrations, to the ends of the earth. End of Section 5. Read by Missy Morgan in Eagle Mountain, Utah, on February 5th, 2025.
Section 6 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. Chapter 7, The Women of the American Revolution, by Mrs. Elroy M. Avery. It has begun. No need to tell the eager listeners the meaning of those words, for the year was 1775, the day April 19th, and the speaker a messenger from Lexington, herald of battle, fate, and fear. As sped the fiery cross of Roderick Dhu, so sped the tidings of that pregnant hour from lip to lip, from heart to heart, for in every village and at every farmyard gate sounded the Lexington alarm. Ere the last gun had been fired on Concord Green, church bells in many a pleasant town were calling the devout to action, as the pulpits below had been calling them for many a year. Each messenger was another Cadmus. Armed men sprang up on every side as he sowed his tidings, and from the gray sire, whose trembling hand could scarcely buckle on his brand, to the raw boy, whose shaft and bow were yet scarce terror to the crow, each valley, each sequestered glen, mustered its little horde of men. Ere the sun sank in the west, Massachusetts, New England, America were closing around the city. The siege of Boston and the War of the American Independence had begun. Leave untended the herd, the flock without shelter. Leave the corpse uninterred, the bride at the altar, was the spirit of the times. But mothers took up the hoe the fathers laid down, and the girls drove home the cows that the boys forsook for battle, and wives equipped their husbands for the most sublime struggle the world had ever seen, and from every fireside woman set forth with her blessing and prayer the Minutemen of the Revolution, who carried a bayonet that thought and whose musket loaded with principle brought down not a man but a system. The women sought not honors afield, they served not their country in town meeting or legislative hall, but they brought up their children to love honor more than life, liberty more than fame, and to believe that the right will prevail. They spun not only wool, but wisdom, not only linen fiber, but noble thoughts. With their great brown looms, they wove the homespun to protect their sons while working in the dismal trench out in the midnight air, but taught them that there is no better breastplate than a heart untainted. Thrice is he armed that hath his quarrel just. On this eventful day, woman took her rightful place in the great conflict. Remember Captain Miles, who went to battle as he went to church? Remember Isaac Davis, who, making way for his countrymen like Arnold Winkelried at Sempach, fell dead at Concord Bridge? Remember the Minutemen who saved civil liberty in two hemispheres? But do not forget Mrs. Barrett, whose wit and energy contributed to the great cause, or the widow Brown, who counted not the cost when her country called. Forget not Mrs. Wood, or Hannah Burns, or the other faithful matrons of Concord, who at the outset proved that the women of New England are entitled to equal reverence with the men. No force of circumstance could have made a Sidney's sister, Pembroke's mother, out of a mere toy, but these women came of heroic stock. The blood of martyrs flowed in their veins. Their mothers had borne noble part in the old French and Indian War, and they started up at the outset, ready armed with self-command and self-sacrifice. From Dedham, every man between ages of 16 and 60 hastened to the front. while the women of the households, led by the ready and efficient Mrs. Draper, prepared long tables by the highway, loaded with bread and cheese and cups of foaming cider, that the patriot who marched might eat. They were refreshed, the Minutemen, who hastened out of Worcester, one way as the news went out the other, which flying over the mountains sent Berkshire to Bunker Hill. In another part of town, Mrs. Pond, as patriotic but not as forehanded, was feeding the weary, hungry men with mush and milk till her last grain of golden dust came bubbling from the huge cauldron. Surely the kneading bowl and the mush kettle furnished ammunition for the war not less potent than powder and ball. When the commander-in-chief called for gifts of pewter and lead, these same women brought forth their precious hoard, their children's porringers, the matrons' platters and pans, loved heirlooms and rich souvenirs, and willing and determined hands fashioned them into bullets. Such was the aid rendered by women in every town, and though history is silent concerning their deeds and their names are found on no military roll, shall we not say that women took their full part in the siege of Boston? As for me, I will work willingly with my hands. There is occasion for all my industry and economy, writes Abigail Adams. I should blush if in any instance the weak passion of my sex should damp the fortitude, the patriotism, and the manly heroism of yours, said Mercy Warren, while another pens these earnest words, I know this, as free I can die but once, but as a slave I shall not be worthy of life. High were the thoughts of the women of the Revolution, steadfast their courage, useful the work of their hands, and well were they skilled in the noble household arts. Here are 5 blankets. What matter how I sleep if the boys are only warm, said Mrs. Parmalee, a Connecticut matron who 5 times equipped her son, the brave young captain of a light horse troop. When the great landowner, the free-handed patroon Van Rensselaer, raised a company among his tenants for the Northern Army, his wife gathered the women around her and prepared suits of thick cloth of their own spinning, and finished off the equipment with long, thick stockings of their own knitting. LaFayette, tarrying a day in the gracious household, received a pair, the memory of which he recalled with grateful heart to his aged hostess when he again became her guest in 1824. In the city of brotherly love, the women sold their trinkets, denied themselves even comforts, plied their needles with zeal, and from the poor colored Mammy Phyllis to rich Mrs. Reed and thrifty Mrs. Bach were animated by one resolve. $7,500 in hard money, 2,200 shirts, and other apparel served to relieve the desperate and suffering army. By such humble, homely heroism was the great cause of liberty sustained. It has been said that life in the field, shorn though it may have been of home comforts, has its poetry, its inspiration, its heroic element for compensation. To do is the great pleasure of life. To suffer and be passive is a sustained effort of self-denial. They also serve who only stand and wait. These bloodless contests, these sleepless nights, these days of agony that fall to woman's lot when she sends forth her dear ones to the tragic chance of war, call for courage as high and fortitude as great as that required for night watches under snowy skies, forced marches without shoes, or confronting shotted guns and glistening bayonets. Yet when occasion called, they could act the part of men. It was a Mrs. Mott who brought to Marion the arrows which should carry the flames to her own loved home, and stood by rejoicing in the benefit secured to her native land, by the surrender of her interest to the public service. Still is the story told how the women of Pepperell and Groton, moved by a deep sense of impending danger and responsibility, in martial array, armed with guns and pitchforks, kept the bridge over the Nassau, fired with a noble determination that no foe to liberty should win the narrow way. When the Tory, Captain Whitting, bearing dispatches from Canada to Boston, rode toward the bridge's head, the dauntless women stopped him and sent him treasonable papers to the Committee of Safety. All know how the prim, demure Quaker Lydia Dara outwitted the British general and saved the Continental Army at White Plains. The ready brain of Mrs. Thomas secured the ammunition afterward used by Sumter at Hanging Rock, while Mrs. Bratton destroyed that confided to her care as the troops of King George were preparing to capture it. So runs the story north and south. The women of the Revolution could make anything from her bonnet up to her destiny, and was ready for any emergency. In New York were His Majesty's regulars and abundance without the poverty-stricken rebel army. It is recorded that the cloth for many a military coat fashioned into a woman's garment was borne past the unsuspecting British sentinel. Boots, a world too wide for delicate feet, thus reached the shoeless patriot. A horseman's helmet has been concealed under the well-arranged hood, and epaulets delivered from the folds of a matron's ample cap. As with heroic courage the women could hold the fort, with housewifely skill throw the shuttle, or with quick wit and prudence furnish the wherewithal to carry on the conflict, so her loving care was felt in many a hospital, and her tender mercy on many a battlefield. Trader Arnold's murdering corps descended on the fair Connecticut coast in 1781, and after the brutal massacre at Fort Griswold left the desperately wounded defenders to a night of distress and anguish such as was scarcely ever passed by mortal. The light of morning brought with it some ministering angels. The first was Miss Fanny Ledyard, niece of the brave commander, who brought chocolate and wine and tenderly waited on the suffering. For these kindnesses she has never ceased to receive my most grateful thanks and fervent prayers for her felicity, writes Stephen Hempstead in 1831. Among the bravest of the brave Continentals who fought at Moore's Creek was Colonel Slocum, but his wife deserves equal reverence. Warned in a dream, she rode 60 miles in the night, alone, cared for the wounded of her husband's command, and rode home again to her child and her common household duties. Yet she was not an Amazon, but a gentle, dignified matron whose noble bearing inspired a most profound respect. Bright young girls caught the spirit of their mothers, and their gaiety and mirth were made to serve the common cause. When the little black-eyed rebel knew that the country boy who was selling apples in the market had brought and concealed about him letters from the husbands and fathers far away, who were fighting for the freedom that they meant to gain or die, she resolutely walked up to the wagon, old and red. "May I have a dozen apples for a kiss?" she boldly said. And then, clinging round his neck, she clasped her fingers white and small, and then whispered, "Quick, the letters! Thrust them underneath my shawl." With the precious news she hastened to seek those who hungered for it. There is nothing worth the doing that it does not pay to try, thought the little black-eyed rebel with a twinkle in her eye. Not daring to show openly her great joy at the glad tidings contained in the letters, the irrepressible maiden put her head up the chimney and gave a great shout for the Continental Army. After the details by which the infant republic was to be crushed had been settled between Arnold and Andre, the British officer found to his dismay that he was obliged to remain that day at the house of one Smith within the American lines. Smith tried to obtain a Continental uniform which had been left in care of Mrs. Beekman, but was unsuccessful because she suspected his fidelity to the cause of liberty. It is possible that the fate of our nation may here have been suspended upon a woman's judgment. In many cases, the foes of the new republic were of the patriot's own household. Think of the anguish of a woman's heart when prayer for her country might involve prayer against her best beloved. How difficult to hope that the right might prevail when it meant misfortune to those whom her life was bound by the tenderest of ties. Mrs. Knox parted with a beloved father to follow the fortunes of her husband and the 13 colonies, and her sacrificing zeal inspired many a fainting heart. While the pious Tory Deacon Stockbridge was at church, his wife spent her Sundays running bullets for her father and brothers, officers in the Continental Army. It is a good day to work for a good cause. We pause before the memory of one noble woman, Mary, the mother of Washington, whose principles and conduct were closely interwoven with the destinies of her son, the inexpressive man whose life expressed so much. To her we owe the careful training in truth, honor, and self-forgetfulness which made him the soldier and statesman rarest unison. With that grave strength so patient and so pure, that mind serene, impenetrably just. Truly, it may be said, Thou gavest us a country, giving him. With the mother, we associate the wife of Washington, who walked with him the difficult path heaven had opened before him. Her presence and submission to privation at Valley Forge strengthened the fortitude of the army. Her simplicity of dress afforded an example to others, and she held her place with equal dignity and discretion at the campfire, or as First Lady of the land. The part taken by women in revolution satisfies the heart as much as it rouses the admiration. They were brave, generous, and devoted, but they rarely forgot the true province of their sex. The standard of behavior was a heroic one. There was a remarkable union of strength and softness, courage and refinement, simplicity and shrewdness. One writes, "We have heard them compared to the heroines of antiquity. Beside their virtues, the vanished glory of the Spartan mother of thieves and the Roman matron of the national banditti is shamed into its true character. The Grecian heroines were required to be savages. The mothers of this republic were Christians. The women of Sparta were taught to repudiate gentleness and to be ashamed of that better part to fulfill which woman was created man's helpmate. The wives and mothers of our revolutionary patriots had been nurtured to cultivate the gentle virtues. The women of Sparta taught their children to condemn those obligations, the foundation of which is doing as you will be done by. The women of the Revolution had guided the infant progress of these grown men, for whom on the battlefield they prayed in the unrepining humility of faith and the earnest agony of trust. In a word, the women of Sparta did but let young demons loose. The mothers of 76, who wept on the shoulders of their sons as they took their leave, prayed that the leisure of the camp and the inevitable evils of war might not unfit them for the duties and usefulness of peace. With Sparta, war and war culture was a business. Peace was an accident. With Christian nations, war is the accident, and Christian mothers strive that its brutal teachings may be guarded against, even while the armor is on, and fully put away when the panoply of war is laid aside. The feeling that animated the women of the Revolution was a deeply religious one. In South Carolina, a band of settlers on their way to a fort was attacked by Indians. Unheeding the bullets that fell around her, one of the women went from man to man, supplying them with powder till the last was gone. Then kneeling down, she prayed the Lord of hosts send his aid. When the settlers had repulsed the savage foe, they sought their brave companion, but she bade them give their thanks to God alone, who had been their shield and buckler, and had directed their balls aright. This is but one illustration of the spirit that animated the noble mothers of that day. The influence of women is woven into the very fabric of our Union. No country seems to owe more to its women than America does, nor to owe them so much of what is best in social institutions and the beliefs that govern conduct, writes Bryce, the author of The American Commonwealth. In this land, freedom, daughter of time and thought, dwells with knowledge. End of section 6.
Section 7 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Autobiographical sketch by Mrs. Ulysses S. Grant. To Mrs. Lydia Hoyt Farmer. My dear madam, I have received both of your letters and have hesitated so long from pure shyness. I hardly know where or how to begin the article you desire. My father, Frederick Dent of Maryland, and my mother, Ellen Renshaw of Pittsburgh, PA, were both of English descent. They were noble, brave, true, and loving, giving their large family, 7 of us, all the advantages of a good home and loving care could give, and all the advantages in education and society that the times could afford in our then far western home. I, the 5th child, have been wonderfully favored by circumstances. Following as I did 4 great boys, of course I was a veritable queen in our household, as I was from the same cause at school and in society, but here in society I owed my happiness to the fact that my parents were social favorites in St. Louis. When 11 years old, I was sent to the then best school in St. Louis, Mr. Philip Mauro's, where I remained until my school days were finished, being then a little past 17. That winter of 43 and 44 was passed with friends, the O'Fallis, in St. Louis, my kind parents consenting to this further separation, thinking it would be both beneficial and agreeable to me. In February of 1844, I returned to my home, Whitehaven, the old farm. Then it was I first met Lieutenant Grant. I will not tell of those 3 winged months. The lieutenant's regiment was ordered south in May. Before he left, he and I had plighted our troth. It is needless to mention what everyone knows, that Dame Nature was most chary of her gifts to me. No single special talent did she bestow, and of personal charms she was simply miserly. I can only remember my abundance of soft brown hair, a fair complexion, and everyone told me my feet and hands were fairy-like. As soon as the army returned from Mexico, Captain Grant and I were married in St. Louis, Missouri. It was hard for me to leave my dear ones at home, but I soon made new friends in the regiment and in Detroit, where we were stationed. In 1852, 4 years after our marriage, Captain Grant's regiment was ordered to California, when I, with my little son, Fred, then a little over 2 years old, and my infant son, Ulysses, born whilst the captain was en route to his destination, returned to my home in Missouri, where I remained until the captain resigned from the army. Then there were 4 or 5 years spent in real pleasure farming. It would fill a volume if I were to tell of our varied experiences and triumphs during this period. We had already removed to Galena 3 before the terrible struggle of the Civil War was begun. I was greatly exercised at this time. I was Southern by all rights, born and reared in a Southern state, and being a slaveholder at the beginning of the war, and a very pronounced Democrat. But that came all right, for when I would coaxingly ask the captain to be a Democrat, he would smile and say, "I cannot." You know, when I received my commission at West Point, I took a solemn oath to support the government and the administration, and that is now Republican. So, since the mountain would not come to me, I went to the mountain. The 4 years of war spent mostly in the field with General Grant, the 4-year residence with him in Washington after the war, the 8 happy years spent with President Grant at the Executive Mansion, the nearly 4 years with him of delightful, I might say of triumphal travel. All of this time, I, his wife, was rested and was warmed in the sunlight of his loyal love and glorious fame, and now, even though his beautiful life has gone out, it is as when some far-off planet disappears from the heavens, the light of his great fame still falls upon and warms me. Julia Dent Grant. End of section 7.
Section 8 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 8. Wives of the Presidents. Editorial. Lady Washington. Before speaking of the ladies of the White House, America must lay her tribute of appreciation at the feet of royal-hearted mother of George Washington. History has painted 2 pictures of this exalted woman. She needs no eulogy but the character of her illustrious son, for history has proved that every great son has possessed a great mother. Unknown, peradventure, unlearned, perchance, in book knowledge, but always great of heart, great of brain, and great of soul, the mother of George Washington lives in the memory of her gift to this nation of the father of his country. 2 scenes sketch with vivid lines the royal woman and the mother queen. Cornwallis had surrendered. The War of the Revolution was at length ended. 2 gentlemen might have been seen approaching a quaint old garden in the city of Fredericksburg. An old lady was working among her autumn flowers. As the gentleman entered the gate, dressed appropriately for her homely duty, in plain gown and unpretending sunbonnet, she paused in her rural occupation to note the approach of her guests. Recognizing the face of her son, whom she had not seen for 6 years, she hastened with courteous grace to receive them. With stately apology to the companion of her son, she exclaimed with the true dignity of an inborn lady, "I have not seen my dear son for years, and I would not pay you, Marquis, so poor a compliment as to stop to change my dress." Thus Lady Washington received General Washington and the Marquis de Lafayette. When Lafayette spoke to her of the admiration bestowed upon her illustrious son, she replied with sereneness and simplicity, "I am not surprised at what George has done, for he was always a good boy." The other picture presents Lady Washington in rich and becoming attire, as she enters the festive hall on the arm of her famous son at an imposing reception given by the inhabitants of Fredericksburg to the victorious Washington. Her appearance was so dignified, her bearing so courtly, her manners so refined, and her speech so affable that the foreign officers present exclaimed in admiring amazement, "If such are the matrons in America, well may the country boast of illustrious sons." By the side of the stately mother of George Washington, America should place one other mother in grateful remembrance. "All I am I owe to my mother," so said the most typical American, Abraham Lincoln. Mrs. Nancy Hanks Lincoln. Nancy Hanks Lincoln, in her log cabin on the western frontier, presents a very different picture from Lady Washington in the Fredericksburg ballroom. But in that lonely, comfortless cabin, shown as pure a soul and courageous a heart, and noble a type of American womanhood. Had Nancy Hanks been less than the woman she was, Abraham Lincoln would have been bereft of his priceless legacy of mind and character. Behold Lady Washington in her rich and becoming reception robes, and Nancy Hanks in her poor garments, in a cabin with only openings for doors and windows through which the winter snows could force entrance even to lay their cold coverings upon her rude bed of straw, with no library but her Bible, no companionship but her unlearned and careless husband, and half-clad, half-fed children, yet the sad eyes inspired by unflinching faith and the patient face stamped by dauntless heroisms so impressed themselves indelibly upon the memory and heart of her son that though she left him motherless at 10 years of age, his noble tribute to that self-sacrificing mother, when all the world were rendering him honor, was the eloquent and thrilling memorial, "All I am I owe to my mother." As Abraham Lincoln, called the savior of his country, stands forever by the side of George Washington, the father of his country, on the page of American history, so side by side together will forever be held in memory by a grateful nation, Lady Washington and Nancy Hanks Lincoln. O men of America, what a testimony from our greatest modern American, aye, the greatest of all our heroes, and how many more could re-echo his words if called upon for testimony. And you, the mothers of our great ones, and of all the leal-hearted and brave, such a message as this to you is a thrill of joy. She it was who, in 10 short years of his infant life, so molded his character, purified his ambition, made his aims and him all he was to us and to the race, that in his after days, amid all his checkered life, she still remained his guiding angel, the star of his proud destiny, until the assassin's bullet set him free to rejoin the mother to whom he owed so much. Mrs. George Washington. Mrs. Burton Harrison, in an article in the Century magazine, thus pictures Mrs. Martha Washington at her Mount Vernon home. A mob cap covering her gray hair, a key basket in hand, the wife of Washington must have offered a pleasant picture of the days when the housekeepers were not ashamed to weigh their own supplies, and butchers' books and lounging grocers' boys were not. In their stead were seen the black cook and her myrmidons, smiling, goggling, curtsying, holding their wooden pails and piggins to receive the day's allowance. If there were a sugar loaf to crack, a tall glittering monument like an aiguille of the Alps emerging stainless from its dark blue wrapper, it was the mistress of the house who brought her strength to bear upon it. If there were whips and floating islands and jellies to compound and to tie down, the preserves was no small piece of work. The rites of the storeroom at end, it was Mrs. Washington's practice to retire to her closet, for the exercise of private devotions, however onerous, was accepted as naturally by generations of Southern housewives as it was the responsibility for their own flesh and blood. This business of reception went on intermittently during the morning hours, but it is not to be supposed that Madam Washington sat with idle hands the while. Scattered about the room were black women engaged at work that must be overlooked, Flavia cutting out innumerable garments of domestic cotton for quarter use, Sylvia at her seam, Myrtilla at her wheel, not to mention the small dark creatures with wool betwigged, perch upon crickets round about the hearth, learning to sew, to mend, to darn, with old Miss for teacher. During the late war, Mrs. Washington's boast had been that she had kept as many as 16 wheels at a time whirring on the plantation. A favorite gown had been woven by her maids of cotton striped with silk, procured by raveling the general's discarded stockings, and enlivened by a line of crimson from some worn-out chair covers of satin damask. In the intervals, Madame was at leisure to chat with her guests about patterns, chickens, smallpox, husband, and such like. The management of children was also a fruitful theme. In the afternoon, their custom was to take a discreet walk in the shrubbery. At the right time of the year, they would gather rose leaves to fill the muslin bags that lay in every drawer, on every shelf, or sprays of honesty, they called it silver shilling, to deck the vases on the parlor mantelpiece. After reading a bit out of the Tatler, the sentimental magazine, or the letters of Lady Montague, they would take their 40 winks, the beauty sleep of a woman Southern born. Everybody looked forward to the evening when the general sat with them. This was the children's hour, when, by the uncertain twinkle of homemade candles lighting but dimly the great salon, while their elders turned trumps around the card tables, the young people were called upon to show their steps, to strum their pieces, to sing their quavering little songs. Mrs. Washington, as lady of the executive mansion, as wife of our first president, has thereby obtained a position of unequaled prominence among our American women of history. But though, as Mrs. Harriet Taylor Upton says in her Our Early Presidents, Mrs. Washington took her place as First Lady of the land and held her full-dress levees like a queen, where the president always received at her side. Mrs. Washington much preferred the seclusion of her Mount Vernon home. She is said to have been statuesque, stately, and to have shown a wonderful discretion in all things, to have been absolutely colorless as a social leader, and a woman of affairs and permitting no political discussions in her presence. Aside from the honor which America owes to Martha Washington, on account of her official position as the honored wife of the revered father of his country, America should also recognize her obligation to Martha Washington herself personally, irrespective of the reflected glory naturally falling upon her from her illustrious husband. In that, Mrs. Washington, immediately after her husband's death, learning from his will that the only obstacles to the immediate emancipation of their slaves was her right of dower, straightway relinquished that right, and the slaves were at once emancipated. Perhaps the name of no woman in history has ever received greater homage than the name of Martha Washington, and though her individual character and mental acquirements would never have achieved for herself this worldwide renown, that she was chosen to fill the place by the side of our great George Washington during his preeminently distinguished career, and that she lies by his side in that tomb, consecrated to the memory of the noblest figure that ever stood in the forefront of a nation's life, has given Martha Washington an immortal place in American history. As the restoration of Mount Vernon has been the loving and patriotic work of American women, it is appropriate that mention of it should find a place here. Mrs. Lucy Page Stell thus writes in a recent article upon Mount Vernon. In 1833, Dr. Andrew Reed, an English philanthropist, wrote an eulogy at the grave of Washington. At the same time, he asked the question, how could the people suffer Mount Vernon to pass into ruin? Surely it is a thing impossible. The answer to this important national query was given some years afterwards when Miss Pamela Cunningham, under the nom de plume of the Southern Matron, made her eloquent appeals, calling forth a widespread response throughout the Union. She was deeply impressed with the idea that the care of the house and the tomb of Washington should be confided to the women of America. With the notable assistance of Edward Everett, Miss Cunningham, though an invalid, organized this national work, and that it has been successfully carried out mainly by women, the restored and perfect condition of Mount Vernon as it appears now is abundant proof. To visit Mount Vernon in its present restored beauty is like turning the leaves backward to one of the fairest pages of our national history, a page from which the tears and scars of Valley Forge, Morristown, and Newport have all been obliterated, and only the serene picture of its beauty and poetry remains, the beauty of quaint historic times, for there the air seems full of the benediction of peace, and the memory of him who left the impress of his individuality upon the home of his heart, as he has left the stamp of his greatness upon the national heart. Every visitor to this renowned spot must feel a profound sense of gratitude to the women of America, whose work it has been to rescue from ruin this place sacred with memories of Washington, consecrated by its wealth of historic memorials, where every American treads with reverent step. Mrs. John Adams. Mrs. Harriet Taylor Upton has collected such interesting facts regarding Mrs. John Adams in her book on Our Early Presidents that we cannot better picture the wife of our second president than to cull from those pages. Great was the contrast in the manner of living between the families of George Washington and that of John Adams. Young Mrs. Washington came to Mount Vernon the mistress of a fortune and from a home where luxury had prevailed. Little that savored of rank and the mother country attended upon the Adams household. The Adamses of the earlier colonial days were respectable, but in no way distinguished. Though 8 generations preceded him on American soil, it is John, the child of the little red house on the country road, that is always spoken of as the first Adams. Historical interest begins with him. However, at 30, young Adams was not yet a signer of the Declaration of Independence, member of Congress, minister to Great Britain, President of the United States, and when he proposed for the hand of Miss Abigail Smith of Weymouth, he was considered most presumptuous, and when she accepted him, she was severely criticized by townspeople generally as not taking her equal. Was she not a descendant of the Quinceys? Was not her father the minister? Public opinion, however, did not change Miss Abigail's mind, and when in October of 1764 she became Mrs. Adams, her father preached a sermon which had some bearing upon the spirit of gossip among his parishioners. This was his text: "For John came neither eating bread nor drinking wine, and ye say he hath a devil." As time went on, this particular John failed to manifest any signs of having a devil. Instead, he began to lead public opinion in all his section of the country, and the Congregational minister grew fond of his son-in-law. The published letters of the John Adams family, the most interesting epistolary writing of the period, strike one by their quaint formality. The mother, no matter how long the father was absent, addresses him as "my dearest friend." And instead of relating at any length the sayings and doings of their little family, she discusses the political situation through many pages. The little daughter, Miss Abigail, in a stately way, requests her mother to convey her duty to her father. When the first gun of the Revolution was fired in 1775, the little Adams children were with their mothers at Braintree, afterwards called Quincy. They had been living in Boston, but the British occupancy of the city had driven them out. Mr. Adams was in Congress, which was in session at Philadelphia. That was his post of duty, and the best he could do for his family was to write home to his wife to fly to the woods with the children, should British attack them. While the lightnings of debate flashed blindingly in the halls where John Adams was the most ardent and determined rebel of the indignant little crowd of patriots, the thunder of actual battle was raging around Mrs. Adams' humble door. She had but to climb Penn's Hill to see, literally, American liberty in the process of making. One hot, clear June day, clambering up near the summit, the little John Quincy and Abigail at her side, she looked across the bay and saw Charleston burn and the lurid smoke of Bunker Hill. Mrs. Adams wrote describing the scene: "The battle began upon our entrenchments upon Bunker Hill Saturday morning about 3 o'clock, and has not ceased yet. It is now 3 o'clock Sabbath afternoon. Charleston is laid in ashes. It is expected they will come over the neck tonight, and a dreadful battle must ensue. How many have followed we know not. The constant war of the canyon is so distressing that we cannot eat, drink, or sleep. My bursting heart must find vent at my pen. On a bleak March day, they again climbed the hill and witnessed the storming of Dorchester Heights. This time, Mrs. Adams says, I have just returned from Penn's Hill, where I have been sitting to hear the amazing roar of cannon, and from whence I could see every shell that was thrown. I went to bed about 12 and rose again a little after 1. I could no more sleep than if I had been in the engagement. The rattling of the windows, the jar of the house, the continued roar of the 24-pounders, and the bursting of shells. About 6 this morning there was quiet. I rejoiced in a few hours' calm. I hear we got possession of Dorchester Hill last night. When the British evacuated Boston, the Adams family was on the hilltop as usual and saw the fleet of 170 sails drop down the harbor. Mrs. Adams does not think the fight is over, but she is convinced of her countrymen's pluck and hopes the British will have to pay Bunker Hill price for every foot of American soil they get to themselves. These scenes remain vivid in the minds of Adams' children throughout life. During the Revolution, they lived in the most frugal way. Often, on account of the blockade and the patrolling of the country roads by the British horsemen, or because there were none to go about and deliver food, they were denied even sufficient to safely subsist upon. Once they were 4 months without flour, and in one of Mrs. Adams' letters she says, We shall soon have no coffee nor sugar nor pepper, but we will be content with whortleberries and milk. She adds, however, I cannot wear leather if I go barefoot, and begs for some black calamanco for shoes, and more than once cries out for pins, not one pin to be purchased for love or money, and we find her forwarding stately thanks to some gallant acquaintance of Mr. Adams who has sent her a bundle of pins. Mrs. Adams, though physically she might be so delicate that she could not wear leather, was a woman of Spartan soul, a patriot mate for her husband, and the pair trained their sons in love for their country. The spirit of resistance to tyranny permeated the air the household breathed. The little boys, taught to write in their pinafore days, indited epistles of patriotism to their father in Congress, addressing him as Sir. Every night after the Lord's Prayer said in bed, Mrs. Adams taught the young John Quincy to repeat Collins's patriotic ode, which begins, How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed. This brave little Adams brood felt it no strange or dread thing to lose their lives or endure hardships or take risks in their country's time of trouble. Little John Quincy Adams was installed to be the post rider of the house, setting off whenever bidden to go to and fro on horseback between Boston and Braintree, 11 miles each way, with chances of capture or death all along. Not 9 years old was he then. Abigail was the eldest of John Adams' children. It is said that in looks she resembled her father in his youth. Her mother, writing of her to Mr. Adams, says, Your daughter, your image, your superscription. Among the accomplishments of those days was letter writing, and Abigail and her friends wrote very carefully worded epistles during the week and carried them to church on Sunday and exchanged with one another. These letters were wholly unlike little girls' letters of our time. They were small essays filled with religious sentiments. She learned economy in its strictest sense, such as very few people now practice. As her mother's handmaiden and companion, she daily saw forethought and saving brought into practice. She saw money carefully counted and apportioned, one intended purchase after another abandoned until only the fewest and the really indispensable things were bought. She remembered when it took 12 continental dollars to buy a pound of butter, 20 to buy a yard of linen, and 20 to buy a gallon of molasses. At 7, John had been reading Rollin's Ancient History aloud to his mother, and was also hard at work on the Latin language. His father wrote at that period from Congress, I hope to hear a good account of his accedents and nomenclature when I return. He often urged Mrs. Adams to pay particular attention to the children's French. He says, I wish I understood French as well as you. I feel the want of education every day, particularly of that language. I pray, my dear, that you will not suffer your sons or daughter ever to feel a similar pain. It is in your power to teach them French, and I every day see more and more that it will become a necessary accomplishment of an American gentleman or lady. In the spring of 1778, Congress sent Mr. Adams over to France to reinforce Dr. Franklin there as joint commissioner. He took with him his eldest son. Master J.Q. was only 10, but as we know, had always been a great reader, and his mind and character had developed beyond the ordinary growth of boys his age and time. Mrs. Adams read their letters from sunny France and answered them amid the thousand cares and harassments of a farmeress, as Mr. Adams sometimes called her. Farm labor was $8 a day. She was paying $40 a yard for calico, $4 a pound for sugar, all food in proportion, and she writes to Mr. Adams that she supplies her own family sparingly. She says, "I scarcely know the look or taste of biscuit or flour for this 4 months." Families all through New England section were fed as sparingly. The prospects of the Continental Army and the infant nation were dark, dark. She looks out from her bleak windows in Braintree upon mountains of snow and a winter hurricane, isolated from all but her children and her domestics, and sighs. How insupportable the idea that 3,000 miles and a vast ocean now divide us. Then adds, "Difficult as the day is, cruel as the war has been, separated as I am on account of it, from the dearest connection in life, I would not exchange my country for the wealth of the Indies, or be any other than an American, though I might be queen or empress of any nation upon the globe." The affairs of America required the continued presence of Mr. Adams in Europe. Mrs. Adams and her children joined him there in 1784. This was a great event for the Adams young people, especially Miss Abigail, then 18. The Massachusetts girl looked on at the fairy tale French life, in which she presently found herself involved, with a very critical eye. She notes in her diary, "This people are more attentive to their amusements than anything else, that no one in Europe is fearful of asking a remembrance, otherwise a tip, is astonished when she finds a house that is elegant and neat at the same time, speaks of a French gentleman as an agreeable man who has been in America and was perhaps improved, feels our repugnance to dining off silver and gold dishes which she cannot like as well as china, admires the softness and affability of French ease, criticizes those ladies who by an exuberance of sprightliness and wit slip from the path of being perfectly agreeable, notes that Madame de LaFayette does not like French ladies and prefers Americans, that it will not do to see any dancing after that at the opera, which exceeds everything in the world, criticizes women with grace who lack dignity. Grace, she says, depends upon the person, actions, and manners. Dignity is placed in the mind. In short, she distrusts the nature of a French lady, while she admires her manner and agrees with the gentleman who said that he preferred an English lady who had acquired the graces of French manners. These comments from a young girl of 18 revealed the discerning mind of Abigail Adams. Mrs. Adams was constantly watchful regarding the education of her sons also, when it was remarked that the youngest son, Thomas, had lost somewhat of his jollity and rosiness from the hard study. His mother writes, "He who dies with studying dies in a good cause, and may go to another world much better calculated to improve his talents than if he had died a blockhead." Thomas, however, did not die, but lived to an old age, thanking his mother doubtless for making him apply himself in his youth. During the last year of Mr. Adams's administration, the city of Washington became the seat of government. Mrs. Adams found the White House, though upon a grand and superb scale requiring about 30 servants, to be cold and cheerless after her more modest home, but she writes to her daughter, "If they will put me up some bells and let me have wood enough to keep fires, I design to be pleased. Surrounded with forests, can you believe that wood is not to be had because people cannot be had to cut and cart it? Not a single room was finished. The principal stairs were not up, and Mondays the White House washing was hung to dry in the great East Room." After Mr. Adams' term as president expired, The patriotic pair, who had sacrificed so much of their home life in the interests of their country, retired with great content to their quiet home, where they enjoyed for nearly 18 years the simplest pleasures of rural life. After Mrs. Adams' death in 1818, the aged ex-president, writing to his granddaughter, said of his wife, "She never by word or look discouraged me from running all hazards for the salvation of my country's liberty. She was willing to share with me, and that her children should share with us both in all the dangerous consequences we had to hazard." Mrs. Adams lived to see her eldest son, John Quincy Adams, Secretary of the State under President Monroe, and Mr. Adams lived to see that same son President of the United States. Mrs. James Madison. As Thomas Jefferson was a widower at the time of his inauguration as president, and both his daughters being then married, Mrs. Dolly Madison, wife of his Secretary of State, presided on most state occasions as Lady of the White House. Mr. Jefferson's eldest daughter, Martha Jefferson Randolph, though very brilliant in conversation and graceful in social gatherings, was also very domestic, and being the mother of 12 children, 6 of whom were daughters, and all of these daughters being entirely educated by their mother, Mrs. Randolph was only at the White House during the winters of 1802 and 1803. Mrs. Dolly Madison achieved a more popular position in social life than any other president's wife, excepting Mrs. Grover Cleveland. Mrs. Madison was not intellectual, though possessed of a rare tact, which added to great sprightliness of mind and unbounded good nature, and quick perceptions made up in social gatherings at least for a somewhat meager education and disinclination for instructive reading. Like all the cultured ladies of her time, she was a delightful letter writer, and though as literary efforts they fell far short of the eminent mental force of the letters of Mrs. John Adams, the letters of Dolly Madison were always welcome for their bright cheeriness and unselfish kindliness of tone. But pretty Mistress Dolly Madison has left behind her a fame founded upon something more enduring than personal loveliness, social prestige, and winning graces, commendable as those may be. To her, America owes the heroic deed of saving many of the government papers, foremost among which was the immortal Declaration of Independence, and also the renowned portrait of George Washington. When the city of Washington was invaded by the British and the Capitol, White House, and many other buildings were partially consumed by the flames lighted by the torches of the invading army, Mrs. Madison thus describes these incidents in a letter to her sister Anna. Tuesday, August 23, 1814. Dear Sister, my husband left me yesterday morning to join General Winder. He inquired anxiously whether I had courage and firmness to remain in the President's house until his return on the morrow or succeeding day, and on my assurance that I had no fear but for him and the success of our army, he left, beseeching me to take care of myself and of the cabinet papers, public and private. I have since received 2 dispatches from him written with a pencil, the last alarming, because he desires I should be ready at a moment's warning to enter my carriage and leave the city, that the enemy seems stronger than it had first been reported, and it might happen that they would reach the city with the intention of destroying it. I am accordingly ready. I have pressed as many cabinet papers into trunks as to fill one carriage. Our private property must be sacrificed, as it is impossible to procure wagons for its transportation. I am determined not to go myself until I see Mr. Madison safe, so that he can accompany me, as I hear of much hostility towards him. Disaffection stalks around us. My friends and acquaintances are all gone, even Colonel C. with his 100 who were stationed as guard in this enclosure. French John, a faithful servant, with his usual activity and resolution, offers to spike the cannon at the gate and lay a train of powder which will blow up the British should they enter the house. To the last proposition I positively object, without being able to make him understand why all advantages in war may not be taken. Wednesday morning, 12 o'clock. Since sunrise, I have been turning my spyglass in every direction and watching with unwearied anxiety, hoping to discover the approach of my dear husband and his friends. But alas, I can descry only groups of military wandering in all directions, as if there was a lack of arms or of spirit to fight for their own firesides. 3 o'clock. Will you believe it, my sister? We have had a battle or skirmish near Bladensburg, and here I am still within sound of the cannon. Mr. Madison comes not. May God protect us. 2 messengers covered with dust come to bid me fly, but here I mean to wait for him. At this late hour a wagon has been procured, and I have had it filled with plate and the most valuable portable articles belonging to the house. Whether it will reach its destination, the Bank of Maryland, or fall into the hands of British soldiery, events must determine. Our kind friend Mr. Carroll has come to hasten my departure, and is in a very bad humor with me, because I insist on waiting until the large picture of General Washington is secured, and it requires to be unscrewed from the wall. This process was found too tedious for these perilous moments. I have ordered the frame to be broken and the canvas taken out. It is done, and the precious portrait placed in the hands of 2 gentlemen of New York for safekeeping. And now, dear sister, I must leave this house, or the retreating army will make me a prisoner in it by filling up the road I am directed to take. When I shall again write to you, or where I may be tomorrow, I cannot tell. Dolly. And so Mistress Dolly, as brave a patriot in danger as the more intellectual Mrs. Adams, on this heroic plane of patriotism, beauty and brains, social tact, and stern, well-trained intellect are all marshaled under one overpowering motive of love of country. And Mistress Dolly and Abigail Adams, the one in the thunderous roar of revolution and the other in the threatening tumult of the War of 1812, stand as sister spirits, brave to dare and strong to endure. Not in an open baroque, with rosy cheeks peeping forth from quiet Quaker garb, and blue eyes flashing with joyous happiness, restful in the glad trust of a woman's loving heart, anchored in safety, in the strong character and noble nature of the man beside her, whose honored name she is soon to receive as her own at the marriage altar, whither the pair are going. Not in this joyous fashion does Dolly Madison, mistress of the White House, alas, mistress there no longer, through British invasion, ride now as in bygone days rode the pretty widow Dolly Todd, about to become the honored wife of James Madison. For now, behold, this dauntless Dolly must fly with cumbered carriage, carrying priceless papers, fleeing from flames behind towards dangers yet unknown, but giving premonition of their threatening presence by sullen cannon roar, and made more nearly visible by rushing crowds of retreating soldiers, bearing the blue of the infant republic. Sundry swiftly speeding conveyances containing frightened refugees rush by, and cannons roar and startled cries and dire confusions run riot, and anon are glimpses of bursting flames in the city behind, where Admiral Cockburn gained not to be envied notoriety for dining amidst his band of lawless men in apartments close to the burning White House, that he might carry out his threat that he would dine by the light of the president's burning palace. Amidst all of these dreadful disasters, a furious thunderstorm overwhelmed the flying Dolly, not to the discomfiture of her brave heart, however, for though the lightnings mingled with the distant flames and thunders roared a terrific accompaniment to cannonade of hostile batteries, the trees fell crashing to the ground, and black darkness of storm and midnight enveloped her with impenetrable shroud. Yet the dauntless Dolly wavered not, was not overcome. Yea, though still more she must encounter, this last assault more cruel, because coming from the hands of supposed friends, those whom she had feasted but the week before at her own table. Having pushed on through all these countless obstacles, which pressed upon her with relentless fury, she at length reached the door of the designated house where Mrs. Madison had been directed to await the coming of the president. This late social queen, to whose smiles all heretofore had bowed in admiring homage, now found the door of this only refuge shut in her very face. Admittance denied her by refugees from the capital, who but 1 short week before had courted her pleasure with servile obeisance. Now, angrily denouncing herself and the president, they bar the door to the entrance of the president's wife, and only after she had suffered unprotected from the storm in the black darkness for hours did some relent enough to remember the brutality of such treatment to a woman, and insist that the storm-tossed Dolly, still heroic even under this outrageous perfidy in those upon whom she had heaped favors, should receive the shelter which common humanity would have offered to any houseless one. Brave Dolly Madison, more a queen in right of your heroic womanhood, in that hour of direful disaster, risking your life to guard sacred mementos of your country, storm-tossed and buffeted by enemies' assault, and insulted by the treachery of perfidious friends, yet more a royal queen, you stand there in that tempest and crucial trial of your inconquerable heroism than when you held your social court with imposing splendor and received the adulation of the world. Dolly Madison in the salon was a charming, fascinating picture, but Dolly Madison standing lion-hearted amidst the accumulating calamities crowding upon her with their furious onslaught of shot and shell, lightnings and tempests, darkness and desertion, false friends and fierce enemies, rises to the terrible situation with magnificent sublimity of character, and writes her name far above all social queens, even among the shining glories of the rank gained by truly royal deeds. Mrs. James Monroe. The most fitting picture of Mrs. James Monroe to place in this national souvenir is strangely enough a picture with a French, not American background. And yet, in the person of the wife of the American ambassador, America was paying back a part of the debt of gratitude which our country owed to the heroic wife of Marquis de Lafayette. It was during the French Revolution. Lafayette had been taken prisoner by the Austrians and was thrown into the dungeon at Olmutz. Madame Lafayette was also a prisoner at La Force. The time had already been set for the execution of Madame Lafayette. The American minister, Mr. Monroe, and his wife sympathized deeply with the unfortunate Lafayette and his afflicted family. Recognizing the important position held by the foreign ministers of the American Republic, Mr. Monroe felt convinced that an outward demonstration of his consideration for the Lafayette family would either result in a mitigation of the sentence hanging over their heroic prisoner, or hasten her final end. Weighing well the awful consequences which might follow his open espousal of the cause of the condemned Marchioness, he at length determined to risk the effort, and he consulted Mrs. Monroe regarding the plan. Deeply sympathizing with his chivalrous purpose, Mrs. Monroe, knowing full well the dangers and difficulties before her, calmly assured her husband of her ability to control her words and her emotions, and readily consented to make a public call upon the prisoner, hoping that this marked interest taken in the unfortunate Marchioness by one in their official position might have due weight in aiding the cause of their agonized friend. Taking care that all outward emblems of ministerial rank should not be wanting to make her visit to the prison the more impressive, the carriage of the American minister halted before the dismal prison, much to the astonishment of the bewildered keeper. Mrs. Monroe, with stately dignity and calm demeanor, alighted with imposing manner, and made known to the jailer her errand, which was to make a call upon the Marquess de Lafayette. Surprised by this unlooked-for occurrence, the prison official conducted Mrs. Monroe to the reception room while he retired to make known to the proper authorities this strange request. Left alone for a few moments, Mrs. Monroe's assumed indifference gave place to a very natural quick beating of the heart and anxious suspense as she listened to the tread of the jailer, the unbarring of the heavy doors, and the clang of chains, and the portentous sounds of the sliding of ponderous bolts and other blood-curdling prison noises. Long seemed the moments ere the heavy steps drew nearer, and she had just time to rally her fainting heart and to once again gain self-control, when the immense door swung open, and before her stood, or rather knelt, her poor emaciated friend, too weak and too terrified to articulate her joy. Heroic Madame Lafayette! All day she had been expecting the fatal summons to prepare for execution, and when the dread silence of her dungeon was disturbed by the approach of the gendarmes, her last hope was relinquished. But instead of that awful doom, she who had in years past given her heart's idol to the cause of American liberty, now finds the angel of her deliverance in the form of her American friend, though she could not yet know the momentous import of that God-given visit. The presence of the sentinels precluded all conversation, and both ladies were too cautious to risk a careless word. No spoken language was needed to express their fond interchange of sympathy and gratitude. France, through Madame Lafayette, had aided America, and now America, through Mrs. Monroe, repaid a small part of that unpayable debt. What would be the consequences of this memorable interview, neither could tell, but hope rose again in the heart of the despairing Marchioness, and sympathy shone through the tearful eyes of the Republic's representative, personified by this self-sacrificing woman, for she realized the tremendous risk both she and her husband ran by this public espousal of one condemned to die by a foreign power. The moments passed in almost speechless soul communing between the two, and Mrs. Monroe, feeling that her mission was ended and that delay would be hazardous, retired with stately dignity, assuring her friend in calmly audible tones, which were intended especially for the listening sentinels, that she would again call upon her on the following morning, and casting a lingering look of love upon the afflicted prisoner, which, quickly interpreted by the Marchioness, sent a thrill of hope to her anguished heart, Mrs. Monroe withdrew from the prison and hastened to report the success of her diplomatic and unselfish errand. The result was as Mr. Monroe had hoped. The unexpected visit of the wife of an American minister changed the purpose of the prison officials, who had already decided upon the long-delayed execution of Madame Lafayette, and that very afternoon she was to have been beheaded. Recognizing the prestige of the young republic, the men then in power in France dared not sacrifice a lady in whose welfare the American minister had displayed such particular interest, and so, from motives of self-interest, the sentence for the execution of Madame Lafayette was remanded, and the Marquise de Lafayette was liberated the next morning, greatly to the surprise of everyone but the suffering prisoner and her American friends. This noble deed of Mrs. Monroe crowns her with a brighter fame than even to have borne the honor of First Lady of her native land, and though she graced the White House with courtly manners and dignified presence, she cast a greater glory on her country when she stood in that French prison as a representative of her country's debt to the heroic wife of the Knight of Liberty, than by imposing ceremonies when mistress of the Executive Mansion. Mrs. John Quincy Adams. Mrs. John Quincy Adams was the sixth in the succession of occupants of the Executive Mansion, and with her closed the list of the ladies of the Revolution. Mrs. Harriet Taylor Upton gives us this glimpse of Mrs. John Quincy Adams. The family at the White House during the John Quincy Adams administration was ideally rounded and complete. There were wooings and weddings, baby life and christening, and nursery frolics, long, old-fashioned visits from relatives, quiet fireside hours when the president read aloud and Mrs. Adams wrote poems and sang to her harp and translated Plato with her sons. Mrs. Adams was perhaps the most scholarly of the women who had presided at the White House. We may well suppose that the polished Mr. John Quincy Adams, who complained of the Boston belles that too many of them were like a beautiful apple that is insipid to the taste, had taken some care to fall in love with a young person of mind and culture. This presidential family has always been in official life, and we can understand the pleasure of home and any liberty whatever to pursue their personal tastes and inclinations would be looked upon by them all as privilege and luxury. Mr. Adams had gone abroad when only 14 years of age as private secretary with our minister to Russia, and Mrs. Adams at the time of her marriage belonged to one of the families of the American Embassy in London, and there followed ministerial residences in Berlin and St. Petersburg and London. They returned to America welcoming the prospect of Republican forms of society and a more individual life, both for themselves and their children. Although in the opinion of the time, Mrs. Adams' receptions were marvels of elegance, ours were kept at the weekly drawing rooms, which would have suited the farm at Quincy. Guests might arrive at 8, but at 10 the lights were out in the White House parlors. Mrs. John Quincy Adams' personal career was not marked by the heroic manifestations of character displayed by her husband's illustrious mother, but the times were not fraught with such stirring events, and the second Mrs. Adams in the White House was gracefully equal to all the social demands upon her, and her strong intellectual taste rendered their congenial companion to her distinguished husband. Both Mrs. Andrew Jackson and Mrs. Martin Van Buren died before the ascension of their husbands to the office of president, although Mrs. Andrew Jackson lived to see her husband elected, but died before his inauguration. Mrs. William Henry Harrison never became an intimate of the White House, President Harrison having died 1 month after his inauguration. one tribute to the Christian character of Mrs. Harrison must be cited. In 1840, during the presidential canvass, a delegation of politicians visited North Bend on the Sabbath. General Harrison met them near his residence and, extending his hand, said, "Gentlemen, I should be most happy to welcome you on any other day, but if I have no regard for religion myself, I have too much respect for the religion of my wife to encourage the violation of the Christian Sabbath." Mrs. John Tyler. Concerning the first wife of John Tyler, 10th President of the United States, it will be sufficient testimony to the worth of her character and the illustrious place due her among the wives of our presidents to quote from the letters of her son, Major John Tyler, whose tribute to his remarkable mother is more befitting than any other comment. It not only fell to her providence to superintend the domestic economy at home, and to train and educate her children, but to bestow no little attention upon the affairs of the plantation, and to take care of and provide for the Negro families both in sickness and health. As gentle and delicate in person and in health as she always was, she never shrank for a moment from these complicated, exacting, and often harassing duties and responsibilities. Her native benevolence and active generosity, combined with her high moral and intellectual training and high sense of conjugal fidelity, impelled and sustained her unflinchingly in the resolute purpose of sustaining her husband in the field of his arduous labors for the benefit of the people, so that he should not sink through poverty, nor be compelled to abdicate the glorious career before him by the stern requirements of his domestic affairs. It was never the habit of our family during my mother's life to make a to-do about anything personal to ourselves, and noisy, fussy, and arrogant assumption and pretension were always regarded by us as alike indecorous, opposed to good taste, and violative of self-respect. We have generally considered it best to leave to others to speak our merits while living, and to assign to their proper place the virtuous memories of our dead. Neither my mother nor my father would ever permit in the family the slightest expression of ancestral pride, though seditious in impressing upon the minds of all around them the more elevated sentiments and noble actions of their progenitors, seeking, as it were, to sanctify through the aid and quality of veneration the recollection of things worthy of an imitation. We were especially taught, apart from the common training of everyday life and the usual lessons of diligence and industry, that honor and fame attach themselves to no particular condition in life, that mere exterior circumstances cannot confer either real character or true respectability, that a palace cannot add to, nor a log cabin detract from, substantial worth, that the man is actually within and not without, that a Christianized heart, in respect not less to the individual than to the universal, a cultivated mind, the refinement of the sentiments, the feelings, and the affections, the conscientious performance of duty as defined in the commandments of God and Christ, and explained by St. Paul, and reverence for the laws, together with gentle manners and delicate courtesies, were incomparably preferable to wealth, official dignities, and worldly displays. That wealth itself, though a great blessing when directed to proper, laudable, and gracious ends, should never be viewed in any stronger light than as a secondary object, and never be pursued as a primary consideration. All the education and learning I possess, that I esteem valuable and worthy to be treasured, I may say I derived from my mother. It was through her teachings that I became finally impressed with the vast ethical superiority of the internal over the external relations attendant upon our existence, and with the preference that should be accorded to the ab intra ad extra, or spiritualistic system of philosophy over the ab extra ad intra, or materialistic system, the first being that of Christ, and the last of the world, the flesh, and the devil. It was my task to take her out in some light carriage upon her rounds of charity among the sick and afflicted of her neighborhood. She would, on these occasions, first recall the names and localities of all individuals and families she had learned to be in want, in distress, or ill, and requiring a nursing hand. Then she would store in baskets tea, sugar, coffee, light bread, and delicate provisions and preserves, together with proper medicines, and with me as her coachman and guide start upon her mission. She invariably entered the house or hut in person, however humble and poor the inmates, and whatever the form of sickness, and her words and manner were always as comforting as her food and medicines and beverages were healing and nourishing. I never knew her in conversation under any circumstances, not even in the presence of the clergyman of her parish, to allude to these habitual benevolences. In fact, even in the family, it was more frequently supposed she had merely gone an airing than otherwise. There is a trifle that rests, I believe, alone in my memory, and a seal upon which I have never broken, but which, trifling as it may be regarded, well illustrates the conscientious impulses of her nature to acts of kindness. On one occasion, during my father's absence on public duty about twilight, on a very cold evening, a man with a pack on his back walked up to the front door of our residence and knocked. I answered his call. He wished to be sheltered for the night and asked for something to eat. My mother directed me at once to take him to the dining room, where was a good fire, and have food set before him. She never turned away any such applicants. When the hour for retiring came, he was conducted by our waiting man, then styled the dining room servant, to a bedroom and assigned a comfortable bed. The next morning, without waiting for breakfast, he had started on his journey. My good mother seemed for a moment hurt that he should have gone without his breakfast, but quickly directed me to send the servant man to her. She then took from her purse the last piece of money she had left in the house, a silver $50, and dispatched the servant on horseback after the man with orders to catch up with him and give it to him to help him on his way, and it was done. On Sunday morning, the next after my mother's death, having seen her spirit depart the evening before, afflicted with grief, exhausted and feverish, I walked out alone in the yard around the south front of the president's mansion. It was quite early, and I was somewhat surprised to find that which I had never before observed in the grounds, as they were regarded as entirely private to the president's family, save on stated occasions. Numbers of poor women, all with mournful countenances. Passing by one of the groups, some remark was made respecting her death, and I heard the sobbing reply, "Yes, she is dead, and the poor have lost their friend." End of section 8. Section 9 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CyndaJM. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Section 9. Wives of Presidents. Editorial, Part 2. Mrs. James K. Polk. After the election of James K. Polk to the presidency, among other items published concerning Mrs. Polk, the following comment appeared in one of the Southwestern journals, which sums up the character and qualities of Mrs. Polk in a fair and just estimate. This lady is one of the most sensible, refined, and accomplished of her sex, and will adorn the White House at Washington, over which she is destined to preside with distinguished honor to her country. All who have mingled in her society know well how to appreciate the gracefulness of her disposition. We have seen few women who have developed more of the true Republican characteristics of the American lady. She has had her admirers not only in the highest but in the humblest walks of life. The poor know her for her benevolence, the rich for the plainness of her equipage, the church for her constancy, the unfortunate for her charities, and society itself for the veneration and respect which her virtues have everywhere awarded her. We feel proud that the Southwest can boast of such a noble offspring. Mrs. Zachary Taylor. Laura Carter Holloway, in her book entitled The Ladies of the White House, thus sketches Mrs. Taylor. Mrs. Taylor, more than any other mistress of the White House, has seen more army service and passed through more varied frontier experiences, for she would never, under any circumstances, if she could avoid it, separate herself from her husband, no matter how severe were the trials resulting from wifely devotion. This heroic spirit that gives such grace and beauty to useful qualities carried her cheerfully to Tampa Bay, that she might be near her husband when he was endeavoring to suppress the wily Seminoles in the swamps and Everglades of Florida. It was looked upon at the time as a piece of unpardonable recklessness that she should thus risk her life when to the outward world the odds at the time seemed to be against her husband's success. But she evidently knew his character and her own duty best, and through the lasting struggle made so terrible and romantic by the incidents of the Battle of Okeechobee, Mrs. Taylor was of immense service in superintending the wants of the sick and wounded, but more especially so by shedding over disaster the hopefulness created by her self-possession and insensibility to the probability of the failure of her husband's final triumph over the enemy. Through all these trying circumstances, Mrs. Taylor, by her good sense, her modesty, her uncomplaining spirit, her faculty of adding to the comforts and surroundings of her husband's life, filled the measure of her duty and set an example of the true woman, especially a soldier's wife, that her sex for all time can admire and point to as worthy of imitation. To her attentions to her husband, the country was largely indebted for his usefulness, and by her influence and example, the subordinates who were attached to the pioneer army were made contented and uncomplaining. After the inauguration of General Taylor as president and the removal of his family to Washington, Mrs. Taylor resigned in most part the duties and honors of the official position as mistress of the White House to her handsome and high-spirited daughter, Miss Betty, who filled her place as lady of the executive mansion with as much tact and affability as her mother had displayed as soldier's wife. But the sudden death of President Taylor brought to an unexpected close the residence of Mrs. Taylor and her daughter in Washington. Mrs. Millard Fillmore. Of Mrs. Millard Fillmore, her husband has left on record her best eulogium. After her death, he said of her, "For 27 years, my entire married life, I was always greeted with a happy smile." In the struggles of their young married life, Abigail Powers Fillmore carried into the humble house built by her husband's hands, he being then a poor unknown lawyer, the ambition and activity of mind and body which wavered at no obstacles, despaired at no reverse. Whilst performing in this lowly home the duties of maid of all work, housekeeper and hostess, she yet found time to resume her former occupation of teaching to eke out their slender income. Such was her early married life. Of her after life in the White House, a friend writes, "The retiring modesty of manner, so inseparable from the idea of a perfect lady, was eminently characteristic of Mrs. Fillmore. While she was a woman of strong common sense, her tastes were highly refined. Especially was she fond of music and flowers. Her love for the former received great gratification from her daughter's musical attainments, and her fondness for flowers amounted to a passion, and much of her time in her own home was devoted to their care and culture." Mrs. Fillmore read much and carefully, and being possessed of excellent powers of observation, was consequently a well-informed and cultivated woman. When Mr. Fillmore entered the White House, he found it entirely destitute of books. Mrs. Fillmore was accustomed to being surrounded with books of reference, maps, and all the acquirements of a well-furnished library. To meet this want, Mr. Fillmore asked of Congress and received an appropriation and selected a library for which addition to the White House its inmates are indebted to Mrs. Fillmore. Mrs. Franklin Pierce. Mrs. Pierce was a woman of quiet taste, delicate organization, and little worldly ambition. Outside of her own home sphere, she had no desire to shine or be known. Entering the White House after the bitter loss of all her children, the applause of the world was of little moment to her, and her quiet influence was always exerted to lift the minds of those around her to higher standards of spiritual thought. It is recorded of her pious scruples regarding the keeping of the Sabbath were marked characteristics. Each Sunday morning of her 4 years' stay in the White House, she would request, in her gentle, conciliatory way, all the attachés of the mansion to go to church, and on their return would make pleasant inquiries of what they had heard. "Many a time," remarked Mr. Webster, the private secretary, "have I gone from respect to her, when, if left to my own choice, I should have remained in the house." In her unobtrusive way, ever thoughtful of the happiness of those about her, she diverted their minds to the elevated and spiritual, and sought in her own life to be a guide for the young with whom she was thrown. How rare are these exquisite organizations, and how little do we know of them, even though they have lived in our midst and formed a part of us. A while they linger here to learn the way to brighter spheres, and when they vanish, naught is left but a mummery fragrant with the rich perfume of a beautiful, unselfish life. Miss Harriet Lane, afterwards Mrs. Johnston, was the lady of the White House during the administration of her bachelor uncle, James Buchanan. She filled the place with great affability and dispensed the hospitality of the president's mansion with rare grace and faultless decorum. Mrs. Abraham Lincoln entered the White House at a time of turmoil and national confusion and left it under dreadful personal bereavement, occasioned by the inhuman assassination of her illustrious husband, whereby her life was hopelessly blighted and went out in overwhelming sorrow. It seems indecorous and cruel to turn the eye of public scrutiny upon the personal history of one subjected to such unkind calumnies and bitter party accusations at a national period of our Civil War and upheaval. Abraham Lincoln's immortal glory in our country's history must forever shield his wife from personal criticism, and naught but reverence toward her who bore his honored name is befitting the women of America, owing so much to the great Abraham Lincoln. It is doubtful whether any woman could be placed in Mrs. Lincoln's position in such an epoch of war and party hatred and not be so belied by bitter scandal as to incur the most unkind comments of political enemies, however little it was either merited or had any foundation in truth. Mrs. Andrew Johnson. Laura Carter Holloway says of Mrs. Andrew Johnson, "It is a mistaken idea that she taught her husband his letters, for in the dim shadows of the workshop at Raleigh, after the toil of the day was over, he had mastered the alphabet and made himself generally acquainted with the construction of words and sentences. The incentive to acquire mental attainment was certainly enhanced when he felt the superiority of her acquirements, and from that time his heroic nature began to discover itself. The youthful couple studied together in the silent watches of the night, she ofttimes reading as he completed the weary task before him, oftener still bending over him to guide his hand in writing. He never had the benefit of one day's school routine in his life, yet he acquired by perseverance the benefits denied by poverty. The young wife, thrifty and industrious all day, worked patiently and hopefully as night brought her pupil again to his studies, and punctually she completed her housewifely duties that she might be ready for the never-varying rule of their lives. Much of latent powers did he owe to her indefatigable zeal and encouragement. When the mighty scintillations of natural genius first began to dawn, which ultimately converted the tailor boy into senator and subsequently into the president of his country. Mrs. Johnson's two daughters, Mrs. Patterson and Mrs. Stover, took her official position at the White House as her delicate health rendered her a confirmed invalid. The honor due Mrs. Johnson is founded not upon social distinction, but upon her sterling worth of mind and character. Mrs. Ulysses S. Grant. Although Mrs. Ulysses S. Grant, in answer to earnest solicitation, has been so kind as to favor this souvenir with her delightful autobiographical sketch, it is proper that brief notice of Mrs. Grant should also appear here among the names of the wives of the presidents. In view of the honor due both Mrs. Grant and her illustrious husband, who achieved more worldwide fame than any president of the United States, being the only president who was a personal recipient of foreign homage from all the great nations of the globe, Mrs. Grant's tribute to her honored husband in her felicitous sketch is touched with a delicacy that reveals the radiant light of a mutual love, which sheds an unfading glory over the pages in history where their illustrious names are indissolubly entwined. The following lines quoted from the personal memoirs of General Grant will reveal the earnest sympathy of Mrs. Grant with her husband's patriotic devotion to his country's service. General Grant writes, "When I left Galena for the last time to take command of the 21st Regiment, I took with me my oldest son, Frederick D. Grant, then a lad of 11 years of age. On receiving the order to take rail for Quincy, I wrote to Mrs. Grant to relieve what I supposed would be her great anxiety for one so young going into danger, that I would send Fred home from Quincy by river. I received a prompt letter in reply, decidedly disapproving of my proposition and urging that the lad should be allowed to accompany me. It came too late. Fred was already on his way up the Mississippi, bound for Dubuque, Iowa, from which place there was a rail to Galena. General Grant has sketched in a simple and frank manner the story of hardships of their early married life. It will not be amiss to quote here from his own account. General Grant writes, "My family all this while was at the East. It consisted now of a wife and 2 children. I saw no chance of supporting them on the Pacific coast out of my pay as an army officer. I concluded, therefore, to resign, and in March applied for a leave of absence until the end of July following, tendering my resignation to take effect at the end of that time. In the late summer of 1854, I rejoined my family to find in it a son whom I had never seen, born while I was on the Isthmus of Panama. I was now to commence, at the age of 32, a new struggle for our support. My wife had a farm near St. Louis to which we went, but I had no means to stock it. A house had to be built also. I worked very hard, never losing a day because of bad weather, and accomplished the object in a moderate way. If nothing could be done, I would load a cord of wood on a wagon and take it to the city for sale. I managed to keep along very well until 1858, when I was attacked by fever and ague. It lasted over a year, and while it did not keep me in the house, it did interfere greatly with the amount of work I was able to perform. In the fall of 1858, I sold out my stock, crops, and farming utensils at auction and gave up farming. In the winter, I established a partnership with Harry Boggs, a cousin of Mrs. Grant, in the real estate agency business. I spent that winter at St. Louis myself, but did not take my family into town until the spring. Our business might have become prosperous if I had been able to wait for it to grow. As it was, there was no more than one person could attend to, and not enough to support 2 families. I withdrew from the co-partnership with Boggs, and in May of 1860 removed to Galena, Illinois, and took a clerkship in my father's store. From this humble beginning, Mrs. Grant lived to become the first lady of the land, to have honors and riches showered upon her. In a recent sketch of Mrs. Grant among the widows of famous men appears the following comment. Naturally, the widow of General Grant attracts first attention. The position of her husband made her a figure of first prominence in our Republican court, and since his death, public interest has attached to her no less strongly. For several years after General Grant's death, Mrs. Grant continued to live in New York City in the house that was owned by the General. There, Mrs. Grant lived in the center of society and yet not in it. She never had much inclination for the formalities of fashionable social life, but her house was always open to the friends of her happier days and to General Grant's old military associates, as well as the public men who were leaders with him during his civil career, who were always welcome there. And for the old soldiers, Mrs. Grant always had a deep and abiding regard. For the serious occupation of life, Mrs. Grant has been busy with the preparation of her reminiscences of her great husband's life and career, dealing, it is understood, more with the domestic side of General Grant's life than any biography that has yet been published. Mrs. Grant has had a life full of romance, paralleled by that of few American women. She was in the best sense the companion as well as the wife of General Grant. All during the war she was near him whenever the exigencies of service would permit her to share his privations. Her life in the White House was altogether enjoyable, and she accompanied General Grant in his famous journey around the world. As she said of herself, "Having learned a lesson from my predecessor Penelope, I accompanied my Ulysses in his wanderings around the world." Mrs. Rutherford B. Hayes. It seems most fitting that the nation's tribute of grateful praise should furnish the portrait of Mrs. Rutherford B. Hayes in this national souvenir. As I examine the interesting material gathered in the various memorials of her life, I feel that a nation's tribute is more worthy of a place here than any brief biographical sketch. She, being dead, yet speaketh, and it seems not inappropriate that we give here a few sentences culled from some of the addresses made by Mrs. Hayes at the various annual meetings of the Women's Home Missionary Society, of which she was president. My purpose in giving these extracts here is to reveal her lofty convictions and her far-sighted conceptions of the religious needs of this country, and that her life was a practical illustration of her precepts, these gathered tributes to her memory, which we have selected, will confirm, bearing testimony to her harmonious character and unselfish life. Probably no woman in America was personally known to so many citizens in all parts of our country as Mrs. Hayes, for she had visited with her husband every part of the United States, and every man, woman, or child coming within the atmosphere of her personal influence received lasting impressions regarding the genuineness of her character and the steadfast purpose of her daily deeds and helpful words. Mrs. Hayes' religion did not consist in self-righteous cant, nor pharisaical criticisms upon the lives of others. Her model was Christ, her gospel the golden rule. She did not demand from others conformity to her personal convictions, but she acted upon her God-given right to regulate her life along those lines of conduct, which best harmonized with her individual convictions of duty. The United States can claim the benefit of her exalted influence, but Ohio enrolls her among its illustrious daughters, as she was born and educated in that state. She was born in Chillicothe, Ohio, August 28, 1831, died at Spiegel Grove, Fremont, Ohio, June 25, 1889. Mrs. Hayes' grandfather, Judge Isaac Cook, and all four of her great-grandfathers served in the Revolutionary War. In the memorial oration of Honorable J.D. Taylor, M.C., is this tribute to Lucy Webb Hayes. In America, where this ideal woman was so well known, and where she was so closely identified with works of charity and benevolence, when the electric flash carried the sad news of the death of Mrs. Lucy Webb Hayes across the continent, a great nation and a great people were in deepest grief. It is difficult to realize how much real courage was necessary to take and to hold the advanced position occupied by Mrs. Hayes. It may seem easy now when the battle has been fought and when the victory has been won, but when the pathway of politics and policy seemed to lead one way, and the path of duty the other, and all eyes were upon her, it took both courage and conscience to decide these questions as she decided them, to carry into the presidential mansion her ideas and aspirations, her view of life and motherhood, to discard obtrusive etiquette and adhere to her high convictions of duty, required undaunted heroism as well as religious faith. In her modest way, Mrs. Hayes thus stated to a friend her personal convictions regarding her stand in the White House. When I came to Washington, I had 3 sons just coming to manhood and starting out in society, and I did not feel as if I could be the first to put the wine cup to their lips and set an example that would only too often be followed. At a reception in Washington City, a number of intelligent ladies were discoursing upon the influence of the White House upon domestic life of the country. All the diverse drifts of opinion seemed to return to Mrs. Hayes as the typical mistress, and an analysis of her powers and methods ensued. The secret of that ever-fresh and simple feeling, which seemed to make common cause with all ages, classes, and times, was the problem when one lady remarked, "We all receive from the people of the world just what we bring to them." Mrs. Hayes brought love to all. No mere affectation of love, but a genuine feeling of interest. No individual or class of individuals was indifferent, uninteresting, or repulsive. She looked beyond the accidents of dress, position, or circumstance, and saw in everyone a human interest. She stood on the high plane of noble kinship to all, and this divine truth was expressed in her simplicity. From several published addresses delivered by Mrs. Hayes at various annual meetings of the Women's Home Missionary Society, of which Mrs. Hayes was president, the following extracts are taken. Our field of usefulness is of great extent. Our home population embraces elements more or less extensive of every important race, nationality, and language. They are of all conditions, material, intellectual, and moral. Coming originally from every part of the world, they are here seated in the midst of this central continent, which looks out from widely extended coasts and almost countless harbors upon the 2 oceans on which it has carried the larger part of commerce of the globe. By the agencies of our advancing civilization, in the near future, this people will surely wield a commanding influence in the affairs, in the education, and in the religion of all mankind. The inspiring and attractive field which invites our efforts is the home. First in importance and first in number are the homes of the uninformed, destitute, and unfortunate of our own race, those of our own kith and kin. To these we must add the just claims of the lately emancipated people and their posterity, of the Indians, of the Mormons, of the Spanish Americans, and of the Chinese now within our borders, all of whom, it has been well said, have claims upon us for Christian civilization not to be surpassed by those of the heathen of foreign lands. We believe that the character of a people depends mainly on its homes. Our special aim, therefore, is to improve home environments, home education, home industries, and home influences. We wish to strive for the attainment of these worthy ends by means upon which we can, with an assured hope, conscientiously invoke the divine blessing. This is indeed the work of the divine master, whose example and teachings all wish to imitate and heed, who hope in their own lives to realize the blessings and consolations of that religion which he came into the world to establish. The cornerstone to practical religion is the golden rule. How best to obey its mandate is the vital question. Our conviction, our faith is that the surest hope of mankind is in America, within our limits, within our reach, are gathered representatives of all the races of mankind. That duty is of highest obligation which is nearest in time and place. With America and American homes what they should be, we need not greatly fear the evils that threaten us from other lands. We can easily shun or safely meet them, if our duty is faithfully done in behalf of the weak, the ignorant, and the needy of our own country. If our institutions, social and political, are imperiled today, it is largely because the wealthy and the fortunate, engrossed as they are in the midst of our vast material progress and prosperity, are not sufficiently mindful of what was taught by the words and life of the founder of our blessed religion. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. The Friends of Home Missions rely on familiar facts. Not less than 5 millions of people are now added to the population of our country each 10 years by emigration from foreign lands. Among them are no doubt persons of education, of morality, and of religion, who, in spite of want of familiarity with our language and institutions, will in good time become valuable citizens without special effort in their behalf. As to a multitude of others, it may be truly said that the missionary to pagan lands will find nothing more hostile to Christian civilization than the evil influences which immigration brings to the very bosom of our American society. Home missions seek to protect our own land from imported heathenism. Again, the condition of the emancipated race in our southern states still engages the attention of the patriot and philanthropist. It is represented by well-informed and conscientious observers that the colored people increase more rapidly than the whites in proportion to their number, and that the proportion of the ignorant and unchristian does not diminish. The facts do not permit us to indulge the hope that the Christians of America have done and are doing their whole duty with respect to the Africans within our own borders and at our own doors. Never before was the progress of settlement in our new states and territories so rapid as it is now. The people are unable to support ministers, but they need the gospel and wish to have it preached among them. The Indians still claim our attention, but I have said enough to indicate the number and magnitude of the demands for missions in our own country. The claims of missionary work, whose aim is the improvement of American homes, are attractive and urgent. Homes such as they should be, neat, orderly, and where punctuality and good methods prevail. In short, comfortable Christian homes tend strongly to train the young to abhor those vices which chiefly afflict civilized society, and to practice those virtues which are the best security of wise institutions. Such homes are the fruit of women's work, and the instruction that gives the household skill which creates them can be imparted only by female teachers, workers, and missionaries. In conclusion, may we not sum up the whole matter in these few words: America is the cradle of the future for all the world. The future of America is in her homes, and her homes depend on the mothers of America. Hence, the value and importance of missionary societies whose work is done by women in the homes of our beloved country. From the Atlantic to the Golden Gate, from the White House to the rude log cabin of the Western pioneer, these loyal Christian thoughts of the First Lady of our Republic find an echo in the heart of every true American daughter in the land. That Lucy Webb Hayes practiced her own precepts, the nation tributes bear witness. From the memorial sketch by Mrs. John Davis, I have selected the following extracts. She was an intense patriot, a heroic woman. I doubt if anyone ever heard her complain. Her life in the camps was almost as busy as that of her husband. The soldiers called the young and blooming woman our mother because of her motherly ways, of the delicacies she prepared for the sick, of the hymns she sang for them as they gathered around her on Sunday evening, of the brightness she sought to bring into their anxious lives. What were the characteristics that united to make her life so symmetrical and impressive? We shall begin with her home, her domestic life. Every woman should be able to bear the closest scrutiny here. It is the key of the situation. Mrs. Hayes had a practical knowledge of household duties and held that such knowledge was the accomplishment of the true woman. She believed that the education of books was not the only education of life. Regarding the question of wine, she said, "It is true I shall violate a precedent, but I shall not violate the Constitution, which is all that, through my husband, I have taken the oath to obey." Her duty was sharply defined, clear-cut, and she had the courage of her convictions. Her creed was short, but it contained all the law and the prophets. Talking with her of faith and consecration, she turned her sweet eyes full of tears upon me and said, "Oh, I am not good, but I do try to keep the golden rule. I do try to do to others as I would they should do to me." A friend, on the day of her funeral, commenting upon the large assembly, remarked, "It is a tribute of the people to a woman of the people." Lucy Hayes was at one with humanity. Out of many testimonials from all parts of the United States, we select the following. She was a grand, patriotic, and loyal-souled woman, and her heart was big enough to find a place for all the brave young soldiers who were true to the old flag. Colonel Harrison Gray Otis. Total abstinence has never had such a standard-bearer as this noble woman, and centuries from now, her steadfast adherence to the truest Christian hospitality will be told as a memorial of her. Frances E. Willard. The woman who, standing in the chief home, stood bravely for the sake of every home in the land. Adeline D. T. Whitney. Were it not for the fact that I long since committed myself to Denver for the 4th of July, I should come to Fremont to demonstrate my great respect for you and love for her memory. But as it is, I can only trace on paper a few words of sorrow and ask a place in that vast procession of mourners who would, if possible, share with you that burden of grief. Her sudden and totally unexpected death leaves a great blank in the good and cheerful in this world. How vividly come back to me the memories of her hearty greetings, her beaming face and unfailing good nature, more especially during that long and eventful trip to the Pacific and back by Arizona, when at times heat and the untimely intrusion of rough miners would have ruffled the most angelic temper. Never once do I recall an instance when she ever manifested the least displeasure. General W. T. Sherman. Her presence lends its warmth and health to all who come before it. If woman has lost us Eden, then such as she alone will restore it. Whittier. Mrs. James A. Garfield. Lucretia Rudolph Garfield was the oldest child of Zebulon Rudolph and Arbella Mason Rudolph. Her father belonged to the 5th generation from an Austrian, Colonel Rudolph, who came to America sometime during the 17th century and settled at Elkton, Maryland. Her mother was directly descended from Captain John Mason of Pequot fame, who came to Boston in 1630. Both the families came to Ohio early in this century and were among the first of the Ohio pioneers. Lucretia Rudolph was born April 19, 1832, on a farm near Garrettsville, Ohio, and lived there until 1850, when her father removed to Hiram At the time, Hiram College, then called the Eclectic Institute, was founded. In the early days, Garrettsville was a pleasant little village and was fortunate in having an excellent select school for young girls. Lucretia was kept in this school until she was 14, when she was sent from home for a winter to much the same kind of school at Warren, Trumbull County. In 1851, she began to teach, starting with the district school, which was followed by several terms at the Institute. Then, until 1860, she spent her time teaching and studying. She taught a year each at Ravenna and Cleveland in the public schools. On November 11, 1858, she was married to Mr. James Abram Garfield, then the principal of the Eclectic Institute. Their home was in Hiram until General Garfield was elected to Congress in 1863-64. From that time on, their winters were spent in their Washington home and their summers in Ohio. 7 children were born to them, 2 girls and 5 boys. The older daughter and the youngest son died in early childhood. Since the death of President Garfield, Mrs. Garfield has resided in Cleveland in her Mentor home. Mrs. Garfield is a lady of marked grace and refinement of manner, dignified yet unassuming, and her constant ostentatious charities are only known to intimate personal friends. For 5 years, she has been president of the Cleveland Auxiliary of the Michal Mission of France, which evangelical enterprise has accomplished such amazing work in Paris and the French provinces. As this is a foreign mission field, and we have confined ourselves in this souvenir to women's work in America, in home missions, we will only state in connection with this work that the women of the United States, through their various auxiliaries in 57 cities of America, contributed through their central board to this Paris mission during the year 1889 through 90 over $54,000, which is about their annual contribution to the mission. The following interesting account of President Garfield and his wife was written several years ago by a correspondent of the Whitehall Review. The sweetheart of his boyhood, the girl pupil whom her tutor loved, was for Garfield the star of his heart's horizon till the last moment of his life. I never saw 2 people talk so much with their eyes as these 2 did. It was evident that they consulted each other upon every circumstance of life as it rose, and the action he took thereon was the one which the mutual judgment settled as the best. I saw him in the Senate chamber go through the imposing ceremonial by which he was transformed from a private citizen, one of the mass, to a ruler whose powers, while they last, are more autocratic than any king's. The agitation of the solemn moment had blanched the glowing cheek, stilled the smile on the now pale lips, but ever and anon he lifted his eyes to her as she sat in the gallery above and in front of him, and her calm, unruffled face seemed to give him the response he needed, the only one he could listen to or sought. Any observer versed in physiognomy could see that her eyes spoke aloud to him across the space which separated them, saying, "All is well. You are doing nobly. I am proud of you." Behind the unimpassioned mask of her delicate features, held in bondage by the power of her will and fortitude, there glowed the fire of an enthusiastic love for him, joy in him, support from her for him, to which no cold description in written words can do justice. No one who saw President Garfield after his installation in the White House can fail to have observed the great change in which his ascension to power had occasioned in him. Only at intervals did his bright joyousness shine out again, as at the pleasant home at Mentor. The very day after he became president, the struggle for the spoils of office began with a fierceness hitherto unparalleled in all the strife of that kind which has been seen at Washington. He was half maddened by his desire to do justice to all the contending factions. It was this feeling which made him slow to give irrevocable decisions. I was at the White House one morning, and he referred to his anxiety not to take a step in haste which he might repent at leisure. The humor of his own cautious slowness brought back the twinkle in his eye and the smile on his lip. "I do not know when I shall get around to that," he said. "You know, there's no telling when the Mississippi River will reach a given point." The sluggish movement of the great Father of Waters was hit off to the life by this impromptu epigram. The day I called at the White House to say goodbye, I did not think it would be forever. I was shown into the family drawing room upstairs, an apartment to which the public were not allowed to penetrate. The president enters, clad in a gray morning suit. Only a moment. Such a rush of people clamoring to see him. But during this moment, husband and wife continually glance affectionately, their old glance, their glance of mentor, of the Senate Hall, at each other. Eyes can constantly look love to eyes that speak again. He complains of the loss of sleep, which the pressure of presidential duties entails. I only slept 4 hours last night, he said, but he hopes everything is doing well now. Life is to be joyous in the future. There is always some trouble getting to rights when we move house, is there not? So, goodbye, and God bless you. And he is gone. Mrs. Benjamin Harrison. Mrs. Caroline Scott Harrison was born at Oxford, Ohio, October 1st, 1832, of Scotch ancestry. The first of Mrs. Harrison's paternal ancestors in America was John Scott, Laird of Arras, who, after the disastrous Battle of Bosworth Bridge in 1679, left Scotland for the north of Ireland with the Earl of Belhaven. After the Earl's death, John Scott came to America and settled in the valley of Neshaminy, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where the village of Hartsville now stands, 20 miles north of Philadelphia. On this land, Reverend William Tennant founded in 1726 the historic Log College, out of which primitive institution Princeton College was in time evolved. Mrs. Harrison's great-grandfather, John Scott, son of the founder of the family in this country, moved to Northampton County, Pennsylvania, and purchased land opposite Belvidere, New Jersey, which is still known as the Scott Farm. During the Revolutionary War, he was a quartermaster in the Pennsylvania line. His brother Matthew, after serving as captain in the army, moved to Kentucky, and among his descendants was Lucy Webb, wife of President Hayes. Reverend George McElroy Scott, Mrs. Harrison's grandfather, was graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 1793, studied theology with Reverend Stanhope Smith, president of Princeton College, and in 1799 was called to Mill Creek Church, Beaver County, Pennsylvania, being the first Presbyterian minister to locate in the western part of that state. It was there that her father, Dr. John W. Scott, was born in 1800. Mrs. Harrison enjoyed superior educational advantages and was graduated from Oxford, Ohio Female Seminary in 1852, the year that President Harrison took his degree at Oxford University in the same town. She taught music in Carrollton, Kentucky, 1 year, and on October 20th, 1853, was married to Benjamin Harrison. When the Civil War opened and her husband decided to enter the army, she patriotically said to him, "Go and help save your country, and let us trust in the shielding care of a higher power for your protection and safe return." She afterwards read with pride of the heroic deed of her husband at Resaca and Peachtree Creek. Mrs. Harrison was a woman of strong individuality and great kindness of heart. She was sympathetic and benevolent, and an active worker in the Presbyterian Church and Sunday School, and in charitable organizations. Her voice was a pleasant one and bespoke a gentle nature. She had a special gift for conversation, which was characterized by thoughtfulness. Her artistic tastes found expression in watercolor painting. She had been 6 years the wife of Senator Harrison in Congress, and as such had formed many acquaintances and lasting friendships in Washington before she became mistress of the White House. In this capacity, she performed her duties with dignity and grace. During her husband's administration, Mrs. Harrison was chosen president of the Daughters of the Revolution. President and Mrs. Harrison had but 2 children. Russell, the only son, was graduated at LaFayette College in 1877 and is now engaged in journalism. Mary, their daughter, married J. Robert McKee of Indianapolis, now a resident of Boston. Mrs. Grover Cleveland. Mrs. Grover Cleveland has made for herself an enduring name in American history by her kindly courtesy and social affability, which has in her presence effaced all barriers of party spirit and political differences, and rendered her the national favorite of all parties, and signalized her former reign in the White House as that of the greatest social prestige, only excepting the fascinating sovereignty of Dolly Madison. The women of America owe Mrs. Cleveland honor in that she has demonstrated the far-reaching influence of woman's kindliness and courtesy, and the beneficent efficacy of womanly attractions when joined to rare tact and unselfish consideration for the happiness of those around her. Mrs. Cleveland possesses the genius of social success, which is a gift differing from and yet depending upon mental attainments, though it may exist without the genius of distinctive intellectual powers or marked artistic susceptibilities. Artistic and intellectual genius may accompany social success, and social success must always, to a certain extent, be joined to the qualities of mind productive of talent. But the genius of social success is nevertheless a special gift which is bestowed upon few, acquired by those only possessed of particular qualities of disposition and favorable environments, and never gained by those whose intuitive perceptions are dull and who lack the rare talent of knowing just the right thing to say and the right thing to do under all circumstances. End of section 9. Section 10 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm, What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 9, Women in the Home by the editor, and Wives and Daughters in the Home by Agnes Bailey Ormsby. What furniture can give such finish to a room as a tender woman's face? And is there any harmony of tints that has such stirrings of delight as the sweet modulations of her voice? George Eliot. Home has the first claim. The first thought of a wife or mother should be her home. All things, no matter how important, are secondary to that. No matter how rampant may become certain public evils, let her see to it that she keeps the evil out of her home, and she performs her greatest duty to her God, her family, and mankind. Various are the phrases of home life in America. Brief glimpses of some of these domestic scenes and problems are given in this department of the Souvenir. Mrs. Agnes Ormsby, well known for her instructive writings upon this preeminent department of woman's life, contributes the article upon Wives and Daughters in the Home. It is fitting that Mrs. Henry Ward Beecher should treat of clergymen's wives, and Mrs. Jessie Benton Fremont writes with excellent taste of Wives of Army Officers. Miss Lenora B. Halstead sketches graphically the social leaders of Washington, and Mrs. Frank Leslie writes of the Southern woman, past and present, with admirable discrimination. Mrs. Janice Miller is authoritative upon the theme of the physical culture of American women, and Ms. Spellman and Ms. Hooker describe the home life of everyday women and farmers' wives and daughters. Editor. Chapter 9, Wives and Daughters in the Home by Agnes Bailey Ormsby. The home has always been the unit of American civilization. Before the church or the schoolhouse were built, the home conserved religion and education. From Plymouth Rock and settlements along the James River to Puget Sound, dominion has been pushed oftener by the family than by the individual pioneer. The obvious exceptions to this are the mining camps of the Sierras and the Rocky Mountains, but one may question whether those regions were fairly to be called civilized before the reign of the family began. And in those early homes, which were truly tabernacles built to honor God and to preserve liberty, who were the priestesses serving at the altars day and night, and keeping always burning the lamps of the fear of God and the love of freedom? They were none other than the wives and daughters of the household. women rarely heard of half a mile from home, women toiling with the pots and pans, with distaff and loom, their hands hardened and calloused by daily tasks, their faces lined with vigils over rude cradles and trundle beds, yet their influence, humble in its first estate, has flowed on through the years like the tiny rivulet that leaves the mountain spring, gathering force and strength until it has become a stately river, bearing on its placid breast living ships laden with noble purpose, high promises, and earnest efforts, the glory of our common motherland. These homely women did not question the right of the husband and father to be the family high priest, but with fervent hearts and faithful hands they filled their lamps with the mingled oil of love and duty. They did those things that lay nearest their hands, the cooking, the sewing, the washing, the cleaning. But although their tasks were rude, their cares heavy and monotonous, their minds were clear, their hearts brave, and they surrounded their husbands and children with an atmosphere of high ideals when the means of mental and physical refinement were few in their unpretending homes. These women made mistakes. They became weary and oft sore in mind and body, but discouragement was followed by renewed courage, by heartfelt striving and tender discernment. All their wealth of heart power was poured out for the good of the group that gathered around the family hearthstone. In the home, the influence which has tended toward refinement, toward the amenities of life, which are as essential elements in civilization as are education and the escape from grinding poverty, have come the wives and daughters. In the early days, mother and daughters strove together to make their rude surroundings pleasing. They found time in their busy days to cultivate the tall sweet williams and hollyhocks, the fragrant grass pink, the columbine, tiger lilies for prim bouquets, and the savory herbs for seasoning, and time to pick sprigs of lavender and red clover bloom to scent the household linen, while myriad are the tiny stitches they set to deck the snowy ruffles of the good man's Sunday shirts and the borders of the baby's caps and dresses, stitches that make a brave showing beside those of this era of art needlework. Mother and daughter struggled together for the bits of schooling possible to their rough circumstances, giving the chance first to the boys that seemed most promising or least adapted from native gift or physical ailments to hard toil. The resolute young widow Garfield, who with her own hands split the fence rails, tilled the clearing, and kept her 4 saplings together in the house, realized the needs of education. She gave the land for the first schoolhouse in her settlement, that her youngest son, the brilliant James A. Garfield, might have the chance that her keen mind saw he would profit by. Although she lived to see her highest dreams more than fulfilled and always to have a part in her son's honors, her struggles for her children's education were not exceptional. Hundreds of other mothers did as much, and many boys and girls grew up and lived broader lives for this effort in their behalf. It was the distinguished career of this one woman's son which brought to light the history of that rude Ohio schoolhouse and made known the efforts of one mother among many. The special glory of America has been that it is the land where the poor may not stay poor, where an industrious man might by thrift achieve a competence for his old age and might establish his children in more profitable occupations than his own. How large a part of this thrift has been due to the wife can scarcely be reckoned. Skilled in all housewifery arts, counting no work too mean, no saving too small, so it might further the family good, the wife has cast in her strength of body and mind with that of her husband as the working capital of the home partnership. The businesswoman is supposed to be a development of the later half of this century, but women have exercised business sagacity in the expenditure of management of money in small ways almost since American homes were established, and the judicious counsel of many a wife has been the guiding star to her husband through complex affairs. A brilliant example of the businesswoman is found in Abigail Adams, who was the wisest, safest, most reliable counselor of John Adams, the second President of the United States. Mrs. Sally J., the wife of John Jay, not only bore, like Mrs. Adams, separation from her husband for her country's sake, but successfully managed large business affairs. What these women of wider careers did has been repeated time and again by obscure wives. Their service has been beautifully and justly illustrated by Holmes in his simile of a large ship with sails full spread, moving majestically on its course, while its motive power comes from a small tug hidden by its own broad sides. The American wife has been through our history a helpmeet to her husband. Biography is filled with this fact, of which no more beautiful testimony can be adduced than the brief history of Submit Dickinson, the wife of Reverend David Dudley Field and mother of 10 children, 4 of whom have become famous. In her youth, she was said to have possessed great personal beauty, a light, graceful figure, and a very animated countenance, and those who in after years shared her hospitality will not forget what brightness and sunshine she shed around her in the circle of her home. The heart of her husband safely trusted in her. She was his faithful companion for 57 years. Her husband's salary was first $500, then $700, and was later reduced to $600. Yet on this small stipend the large family lived and sent 4 sons to Williams College. And the chronicler adds, this miracle could not have been wrought but for the economy, good management, and untiring industry of her who was truly the angel of the household. Beautiful, graceful, sunny, loving, wise, the mother of 10 children, and with an income of $600 a year. Many a saint has been canonized for less. The unwritten histories of countless homes, filling our towns and cities and dotting the valleys and hillsides, could repeat this gracious example time and again from the lives of patient women whose memories are precious legacies to their households, but are unknown to the world. The modern wife is also a helpmeet. She may not spin and weave, but in the city and town life, far more financial responsibility falls upon her than fell upon the grandmother. Such are the demands of business life that the husband has less time at command, and to the wife is given not only the entire control of the household, but the purchasing power. It frequently comes to pass that nearly the whole income is placed at her disposal and expended according to her judgment. As the glory of woman is the divine gift of motherhood, so are the children the highest honor of the American wife. To her nurture and loving wisdom, America owes not only distinguished men who have become the statesmen, the poets, the artists, the scientists, the men of ranks who fill our national history with honored names, but America owes largely to her the honesty, the law-respecting spirit of the common people. The child is trained almost wholly by the mother during those priceless plastic early years, and the obedience, honor, respect then inculcated are the germs of that spirit which makes every man loyal to our flag and every man a brick in the defensive wall surrounding our native land. And it is not alone by words that our girls and boys are trained. The mother creates by example and influence a moral and mental atmosphere from which the children absorb character and high ideals. A woman may be naturally small in mind, but motherhood touches a spring that sends forth a tide of wisdom, better than any mere mental power, broadening her nature. Children learn goodness from the patience and sympathy of the heart that through life never is turned from them. And as it is the mother who first teaches morality and patriotism, so it is she who teaches belief in God, higher than all dogmatism, a belief which, though often hidden under worldly cares, rarely dies out of the heart of the hardest man. He indeed would be deaf and blind who could read the story of Mary, the mother of Washington, and not appreciate her influence upon her children. How wisely she taught her boys self-control, faith in God, love of country, and justice tempered with mercy, and he who knew so well how to rule never forgot her, the human source of much of his strength. Perhaps no American family is more widely known than the Beechers. How much America owes to the eloquent preacher, and to the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin is recent history. But the debt runs further back to the days when Lyman Beecher, then a young man, wrote, "I had inwardly sworn never to marry a weak woman. I had made up my mind that a woman to be my wife must have sense, must possess strength to lean upon. She was such as I had imagined." Roxana Foote, in her young days, read as she spun, with her book tied to her distaff, and in her years of wifehood and motherhood she so ennobled her narrow lot that one of her children said of her, "She was a woman, not demonstrative of a profound philosophical nature, of wonderful depth of affection, and with a serenity simply charming. Although she died when young, yet she left her influence among her children." And in After Years, Henry Ward Beecher wrote, "I can never say enough for women for my sister's sake." And of his mother he said, "Few born into this world are her equal." The daughters of the house, especially those who have denied themselves a home or were denied by fate, have done their share. Their influence, quiet, unseen, how great it has been. How faithful their care of the old father and mother when other sons and daughters have gone out to happy homes. How patient and how gentle they have been with the restless boys and girls who often rudely jostled them in their dependent seat in the family circle. How ready to lend a helping hand to the unfortunate or distressed. A fitting example of the services of these unselfish daughters is found in the life work of Louisa M. Alcott, this tireless daughter, sister, and friend, and in the heroic life of Dorothy Lynn Dix, whose influence brought solace to homes darkened by great distress. To the mental influence of American mothers there is frequent testimony. This marked influence of the American mother in mental as well as moral and religious ways is largely owing to the fact that she is more often than not the equal of her husband in character, is as devoted to her children, has them more constantly around her, and is more willing, nay, ambitious, that her children should rise higher intellectually and socially than she herself can hope to do. When the distinguished sons and daughters whom these women have borne, to the lasting debt of America, have become writers, they have freely written of their mothers. But when they have become statesmen and scientists, we must read between the lines to find the mother's influence. Of no ignoble strain was the mother of the Washburns, who could rear 5 sons, each rising to honor and so often the people's choice in many public offices. Many years ago there was in Boston a dark-eyed, gracious woman, a widow, keeping boarders to rear her 4 sons, boys of great promise. This was the mother of Emerson. So noble was her mind and soul that she rose above the sordid lines of her life and imparted to her best-known son the rarer and higher elements of his character. Another woman's influence was felt in that home also, the Aunt Mary, a woman of abrupt, strong, prophetic speech, who laid her impress upon the boy's mind. Of the influence of Ellen Tucker, his early lost bride, Emerson wrote, "She was a bright revelation of the best nature of woman." While of that other wife, the mother of his children, he said, "She was the soul of faith." Who can measure the power of 4 such women? That Lowell's life and greatness were largely aided by the broad spiritual nature of Maria White, who became his wife, all biographers concede. It was to the gentle, imaginative, romantic invalid mother that Longfellow owed the harmonious features of his character. The tribute which the poet Whittier gives, "My dear mother, to whom I owe much," is brief but eloquent, befitting the man and the quiet Quaker mother. In that melodious poem, An Order for a Picture, Alice Cary draws with loving touch the figure of the lady, my mother. Of the sources of that strength of mind and clearness of intellect which so marked the lives of the songbirds, her daughters, we can form a juster idea of the words of Phoebe Cary. "She was the wonder of my childhood. She is not less a wonder to me as I recall her now. how she did so much work and yet did it well, how she reared carefully and governed wisely so large a family of children, and yet found time to develop by thought and reading a mind of unusual strength and clearness, is still a mystery to me. She was fond of history, politics, moral essays, biography, and works of religious controversy. Poetry she read, but cared little for the fictitious literature. An exemplary housewife, a wise and kind mother, she left no duty unfulfilled. Yet she found time, often at night, after every other member of the household was asleep, by reading to keep herself informed of all the issues of the day, political, social, and religious. And we, the women of today, to whom this inheritance of power for good is entrusted by the faithful women of the past, how are we discharging our trust? Are we living earnestly, patiently, and steadily, each in our little world? Do we recognize the potency of a faithful performance of monotonous duties? Do we realize the sunshine and comfort that is diffused by cheerful lives? Let us then so spend our days that we may not lessen the mighty tide of womanly influence, remembering always that however great or renowned we may become as artists, poets, scholars, or philanthropists, we decrease the debt America owes to wives and daughters if we belittle in any way the hearthstone, the keystone of our nation's prosperity. End of section 10.
Section 11 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cajucom. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 10. Domestic Science in American Homes. Editorial. In the American homes of the past, domestic science, though requiring arduous manual toil, was simple in the various departments and would compare with the complex modern domestic machinery of our American homes in about the same ratio as their ancient spinning wheels compare with the intricate mechanisms of our large manufactories. In the homes of colonial and revolutionary America, though the wives and daughters were the cooks, laundresses, and housemaids for the families, they could command perhaps as much leisure as the heads of our households. Where not only far more complicated domestic work is a seeming necessity of the age, and the education of children must be supervised by the mother in innumerable directions, beyond the three requisite branches of the education of the past generations: reading, writing, and arithmetic. But together with these multiplied claims in the home, social duties, philanthropic enterprises, and personal culture all present their pressing demands upon our time and attention. Lady Washington, pictured with placid serenity and repose, as she gracefully knits the home-made stocking while entertaining her lady friends on the long summer afternoons, of which our great-grandmothers wrote, would suppose that she had fallen upon some hitherto unknown planet should she enter our modern homes and meet their perplexing problems. Compare for a moment the difference between the social, political, and domestic demands upon the wives of our early presidents and the arduous duties devolving today upon the First Lady of our country. Great progress in home comforts and home elegance has indeed been made, but domestic science has thereby become more complex and demands a new adjustment of domestic duties which cannot be made by adhering to the methods of the past. Wealth and culture have introduced marked changes in manners and customs. Even in the enlightened intellectual age of Queen Elizabeth, when Shakespeare, Spencer, Bacon, and Sir Philip Sidney lived and wrote, when Sir Walter Raleigh and Lord Burleigh graced the royal table, fingers were used instead of forks, and the fair queen was greatly commended for the graceful manner in which she dipped her dainty fingers into the dish, tossing the food into her royal mouth, and using with queenly elegance the highly privileged napkin, which, before the 16th century, was not known even to royalty. In the times of James I and Charles I, the use of the fork was quite rare. Surely, we have advanced many steps toward home comfort and home elegance, in spite of all our defeats and hindrances. Home is woman's kingdom, where she reigns as queen. The aesthetical side of home life is all that poets have sung and novelists describe. American home life, with all its shortcomings, stands for the truest home life in the world. The best American homes of today are homes par excellence of the globe. Nowhere else can be found more true, honorable, and steadfast husbands, fathers, and sons. Nowhere else can be seen more intelligent, refined, capable, and lovable wives, mothers, and daughters. American homes of the present are the only true foundations for the ideal homes of the future. American home life is the highest realization yet reached of future possibilities. The greater intelligence of the masses, the higher aspirations, and increasing moral and intellectual influence of the mothers, and the more skilled and thorough training of the children, will ensure not only a possible hope, but a practical reality in the progression of the age. Mutual aspirations, noble purposes, and self-sacrificing devotion to the uplifting of human lives is just as true a reality in many American homes at the present time as is the marvelous success in American inventions and business enterprises. American wives love and honor their husbands, and American husbands love and honor their wives in a greater degree than is the case in other nations. Children mingle more freely in the family circle than in foreign countries. A mother's personal presence directs their every step and advancement in health, manners, and morals. They are not restricted to the nursery until the boarding school or convent receives them into a new imprisonment. Fathers are more generally the companions of their sons, and expect to know more about them than simply to hire their tutors and send them for an indefinite period to travel, and learn, if they will, or run riot, if they choose. But we do not deal now with the glorious possibilities and realized benedictions which fall like sunshine upon the life of the wife and mother, whose home is her heaven, and whose heart rests in her husband and children with satisfied and proud content, irrespective of circumstances and causal environments. We have not now to study woman's heart life, but woman's home life. It would be more charming to picture the aesthetical side of American homes, but my province now is to present the practical side of domestic American life. Regarding the manners and customs of American homes, you are all familiar. A few words as to the difficulties in the way of home comforts, treating them from the commonplace standpoint of daily, practical living, not from any moral, aesthetical, nor intellectual standpoint. Given to woman her kingdom in this 19th century, does the machinery run like clockwork? Is there no friction among any of the numerous wheels and springs composing this wonderful institution called home life? Where does the difficulty in our American homes lie? Where shall we look for the cause that makes housekeeping a burden and the providing of home comforts a weariness to the soul and body of woman? We will not look upon it from a monetary standpoint. We all know that money is necessary and that luxuries and adornments demand expense. Money is a power in securing richness and elegance, but money cannot buy ideal homes, founded upon knowledge, courtesy, kindliness, and culture. It will not matter to our present view of the question whether the windows are draped with the daintiest of laces, and the walls hung with the rarest of tapestries, and the furniture upholstered with the costliest of fabrics, or the rooms less expensively adorned. Our question deals not so much with the decorating and furnishing of American homes as with the more important question of home comforts. We have all experienced the difficulties of housekeeping. We must here discriminate between housekeeping and homemaking. Practical housekeeping is the foundation for homemaking, but there is a wide difference between them. Why cannot housekeeping be made to run with the smoothness and exactness of mercantile enterprises or manufacturing establishments? Why cannot a woman be the head and superintendent, lay plans which will be carried out, give orders to servants which shall be obeyed with exactness and dispatch? Simply because an insurmountable difficulty stares every housekeeper in the face, blockades her way, upsets her best laid plans, brings to naught her skill, her knowledge, her taste, her most unceasing supervision. We do not include a dilettante housekeeping, which inquires only if her potage à la reine is served in priceless Sevres, and is not aware that potage à la reine is old-fashioned chicken broth, which her great-grandmother ate from pewter bowl or common stoneware cup. The foundation of all true progress is common sense, and common sense leads us to ask the plain question, what can be done? Nothing. In a hurry, everything in time. Mothers and housekeepers of the 19th century have got to meet the servant girl question, grapple with it, and leave the woman of the 20th century to reap the benefit of their patient, persistent solving of the problem. With trained service and skilled labor, housekeeping would be a delight, and woman's life would be lifted into the realm of sufficient repose to enable her to gain for herself and family advancement in culture and development of mental powers which are now so almost hopelessly retarded by the constant strain upon tired nerves and overtaxed muscles. Untrained servants are the cause of 9/10 of the discomforts of American homes, and are the greatest stumbling blocks in the way of women's intellectual advancement. It is not becoming a wife or mother that robs her of her rightful heritage of mental development. It is only because her time and energies are frittered away by a heretofore baffling of her best laid plans by unskilled servants. In business, money can hire the most skilled workmen, but in housekeeping, money at last finds the coveted end beyond its reach. It can palliate, it cannot eradicate the evil. Woman's suffrage is not necessary to the solving of this difficulty. It is not necessary that Bridget should excitedly throw the half-dressed chicken into one corner and the half-peeled potatoes into another, leave her bread burning in the oven, and with sleeves rolled to the elbow, grasp, with frantic haste, her shawl and bonnet, and rush to the polls to cast her vote for the next president, that she may thereby become a skilled workman and an independent thinker. It is not necessary that fathers should rock the cradles and darn the family stockings, while mothers heroically march to the ballot box to deposit their tickets, in order that women's intellect shall be so enlightened as to be able to solve the mysteries of political economy. Whatever opinions we hold regarding the desirability or undesirability of women's suffrage, this problem, at least, lies within woman's unquestioned sphere, and her brain must devise the remedy, and her skill and patience work it out. There is also in this connection the servant girl's point of view, so clearly and justly stated by Mrs. Amelia E. Barr in a recent number of the North American Review. We call here a few sentences from this admirable article. Mrs. Barr says, "It is said that servants every year grow more idle, showy, impudent, and independent. The last charge is emphatically true, and it accounts for and includes the others. But then this independence is the necessary result of the world's progress, in which all classes share. 50 years ago, very few servants read or cared to read. They are now the best patrons of a certain class of newspapers. One of the main causes of trouble is that a mistress even yet hires her servant with some ancient ideas about her inferiority. Mistresses must now dismiss from their minds the idea of the old family servant they have learned to meet in novels. They must realize and practically acknowledge the fact that the relation between mistress and servant is now on a purely commercial basis, the modern servant being a person who takes a certain sum of money for the performance of certain duties. It is true enough that servants take the money and do not perform the duties, or else perform them very badly. But as soon as domestic service is authoritatively and publicly made a commercial bargain, and all other ideas eliminated from it, service will attract a much higher grade of women. Domestic service is as honorable as mechanical service, and the woman who can cook a good dinner is quite as important to society as the man who makes the table on which it is served. The carrying out of 3 points would probably revolutionize the whole condition of service. First, the relation should be put upon an absolutely commercial basis and made as honorable as mechanical or factory or store service. Second, duties and hours should be clearly defined. There should be no interference in personal matters. Third, if it were possible to induce yearly engagements, this should be the rule. For when people know they have to put up with each other for 12 months, they are more inclined to be patient and forbearing. These are only a few points so suggestively treated by Mrs. Barr. In a recent article in one of our journals, Mary Hinman Abel thus writes, "There are some 8 million homes in this country, and the expenditure to maintain these homes reaches into the billions. It is granted on all sides that there is a great waste of money, of time, and of energy in these homes. To put it as one of our economists has done, the money earning of this people is excellent, but their money spending capacity is poor. That is, in the sense of spending wisely and securing a just reward." The same writer describes a housekeepers' club recently formed in a western city where the members meet weekly for discussion of domestic topics. Among the subjects discussed at this club were the following: the service question, cooperative housekeeping, house building as compared with house renting, the food bill of the family, including practicable bills of fare to be furnished at $1.50 and $2 a week apiece for the food material, one of the members having experimented to test the point. The expenditure of the family income, that of the working man, of the clerk, and of the moderately well-to-do family. How the work to be done in the average family shall be best apportioned to the working days of the week, and the best methods of performing it. What was the practical outcome to be obtained from such discussions? Such domestic science clubs would become a great factor in the practical solving of many of the household problems. What are some of the remedies for the difficulties in the way of ideal homes? Time, patience, and persistent forth-putting in the right directions. What are some of the right directions? Not by the mother and wife turning herself into a drudge. Her muscle won't solve the difficulty. Ideal housekeeping cannot be reached by her performing the work she pays her servants to do. In our modern complicated domestic departments, one pair of hands can no more perform all the labor of a household than a man of business could himself superintend and at the same time personally perform all the labor required in the different departments of a large manufactory. We cannot revolutionize the times, but each housekeeper and homemaker can add her efforts to the progress of the age in the right direction. How many women of the present day help to clear the way? By promoting every enterprise which shall encourage skilled labor, not only in the trades and the arts, but in domestic departments, such as kitchen gardens for the children of the laboring classes, who are to grow up into the servants of the next generation. Also training schools for domestic labor, where young girls shall be taught thoroughly all the departments of housework and cookery. Thus doing, the time will come when no servant will be hired without a diploma from some training school, and a girl will as much expect to fit herself for housemaid or cook as for dressmaker or any trade. Outside of the servant question, what are some of the means by which present wives and mothers help to prepare the way for the ideal homes of the future? In Bulwer's charming and most ingenious little book entitled The Coming Race, after prophesying of many of the marvelous improvements which might take place, he proceeds to give the inhabitants of the delightful country wonderful mechanisms in the form of wings, which when fastened in place, enabled their owner to fly in the air as easily as with his feet he could walk upon the ground. This was all very fine, but the narrow views of that time, which still prejudiced the author in spite of all his foresight, was the statement that only married women were deprived of wings, she being obliged upon her wedding day to take them off forever and hang them upon the wall in her room, where they should continually remind her of her subjection to her husband's will. Thus Lord Lytton, with all his ingenious and prophetic imagination, failed to rightly forecast woman's real and possible position in the home. Not only in the ideal homes of the future, but even in those of the present, woman has need, most assuredly, of the wings of knowledge, culture, and enlightened intuitions. And in these days, wives and mothers would be the last to be forced to hang up their wings of social power and home influence, and men most generously declare that if any beings in the present race are blessed with the embryo wings of angelic spirits, it must be their honored American wives, mothers, and daughters. As Lillian Whiting fitly said, the art of selection is the art of true living. A woman can accomplish little whose life is a series of crises, a kaleidoscopic rush, a glimpse of dissolving views. The discrimination to see and the resolution to effect desirable eliminations are quite as potent in the building up of life and in the refining and elevating of its quality, as are the things that are chosen. The keenest silhouette of Mr. Edgar Fawcett's series of social satires is that of the woman who makes a martyr of herself by going to places and entertainments for which she cares nothing, in order to have it known that she has been invited. Our existence is mostly a war of accumulations of books, events, and people. It is quite impossible to read everything, to go everywhere, to see everybody, for all of which opportunities offer, without losing, in this rush of life, the power to take a distinct impression. Now to hold oneself susceptible to impressions, to keep oneself en rapport with select and sympathetic currents, to be responsive to the finer and subtler influences is to hold the key to the situation. Surely, this writer has solved one of the great causes of superficial knowledge and ineffectual labor. It is this want of selection which occasions the dilettante, would-be aesthetical affectation of modern times, which makes of too many persons mental dudes, attired in the outward adornments of a smattering of fashionable information, but in reality not possessed of any practically useful ideas. After a proper selection comes economy of time. Not an endeavor to consume time by reinstating antique customs which are behind this age of improvement. The investment of time must be as wisely undertaken by women as paying financial investments by men. Seconds must be hoarded with as much care as dollars. Then comes system. Actions must be governed by plans fully marked out, not left for the haphazard moment to suggest. In the ideal homes of the future, fanciful notions regarding table and home furnishing, which goes beyond simple elegance and becomes the bizarre style of decoration, which has turned so many elegant homes of modern times into Japanese curiosity shops, will be superseded by refined and permanent adornment, and home life will be molded by practical information, the skilled superintendence of trained labor, the quiet repose which follows systematic economy of time, and the vast intellectual advancement which lies in the power of those who improve all possible opportunities, and wisely select those pursuits and pleasures best adapted for the fullest development of their individual natures and God-given talents. What women of this age in America need is not an enlarged sphere, for in our days woman's place in the world is bounded only by her own capabilities and highest possible development, but we require the physical endurance of all our great-great-grandmothers put together. In our land, at the present day, woman has every right which she has thus far shown herself competent to maintain, and every avenue is open to her ambition which her mental powers and skilled training shall demonstrate her fitness to enter. But she must remember that when she meets a man in the political, theological, scientific, or metaphysical arena, she must stand or fall, exactly according to the same standards by which he is measured, according to her mental strength and logical conclusions, founded upon indisputable premises and acknowledged axioms, and not imagine that simply because she is a woman, ungrammatical speech, illogical arguments, nasal tones, and whining exhortations must perforce be accepted out of very gallantry to her sex. As Marion Harland so aptly expressed in a recent review article, woman, with a capital letter, should by now have ceased to be a specialty. There should be no more need of movements in her behalf, and agitations for her advancement and development considered apart from the general good of mankind, than for the abolition of Negro slavery in the United States. With a world of knowledge and opportunity thrown open to her, it argues little for her ambition and less for her ability to grasp cardinal principles that she elects to build fences about her reservation and expends time and forces in patrolling precincts nobody cares to attack. I am glad the question for discussion today does not contain the word woman, said a member of a celebrated literary club. I am weary of the pretentious dissyllable and satiated with the incessant twaddle of woman's progress, woman's work for woman, and the 99 variations upon that one string. By this time we ought to be there if we were ever to arrive. I am half sick of womanhood. I want to be a human being. Surely Marion Harland grasps the situation. It is not more riches in the way of opportunities which are crying needs of woman in this day, but like the nouveau rich, she squanders with ignorant and lavish extravagance her golden hoard of man-conceded equality of rights in every possible direction, irrespective of the wisdom or success of the investment of time or labor. In these days to every woman comes the stirring question, what can I make of my own life? In benevolent and missionary enterprises, she has long taken the lead. Now, literature, music, art, science, medicine, metaphysics, philosophy, theology, and trade are open to her ambition. In the possible ideal homes of the future, home comforts and housekeeping being secured by trained service, ideal homemaking will not be a visionary aspiring, but a practical reality. Mothers can be skilled superintendents overlooking with systematic care every department. But leisure will be found for personal culture because their physical energies will not be exhausted, nor their time frittered away by constant attention to ignorant and careless blunders of others. As the thought of the mother is indelibly impressed upon the child, when her life is freer and her mental powers more highly developed, and her spiritual horizon broadened by an ever-increasing understanding of the practical, demonstrable verity that divine love can so be realized in consciousness by the transforming power of omnipotent truth, that Christly living will harmonize the most discordant elements in daily thought and action. Then the Christ-like character of the mother will shed a continual radiance through an entire household. Her children will then be born with less inherited evil to overcome, and more strength of body and mind, to be molded by the greater enlightenment of a mother's richer, broader, and more disciplined nature. Mothers will find that the more they cultivate their own talents, the more will the talents of their children be cultivated. Children delight in imitating older persons. Whatever the mother does, the child wants to do, and much of the drudgery in learning music, art, and even literature will be unconsciously overcome by the child, who thinks she is only playing while in reality she is studying, practicing, or drawing with the most persistent perseverance in imitation of Mama, whereas the same amount of labor demanded from the child as a lesson would be wearisome and irritating. This fact experience most clearly proves. In future ideal American homes, husbands will not find in their wives beings clamoring for unwomanly occupations, but rather companions, their equal in refined information, their wise counselors in the practical questions of the day, and sympathizing advisors regarding their individual pursuits. Woman's keen-witted intuitions and man's careful deliberations will go hand in hand. Home life will be more and more a foretaste of paradise, and the refining, elevating, and Christianizing influences of American homes will be felt to the uttermost limits of the globe. End of Section 11.
Section 12 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Clergymen's Wives by Mrs. Henry Ward Beecher. Your request to write about ministers' wives doubtless refers to their duties and obligations as distinct from that of the wives of other professional men. Are their duties very dissimilar from that of all married women? Is not the first and most important work for all wives a faithful discharge of such home duties as should make home next to the very gate of heaven? If this work is constantly before the mind as the first and chief duty, a minister's wife may then, with a clear conscience, use her few spare hours in such work in her husband's church, and elsewhere if needed, as may bring all those over whom she has influence into closer union with each other, and help to promote and encourage active labor in every good work. But we think few realize how much the home duties of a minister's wife can strengthen his hands and encourage his heart. No man so much needs the help his wife can give him at home as a clergyman. Especially is this the case in large cities where he is liable to be called upon to give much time and labor to outside work, not absolutely connected with his own church. People do not reflect that under such circumstances, he needs more of his wife's help than most professional men. If the wife is expected to lead or take an active part in parish work, in all the charitable and missionary associations connected with the church, what time can she have for such home service as can save her husband from constant interruptions? Who but the wife should be ever ready to relieve him from the numerous and often important calls, and be able frequently to give such answers as will be satisfactory without any interruption to her husband? Who but the wife can take charge of the numerous letters brought by almost every mail, and answer most of them herself, without his studies or labors being disturbed by them? The help and relief a minister's wife can give her husband in these and many other ways will enable him to do tenfold more good in his parish than she could possibly do if she presided over every society connected with the church. There are always many good capable women in every church, even better fitted to take charge of such societies than their pastor's wife is, but they could not give him the help and relief she can bring him in their home. We by no means would be understood to imply that a minister's wife should not be interested in all work for the church, and fully appreciative of the labors these women are actively engaged in, and ever ready to assist them and work with them whenever she can. But we do not believe that she should be expected to make such work her first duty. On the contrary, we believe she would do wrong if she attempted to do so. End of section 12.
Section 13 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Carrington. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Wives of Army Officers, by Jessie Benton Fremont. Footnote: author of Story of the Guard, A Chronicle of the War, Souvenirs of My Time, etc. End of footnote. There is nothing more puzzling than to make one answer fit to a varied subject, such as this I have been asked to write upon. Souvent femme varie. And women do not cease to vary because married into the army. But there are certain army conditions into which women can fit and be molded with high advantage to themselves, always providing they are adaptable. The wisest man I have known used to instance the 12 disciples to show the difficulty of combining even a few men without faults. For of the 12, one proved to be a traitor, one was false, one an open doubter, while others were timid and of little faith. How can we hope for equal merit in our merely worldly associates? Still, as I said, there are fostering conditions for unusual and real good in army life. Its very patent disadvantage of cutting off the chances for fortune-making brings the advantage of creating simplicity of living, of open, honorable frugality, and often that beautiful content which can only come from a system of fixed and secure incomes, known to all, and so preventing all false appearances, all petty rivalries, and leaving life more true, more simple and noble than in the competitive life of business communities, where often false appearances are considered so necessary to success that the family behind the scenes is actually trained in untruth. With the system of known limited incomes comes the lobbing and pruning of many tastes and wishes, and the gracious habit of mutual unselfishness is fostered. Their fixed position gives the dignified repose of good breeding to these wives of army men. Except in official society in Washington, there is no fixed order in our country outside of Army and Navy circles. Theirs is a defined position, bound to be respected among themselves, and in Washington, where there is a regular order of society. Also, from the nature of their lives, they gain not only this calm and disciplined mind, but habits of promptness, of comprehension, and authority, which make of them powers for creating new conditions in the lonely and far western posts in which most officers' wives pass their younger energetic years. To these far and sparsely settled communities they can, and most do become, guiding centers in gentle and refining influences, and as much missionaries as those laboring only in that field. More than one name of such a woman springs into memory, but I think of one whose happy girlhood in Washington was among the best and greatest there, at whose marriage President Lincoln was a friendly guest, whose family, as well as her beauty and gay health and talents, made her welcome and loved. I think of her now after a life of devotion to family and duty, and doing good, until her name leaves a trail of pious good works and encouraging faith from one ocean to the other. And this although through the changes and vicissitudes of army life, the brilliant health was destroyed, but not the brilliant mind, nor the sweet nature and patient well-doing which makes her a soldier of the cross. For although for 16 painful years she can say with Heine, "Mine is a mattress grave," Yet loss of motion has only concentrated her unselfish energies, and I remember the all-embracing kindness of that gentle Mrs. Canby, whose husband was to meet so cruel a death from Indians in Northern California. I was at Monterey in 1849, when every detail of living in California was most difficult, and saw how the few ladies of the garrison there made the best of all things, and won the respect and friendship of everyone by their cheerful endurance of real privations. Each did her willing best to lighten the loneliness and the privations in our very far away and rude life. Mrs. Canby had the advantage of an attached Mexican servant who had followed her husband after the Mexican War. He was an excellent baker, and this dear woman was our volunteer bakery, herself often bringing the fragrant loaf and literally giving us our daily bread with kindest words of cheer to the sick or homesick. It is among the good chances of the whirligig of time that now, when I am again here on the outer verge of the sunset sea, among my nearest neighbors are dearly loved members of Mrs. Canby's family. And of the young element recruited from all parts of our country from such varying conditions of previous life, how much could be said? The New York girl who never missed a new opera or a first night of a fine play, to whom every enlarging habit of travel, of society, of music, books, pictures, clever men, and charming women were matters of course. How she has identified herself with and illuminated her husband's life. How fully known to them has been that through devoted companionship, utterly unknown in the usual married life. The religion of home is not a mere phrase to such lives, but like a true religion, it is the glad early offering of every power and faculty, not a pale feeling, reserved for age, and after all worldly outlets have been tried first. What man would not be flattered and live up to such a mark? The charm of army life and army people is felt by those fortunate enough to know its simplicity of hospitality, its upright beauty of domestic life, and the generous comradeship which makes of them everywhere one clan in pride and mutual help and defense. The enforced concentration of home life brings children into closer mutual comprehension, the very want of usual schools, leaving the young minds open to the ineffectual impressions of early childhood, bringing them only into the wholesome atmosphere of self-control and duty. The little girls become willing aids to the mother in sweet household duties and the graces of true hospitality, while the father gives to his young sons the old Persian training, to ride, to shoot, to speak the truth. One day, long ago, we were a group around the door of St. John's Church, that memory-dowered little old church on President Square in Washington. A bride was driving off to her new home, and her young friends showered farewells and roses and rice and slippers. An older woman said harshly, "Now that is the only proper marriage we have had in a long while. She goes off in her own coach and four to her fine country seat in Maryland, to come back to her townhouse in Washington for the winter, while the rest of you girls have been marrying poor devils of Army and Navy officers." Well, life is not lived in one day. Those Army and Navy men who had the certainty of being married for themselves, did they not endow their brides with names they wrote high on the pages of American history? End of section 13.
Section 14 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Salon. the true American aristocracy, society peculiarities of different American cities. Editorial. In reading of French and English salons, such as those of Madame Recamier, Madame Roland, and Lady Blessington, of whom it is said that she was the only Englishwoman who ever kept a real salon, except Lady Holland, the question often arises, how can ladies in our republic found an American salon which shall be free from the objectionable characteristics of such foreign assemblies, and retain those important features which gained for the notable salons of the past recognition as the most influential adjuncts of the state? Heretofore, American society has been founded upon a very fluctuating basis, but as the true American aristocracy becomes recognized, the social American queens rule by right of rank secured by cultured minds and courteous manners, and royal precedent of loyal hearts and moral courage. The American salon will become a potent power in the progress of national civilization, and the molding and guiding of such a beneficial social institution depends upon American women. The salons of the past took the place largely of our modern magazines and periodicals. Men and women met in those assemblies to discuss matters of politics and literature, regarding which information could not otherwise be so readily obtained. Now one can acquire all necessary news relating to topics of the day without leaving one's own library, and social conversation has therefore become largely a thing of the past, degenerating into useless chit-chat or personal gossip. A reaction is already setting in, and the social atmosphere betokens hopeful signs of progress towards the realization of an American salon. In the stately assemblies in the early days of our republic, when Lady Washington moved among her distinguished guests with a calm repose and royal dignity of presence which betokened an inheritance of queenly virtues that no imperial purple could bestow, and when Dolly Madison flashed forth her brilliant sallies of wit with the independence of thought that had become the birthright of our nation, social gatherings were the chief avenues of reaching the minds of distinguished men and women whose opinions were to mold the thoughts of the people so lately emancipated by their heroic struggle from the shackles of the old world's bondage, which had enslaved not only their national institutions, but their individual freedom of thought and action. In modern times, the molding of public opinion has been largely the province of the press, and though thereby national intelligence has been increased, social gatherings have lost their past prestige of moral and intellectual influence, becoming merely formal and burdensome obligations laid upon those whose positions or ambitions kept them within the wearying social whirl. During this period, woman has been slowly developing her mental powers and assuming her enlarged responsibilities consequent upon the progressive steps of our national civilization toward the standard of God-given equality and individual rights, irrespective of race, color, or sex. And now dawns a new era in social circles. Woman is unquestionably within her universally acknowledged sphere when she accepts the exalted obligation of making the American salon the precedent and exemplification of all desired social influences toward a more lofty ideal of American society. As in the assemblies of the heroic past, when men displayed their exalted patriotism by word and spirit, as well as their chivalrous courtesy by adherence to custom and manners, and women did not lay aside their loyal enthusiasm and regal aspirations when they assumed their quaint and picturesque ball attire. So in the American salon of the future, fashionable costumes will not necessitate an accompanying vacuity of mind, and social gatherings amongst the cultured and refined will no longer be merely a wearying mockery of enlightened conversation. An American can have the best manners in the world, for he has nothing to crush him. Every man is his own master, and no titled aristocracy can awe into insignificance the truly cultured and refined. Brain aristocrats are freeborn, and in our land no right of kings can make them from their royal prerogative of power. The proud remark of the great Napoleon, "Je suis mon ancestre," I am my own ancestor, can be repeated by many big-brained men of genius in our progressive country, where self-made success is the birthright of our nation, and American women are the present and the future of American aristocracy. She is the Republic. Let her not pose as the shameless goddess of liberty of the French Revolution, but rather as the gentle-eyed Madonna. To entertain others acceptably and successfully demands attention to various things. Among them may be enumerated voice, manners, tact, accomplishments, imagination, individuality, politeness, education, wit, brevity, repartee, ethics of dress, and the art of conversation. Edward Everett Hale says, "There is no particular method about talking, or talking well. It is one of the things in life which does itself, and if one fails in talking, it is always because they have not yet applied the simple master rules of life. Tell the truth. Confess ignorance, and talk to the person who is talking to you." An author says, "No good talker is obtrusive, thrusting forward his observations on men and things. He is rather receptive, trying to get at other people's observations." There are unsounded depths in a man's nature of which he himself knows nothing until they are revealed to him by the splash and ripple of his own conversation with other men. Another rule of good conversation may be thus stated: never undervalue your interlocutor. This does not interfere with the equally important rule of adapting our conversation to the supposed knowledge and capability of the person we are addressing. Perfect tact has the rare intuition of determining quickly and sensitively what subjects would naturally interest persons of certain pursuits, tastes, reputation, or social standing. Manner is everything with some people, and something with everybody, said Bishop Middleton, and ease of manner can only become habitual by acquiring gracefulness and naturalness of pose, and then remembering that others are probably totally indifferent to where we are standing or what we are doing, being absorbed in their own individual interests. Lady Waldegrave was said to possess in perfection l'art de tenir salon, the art of holding a salon. She was never afraid to bow first, to call first, to speak first. She knew the value of courtesy. In England, it is said, people are never introduced at a dinner. Everyone speaks to his next neighbor or the person opposite without introduction and with delightful courtesy. But in America, the restraint is such that two ladies will meet, gaze at each other as if they belonged to hostile tribes of Indians, desiring only each other's scalps, because, forsooth, they have not been introduced. The best rule seems to be that the house wherein the ladies meet as invited guests should be sufficient introduction to exchange the commonplaces of courtesy, even though they should never meet again. The art of entertaining acceptably requires ease of manners and agreeable inflections of voice. American women are seldom taught to speak with clear, anti-nasal voice. There is not enough attention given to elocution as applied to ordinary conversation and reading aloud, that beautiful art so much neglected. The English are far ahead of us in this accomplishment of a pleasing speaking voice and a refined intonation. Whether it is our climate and the many severe colds which our ancestors must have taken on Plymouth Rock, and which effectively ruined the larynx of their descendants, it is certain that the bronchial membrane and the larynx do not respond as well in this country as in England. American women are almost always beautiful. It is only when the peacock begins to sing or talk that we discovered that beauty does not always strike in. A certain amount of knowledge of the rules of etiquette is indispensable, but this knowledge, like the necessary rudiments of education, should be so familiar as to lose all semblance of art in the naturalness of native politeness. We, all of us, have met people whose powers of voice and manners exercised an irresistible fascination. They would always be the fashion, for they are the types after which fashion should be modeled. The etiquette of a musical or literary salon demands punctuality and silence during the performance of every part of the musical or literary program. The rooms should be cool, not overcrowded, and the lights well shaded, for the enjoyment of music or literature is greatly lessened by such inharmonious surroundings as hot rooms, uncomfortable positions, and too glaring light. As to the item of refreshments, when considered in the art of entertaining, suffice it to say a well-bred hostess will lean toward simplicity rather than ostentatious munificence. Success in society is like electricity. It makes itself felt and yet is unseen and cannot be described. Intelligence and tact are indispensable, but accomplishments such as talent for music, art, or elocution are aids to popularity. Wit, that is true humor, and sometimes elegant satire, sheathed in a soft, flowing melody of words, may fascinate, like the flash of diamonds half veiled by shimmering laces. Sarcasm should only be used to repel an insult or defeat an ill-bred attack. Wit which descends to jokes is not a polite manner of entertaining, but the melodious laughter and decorous mirth should be occasioned by brilliant repartee and elegant storytelling, which is an art of rare accomplishment, as we all readily perceive when we remember how few of our acquaintances can tell an acceptable story in a polished and charming manner. The wit of one age is said to be the stupidity of the next. But I think the true refinement of this age would prefer the elegant humor of an Addison, Sidney Smith, Swift, Steele, or Sheridan to the coarse, modern, so-called wit of bad spelling and bad pronunciation. Of the social reputation of our prominent cities I have culled the following. In Washington, where intellectual prominence, or what we Yankees call smartness, and what the English term cleverness prevails, the natural inquiry would be, what does he or she know? Can he talk well? What is he? In consequence, the society at Washington is quite unparalleled in agreeability. If there is anything in a man or woman, it is manifested in Washington. It is the city of agreeable conversations. It is the sphere of charming little dinners. No one can be local or narrow at Washington. It is to be feared that society is somewhat local and provincial in both of the aristocratic cities, Boston and Philadelphia. They know so well who they are themselves that they expect you to know. In Boston, although the most intellectual of our cities, the Athens of America, the hub of the universe, society is very local and condensed. They are very indifferent to outside influences, and the society to a stranger is frigid and cold. but when once penetrated, it is delightful. No one must attempt, however, to storm it. It is a city on a hill which cannot be hid, but it is well protected by the invincible reserve of its people. And one of its wits has said that a Boston man is condensed east wind, which is not a bad criticism. Philadelphia is far more open-handed and easy of access than Boston, for the old Quaker hospitality has been joined to a southern warmth, and it has produced a jolly sort of hospitality. They feed one in Philadelphia as if they intended to make a pâté foie gras of you, and they are delightful hosts. But beware how you attempt to marry one of their daughters, unless you have 16 quarterings and a grandfather. They are particular about a grandfather in Philadelphia. Baltimore is a very hospitable cosmopolitan city and has the cavalier element widely prevalent in its still gay society. The memory of Lord Baltimore has given it somewhat of an English tone, but it is the best of all tones. There is nothing snobbish about it. New Orleans had great charms before the war, and has still. It is well placed for hospitality, and the old French population ensures gaiety and a freedom from false economy, or what seems such. Of course, New York is the Paris of America. It is a French city, a German city, a Spanish city, an English city, and a Yankee city. No one can fathom what its wonderful banyan tree growth will be in 100 years. It is now the greatest curiosity as to its abnormal condition in regard to etiquette. The sunshine and gladness of its climate, its 1,000 enchantments, its very quick, passionate pulse, its cosmopolitan character, all tend to distinguish New York as the very field for a polite society, for a perfect and sensible etiquette. Society is in a transition state in America, and one is very glad of anything which helps to settle mooted points, such as, for instance, who shall call first, who shall be received, who shall not. These are now left to hospitality and the good nature of the individual. Regarding Chicago, a recent remark of one of America's great statesmen will be in place. Being asked whether the extravagance of Chicago did not scare him, he replied, "Everything about Chicago scares me. I am lost in amazement at her stupendous push." Whether the American salon par excellence shall first be established in Washington, New York, or Chicago remains to be seen. Merit, even of the highest, without a corresponding good manner, is like a flower without perfume, or a tree without leaves. The mere veneering of manner is not good breeding. People who read only the current newspapers and magazines get very little entertainment from each other's society because they have all been fed on the same intellectual food. They merely repeat to each other the same items they have all read, and variety, the spice of life, is therefore wanting. It reminds one of the pictures in people's houses in the days of art unions. An art union gave you once a year a cheap engraving, but they gave the same engraving to everybody, so that in every house you might enter you would see the same men dancing upon the same flat boat. Then the next year you saw Queen Mary signing Lady Jane Grey's death warrant. She kept signing it all the time. You might make 17 calls in an afternoon, and everywhere you saw her signing away on that death warrant. You came to be very tired of Queen Mary and the death warrant. Well, that is much the same way in which 17 people would weary and fail to improve each other who had read nothing but the same editions of the Daily Times or the Saturday News. The science of language is only a correct knowledge of the true meaning of the words we are using every day. and never until woman in her own home circle becomes the accomplished arbitress of the best words for the best thoughts will our own Anglo-Saxon language become purified and perfective as the one tongue. The art of entertaining is founded, outwardly at least, upon the fundamental rules of Christian courtesy. Meekness is the Christian value. Modesty is the manner of the well-bred. Peace is the Christian command. Harmony is the social exemplification of it. Self-denial is a Christian duty. Forgetfulness of self is the creed of polite society. Thus, an outward form, at least, of Christian courtesy is necessary to success in social circles. Imitations are always distasteful. Therefore, each must be individual in their mode of entertaining. For in this lies the witching charm of novelty. The poet Cowper says, "Man in society is like a flower, blown in its native bud, 'tis there alone. His faculties, expanded in full bloom, shine out, there only reach their proper use." The American salon will at length supersede the wearisome, but at present necessary afternoon tea. Woman as yet is in the mere infancy of her mental development, for she has only recently been allowed to step beyond the walls of her nursery, where her mental diet heretofore has been only the weak gruels of small talk and an occasional bonbon of romance. When the golden rule in actual living shall convert affection of affability into genuine Christian kindliness, social fibs will not have to be told, and dreaded afternoon teas will become highly prized opportunities for the interchange of lofty ideas and practical ideas of progress. An English writer pays the following compliment to the American woman of education and culture. Perhaps the peculiarity which first impresses a stranger in the American woman is her astonishing fluency and self-reliance in speech. New York and Brooklyn society seems to abound in pretty little petticoated Gladstones. Most American women talk habitually with an accuracy which would bear literal reporting, the language reading like a page copied out of a book, while at the same time there is a fluency which never pauses for a word and never seems to know the slightest difficulty in expressing an idea. Recognizing the truth of this tribute to the conversational powers of American women of broad education and enlarged perceptions, the American salon seems a sure accomplishment in the near future. This is the end of section 14. Section 15 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Social Leaders of Washington by Leonora B. Halstead. Sister-in-law of the Honorable John W. Noble, ex-Secretary of the Interior. The city of Washington is a product of the official pioneer in that it is unique. It was chosen as the site of the nation's capital when a swamp, and the first buildings were public ones of granite and marble in striking contrast to the flimsy structures run up for the accommodation of those who had to sleep and eat as well as govern. Society began in the same official manner, when the President and Mrs. Adams drove through the forest from Baltimore and arrived finally at the half-built White House, named from Martha Washington's maiden home. The capital had no society, and no material of which to make it, for there were only 3 private houses within the city limits. To form society under such circumstances was as near creating something out of nothing as it is possible to conceive, and only the necessary presence of officials made it practicable. The government had its first seat in New York, from whose Dutch habits came the custom of New Year's receptions that pleased Washington so much he hoped it would never be discarded. Then the administration moved to Philadelphia, where the circle of established society was very brilliant, but equally dissipated. There was great prodigality, and gambling was fashionable among both men and women. Against this extravagance and frivolity the president and his wife determined to set their faces. Everything which can tend to support propriety of character without partaking of the follies of luxury and ostentation are Washington's own words as to the aim of his manner of living. The suit he wore at his inauguration was woven by his household, and Mrs. Washington displayed once 2 dresses she had spun in which the silk stripes were made of ravelings from black silk stockings and old crimson chair covers. In spite of such simple living, they maintained strict etiquette in social affairs, which they considered necessary to command the respect of other nations, and which gave them an unquestioned dignity. Adams observed the same formula, but when the new capital was occupied and Jefferson came into power, every barrier of etiquette was leveled. A social chaos replaced the rigid dignity of Washington's time, and had it not been for the saving grace of Mrs. Madison, there would have been no true society in the highest circle. It is a fact for which Americans may be thankful that during the first 16 years of the capital's life, a woman so capable, so graceful, so deservedly popular as Mrs. Madison should have been at the head of social affairs. There was no permanent lady of the White House while Jefferson was in office, and Mrs. Madison did what few honors he allowed, extending the charm of her own house to that of the president. When she became the lady of the executive mansion, she struck a happy medium between the formality of Washington's time and the utter lack of etiquette that made Jefferson's slipshod. Her lack of partisanship was marked and comparably beneficial, for she had the magnetism which brought enemies and friends almost equally under her genial influence. She had opinions firm and true, but she was devoid of rancor and possessed the exquisite tact that more than all else distinguishes the true social queen. She was indeed not alone the first, but perhaps the only woman of absolute social genius that ever presided in the White House. 23 years after leaving it, she returned to the city a widow, well advanced in years, and with only a modest income, but she was as popular as she had been when First Lady of the land. Her house was frequented equally by the most notable and the most fashionable. She was voted a seat on the floor of the Senate and given the freedom of that of the House, the only time these had ever been accorded to a woman. And when she died, the utmost reverence was shown in her memory. The leaders of society in those days had nearly all been abroad as wives of ministers, in the troublous times succeeding the Revolution, and had made acquaintance with the best usages of other countries that made them capable of giving the right turn to ours. Moreover, the social ideal was formed largely of a combination of English and French models. The republican institutions within which it grew naturally led it to refer to Roman and French precedents, and the marked part that France took, not alone in befriending us as a nation, but in guiding our ideas before as well as after our government was formed, emphasized its influence. To the Carolinas came many of the best blood in France when the Huguenots were driven from their country, and in our Revolution all of these adhered to the cause of liberty. Then the presence of the noble Frenchman with Lafayette at their head, who fought for us, and later the refugees from the bloody scenes of the French Revolution who brought examples of high breeding among us, had much effect upon society. Poverty drove them to sad straits, but did not make them relinquish their schooling, as, for instance, one who was afterwards a king, Louis Philippe, returned the hospitality he had received in Philadelphia by inviting several distinguished men to dine with him in his room over a barber shop, where he apologized for seating half the company on the side of the bed. Our English heredity was, of course, the fiber of our existence, and Puritan probity, colonial simplicity, French elegance, and Southern grace may be considered the dyes with which the social web was colored. The general constitution of society in Washington was from the first Southern. The capital was in a Southern district, and distances were far greater in those days than ours. Many of the wives of members came on horseback 1,500 miles through Indian settlements. Hence, wealthy planters living near thought it but a trifle to take their families and retinue of slaves to spend the winter in town. Slavery gave the South leisure, while freedom brought greater commercial activity to the North, and the West was still a land of pioneers. It is therefore a fortunate circumstance that the early ladies of the White House came from so many different parts of the country that all its elements combined to give the accent of leadership, and it must be remembered that they were not alone leaders, but in large part creators of social life. Mrs. Monroe, a New Yorker of Dutch descent, succeeded Mrs. Madison and left the same elevated tone, allowing nothing vulgar within the precincts where she ruled. She knew the importance of social forms, as when Monroe was minister to France, she saved the life of Madame de Lafayette by a ceremonious call at the prison where she was confined. Mrs. John Quincy Adams came with much prestige to the honors of the White House. She had spent many years in Europe as a member of families representing our country, and when her husband became Secretary of State, she made his home memorable for its pleasantness. It was that happy era of good feeling when partisanship abated its ferocity and none were excluded from her house on account of politics. Morals, however, were a different matter. When she was in the White House, she regarded with great coldness a friend who had presumed to introduce the wife of a member not very particular in her conduct, who would today be received without question simply on account of her official position. Even in those early days, however, the nimbus of the good old times was gathering around the Democratic head of Jackson. When it was said, the mind shone forth in its pure, unstudied richness. The contrast was drawn sharply between those happy times and the court of the younger Adams, the gay drawing-rooms of the prince of diplomats. But when Mrs. Adams' reign had become in its turn the good old times, it was spoken of as an enchanting, elegant, and intellectual regime. The fashionable circle she drew around her was far superior to that which has appeared at any period since. One of the most brilliant in this coterie was Mrs. Porter, who was decidedly the leader of all the gay contemporaries of the day, although she said she had worn chiefly for a whole winter one black silk dress, varying cap and collar to suit different occasions. In Jackson's time, one of the signal instances of the influence of women was shown in the Eaton episode. Mrs. Eaton was a fascinating woman whose reputation was unfortunately tainted. The president believed in her integrity and supported Eaton in marrying her, afterwards appointing him to the cabinet. It was natural that he should be sensitive on such a subject, for he had lost his dearly beloved wife just before coming to Washington on account of poisonous slander. He did everything in his power to persuade and even to force society to receive Mrs. Eaton, but he could not prevail. The ladies of the cabinet refused to accept her, and their husbands resigned in consequence. The mistress of the White House, when told to call upon Mrs. Eaton, said bravely, "Uncle, I will do anything on earth for you consistent with my dignity as a lady, but I cannot visit anyone with Mrs. Eaton's reputation." In consequence, she was remanded to Tennessee with her husband and did not return for 6 months. Then Jackson had recognized his failure, and it is somewhat amusing to see that he undertook nothing social thereafter without first consulting the leaders of society. The throng pressed too strongly upon them, however, to maintain boundaries of etiquette, at least in the public receptions. A country whose population grows so rapidly as ours sends a constantly increasing number to the capital, and the taste of the people became the only restriction. At first this was rude and untrained. Men with muddy boots stood on satin sofas and knocked down waiters bearing refreshments in their eagerness to get at them. But Americans learned quickly, and before long even the proprieties of an English woman were not shocked, and she wrote home after seeing a public reception, "The democracy behaves like a lady." In Van Buren's ascendancy came greater elegance and decorum. The White House was handsomely refurnished, and his daughter-in-law, a pretty Southerner of good education and social tact, exercised a benign influence on society. The people, however, thought this regime far too aristocratic, and it was one of the causes of the bitterness infused into the next campaign, which offset the extravagance of the White House by the conspicuous log cabin of General Harrison, who was the first Western president. With Tyler's administration, one thing came to an end that is greatly to be deplored. That is the immunity from press comments on social affairs. Mrs. Tyler was exceedingly particular in checking any such indiscretion, and the fact that the papers could be restrained shows what a headway this vulgarizing force has gained in our day, when the higher standard of taste has been completely overwhelmed. Mrs. Polk brought a noble presence to the White House. Mrs. Maury, an Englishwoman, said, "Among the queens that I have seen, not one could compare with Mrs. Madison, Mrs. Polk, and Mrs. Adams. They are highly cultivated and perfectly accomplished in the most delicate and refined usages of distinguished society." Mrs. Polk was equally well versed in the interests of her husband and her country, and was the only president's wife who was also his private secretary. She was emphatically the wife of a president, even during the long years that she outlived him in her quiet retirement, where any distinguished visitors to Nashville called upon her as still a semi-public character, and were received with the dignity and affability that made her so highly esteemed during her term in the White House. But society had now reached a stage where it did not depend for support wholly upon political officials. The Army and Navy and the diplomatic corps gave it characteristics of their own, which, while official, were not partisan, and lent the polish of attrition with the world to the cruder elements. These bodies were all disciplined in etiquette, which is to society what grammar is to language, and did much toward evolving the art of society as an end in itself. The question of precedence between the British and French ministers caused certain rules to be adopted by even so democratic a person as Jefferson, and this beneficial influence, bringing forms out of the void, was exerted with a steady pressure from the beginning of the century. Traditions of these steps in our progress toward social coherency remain with the residents, who are mostly descendants of those whom official duty or business originally brought to the capital. They are reputed to be exclusive, but as a rule are not so intentionally. They are courteous to those who are brought near them by the fluctuations of political life, but the soil of opportunity is shallow, and the roots of social affiliations have little room for expansion in 4 years. Moreover, the increasing multitude of people that come to Washington has conduced to the falling apart of officials and residents. The officials have all they can do to entertain those to whom they are under obligations, whereas formerly residents were in request. On the other hand, the latter find congenial company in established families without the sense of impending separation, but if an official is met and liked by a resident, he is cordially welcomed, for neither politics nor sectarianism are here dividing lines. Persons mingle without such thought of difference, seeking their social affinities with something of the freedom of chemical atoms. This is especially true since the war. Buchanan was the last president of the antebellum days, and under his auspices Southern supremacy made a brilliant social exit. Never was the White House more dignified or elegant. He was the most fortunate in having his beautiful niece, Miss Lane, do its honors for him. She had gained a rare popularity abroad when her uncle was minister to England, the students of Oxford rising in a body to cheer her when she went to see degrees conferred upon Tennyson and Buchanan. It was while she was mistress of the White House that the Prince of Wales visited there, and the President's and Miss Lane's courteous reception of him, combined with the demonstration in the Northern States, in strange contrast with his inhospitable treatment in Virginia, made a deep impression on the Queen and the Prince Consort, and may have had some influence on their action in remaining friends of the Union during the rebellion. The country was already trembling on the brink of a dreadful war, but society had an almost feverish gaiety. Politics were too serious to be mentioned, yet they tacitly divided social life into factions. Mrs. Adams of Boston was a leader accorded the rare distinction of being acknowledged by both sides, and Bailey's house provided the nearest approach to a salon that Washington has ever seen, while Mrs. Slidell's influence in her set was such that whatever dictum she cared to enunciate about fashions was instantly followed. But as the years sped away, so did many of the Southerners. Mrs. Crittenden, a woman of great social influence who was perfectly familiar with all the issues of the day and had her own convictions, but never advocated them as a partisan, expressed perhaps woman's best attitude at such a time in a letter to her daughter. Our Southern friends have made a great mistake. I long to welcome them back. But it was many years before this could be done, and in the meantime depths of anguish had been struggled through that alienated one section from another to a degree that makes one marvel at the apparent reconciliation. Lincoln's inaugural ball was called the Union Ball, but a bond of union was already strained to the utmost tenuity, and during the next 4 years there was too much grim work going forward to allow of social life. Nevertheless, it was during these hard, dark, anguished years that Washington became truly the capital of the nation. Baptized by its great namesake in thanksgiving and hope, it was confirmed in blood and tears, and when the pall of war was lifted, the city was no longer Southern, nor was it Northern. Its minority under guardianship of this or that section had passed. It assumed its rightful position as the country's head and drew to it more and more the best of every portion of the land. The improvements made in consonance with its new dignity were worked out on the original plans of its and the nation's founder, and it seemed like a resurrection from the dead, so different from the miry, dusty, unkept village of earlier times became the Washington that now ranks as one of the most beautiful capitals in the world. The opportunities for social beauty were as great as its material attractions, but at first the reaction from the long strain of the war set in with a flood tide and almost obliterated the old landmarks of taste and decorum. The presence of many newly rich families, eager to display their wealth, the thirst for amusement, and the ambition of those who had ends to gain in satisfying it, made a mad whirl of festivity. At some of the more extravagant entertainments, the guests remained until morning, partaking of a sumptuous breakfast before they separated, the men to attend to business, and the women to appear at morning receptions in the same costumes they had worn to the ball. Extravagance and corruption went hand in hand, even cabinet ministers not being above serious suspicion, and their wives still more attainted. Mrs. Fish, in the middle of this whirlpool, kept a steady foot and a clear head, and in her combined kindliness and elegance was the rallying point for the better element in official circles. In Mrs. Hayes came a woman to the White House who is spoken of as marking the third epoch among those who have inhabited it, the first being trained by the Revolution and the second of only domestic and social ambition. She was a graduate of the first college for women in America and was a person of strong convictions and calm courage. The serene and dignified method of life that had been practiced by the earlier administrations was now restored with a new grace and intelligence. Her face was set firmly against the dissolute, but the humble received her sweetest courtesy. The leadership of the official aristocracy, whose members change too often to be a danger, is potent over the mass and in the kind of people attracted to the capital from other cities. Mrs. Hayes in this is said to have exercised a greater influence than any lady of the White House since Mrs. Madison. The persons one met there and largely elsewhere were no longer shoddy magnates whose sole attractions were terrapin and champagne, but cultivated men and women who could converse sensibly on the topics of the day. She was severely criticized for excluding wine from her state dinners, but even those who disapproved had to admit that the conditions were such as to make a sharp lesson salutary. The esteem in which she was held by the women of the country was shown in their presenting her portrait to the nation in gratitude for worthy representation, the first instance of the kind in the history of any nation. With the gentleman president, Arthur, came his sister, Mrs. McElroy, a lady of quiet elegance and admirable tact, for whatever she did or left undone was sure to be in the best taste, and her example quietly enforced the general social usages Mrs. Hayes had revived, though wine was no longer excluded from the White House. Grover Cleveland's marriage aroused general interest, and never did the press take such outrageous license. But the president's bride entered happily upon a gay era. Her youth and the interest attached to her new position made her uncommonly popular, and during her next period of supremacy she will be a significant social leader. In Cleveland's first term there was a recurrence by some of the extravagance of Grant's time, unlimited funds being spent in entertaining whoever cared to come, and such indiscriminate hospitality does not attract the best. Unfortunately, the trend is towards this prodigality, but there is another side to the shield that protects our institutions. For with extravagance comes the inevitable tendency to corruption. Some there are who entertain continually, and whose company is looked upon as an honor by the highest, who yet retain a simple delicacy that sets a fair example to those who would be hospitable and yet not exceed their means. Mrs. Harrison's regime was not one of brilliancy, but of unusual sociability. She entertained more persons informally as well as on state occasions than any other president's wife, and accepted invitations with the same pleasure she had shown as wife of a senator. She was the president of the Daughters of Revolution and attended its meetings. But her example will hardly be followed, for the accumulation of so many undertakings broke down her health, and she died on the eve of election. Her unselfish thoughtfulness was evidenced in many ways, but in none more than when she was brought, in almost a dying condition, from Loon Lake, and within half an hour of her arrival directed that the White House should be open to those attracted to Washington by the Grand Army encampment. 5,000 went through the public rooms in 1 hour, and this steady tramp was kept up day after day. Yet nothing was injured save the matting, showing a wonderful improvement of manners since the war times. Among the notable leaders during the Harrison administration was Mrs. Morton. As wife of the vice president, she made a place for herself that had so long been vacant it almost needed recreation. Of distinguished bearing and much social experience in New York and France, she established her position with ease and elegance, and was promptly recognized as a social chief. An innovation was made by Mrs. Noble, who gave a tea in honor of some of the prominent suffrage women, the first time they had been tendered such social recognition. Miss Anthony looked over the rooms crowded with members of the cabinet, diplomats, officers of the Army and Navy, and others, and proudly said, "Such a gathering would not have been possible 30 years ago, even if the invitation had come, as in this instance, from the wife of a cabinet minister." The general tone of society has certainly improved. There are some things in which we have retrograded, but much that was vicious has disappeared, and much that is good has replaced it. This is due chiefly to the higher level of integrity, sobriety, and taste of the people as a whole, but the leaders of society have their share in the upward movement. To elevate the standard of taste is no small part of patriotic duty, and one that women have especially in charge. To be patriots, not partisans, to unite, not sever, to forward principles by making the best attractive, and to reach the point of repose where good manners in all things become spontaneous, have been and will be the aims of those most successful as leaders. This is the end of section 15.
Section 16 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lyra Scout. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Southern Woman, Past and Present. By Mrs. Frank Leslie. Footnote. Editor and publisher. Author of From Gotham to the Golden Gate, Itza, etc. End footnote. There is no class of woman as noteworthy in a study of American women as the woman of the South. No class which has passed through stranger vicissitudes or developed more startling changes of character. We all know what the Southern woman was considered during the half-century before the war, a date which has become of fatal significance in our land. I mean, of course, the woman of the upper classes, the wife and daughter of the wealthy planter or the city magnate of those days. A petted, sheltered darling, protected by the chivalrous care of men, who, whatever their faults, were romantically tender and devoted to womankind from all that was hard or coarse or likely to offend her delicacy. This Southern woman passed from her cradle to her grave upon velvet, never touching the common earth or soiling her tiny feet with the dust of common ways. True, she was a painstaking and faithful housekeeper, carrying the keys of her storeroom at her girdle and knowing exactly what provision was consumed, not only in the house, but in the quarters. Every morning of her life, attended by one or two trusted woman servants, she weighed and measured and counted out these supplies, summoned the cook to receive the most minute orders for the day, interviewed the serving women, the nurses, perhaps the gardener and other domestics. Finally, she visited the sick servants in their own quarters, prescribed simple remedies, and what is more, served them out from her liberal medicine chest. Did Chloe wish to marry Caesar and have a real white wedding with cake and bridal veil? She seized a favorable moment to confide the ambition to Mrs., who generally entered into the little romance with interest and arranged the details with generous kindness. Was old Aunt Dinah in distress at hearing of the death of Pete or Sambo or Cuff? She went to Mrs. to be comforted, and receive perhaps a glass of wine, or hear a few verses out of the good book, as the mistress judged most consistent with her tastes. In fact, the duties of a Southern planter's wife in the olden time were quite as onerous and fatiguing as those of the matron of an institution, who draws a good salary and feels that she is a monument of afflicted and meritorious womanhood. But all these duties were performed not as laborious tasks, but as an essential part of a position she was proud and glad to fill. She was the queen of her house and of her estate, the mistress almost of life and death to hundreds of subjects, and the honored and tenderly cared for wife and mother of her own family. Under such nurture, our Southern woman developed a peculiar character, at once autocratic and clinging. Her tender little hands never touched anything harder than the keys at her girdle. Her dreamy eyes seemed ever looking beyond the prosaic objects around her into some rose-strewn, magnolia-scented paradise of her own. Her own smile was soft and slow and sphinx-like as that of Mona Lisa, who to me always seemed a Southern woman. Not generally of the most brilliant intellect or attainments, our Southern wife and daughter received the dicta of the men belonging to her as law and gospel. It was their place to know the affairs of the world, and they did. They fulminated in the eager Southern fashion this or that decree, and she listened with that bewildering smile, and softly answered in her low trainante voice, with words not of any profound meaning perhaps, but full of sweet sympathy and confidence. When war times came, this loving docility of nature made of the Southern woman a very warm and passionate partisan. She believed all that she was told, and when she understood that the home and the life which were the orbit of her existence were to be broken up, the institutions which to her were God-given to be destroyed, and those conditions which her husband and father swore were their rights were to be swept away, she became the most devoted and positive of champions. The abstract merits of the case did not enter into her philosophy in any manner. If some fanatic tried to set them before her, she waved them contemptuously aside. The concrete fact that the man she loved, or the sons she doted upon, or the brother or the lover of her heart, was exposed to peril, suffering, and very possible death, was enough for her. But when to this casus belli was added the statement that the Yankees were coming to steal our servants and to seize upon our estates, she became, this soft, tender little magnolia blossom, she became a Joan of Arc, a Charlotte Corday, a Boudica, a Medea. Those tender fingers of hers filled cartridges, cast bullets, stitched ammunition belts and warlike garments, made banners and embroidered terrific mottos, performed in fact all that a woman's hands could do of the terrible preparations for war, while the fertile fancy and irresponsible impulses native to her class suggested dangers that never came, and reprisals sometimes preceding the provocation. As for the trials of body and mind, the heroic struggles for bare existence, the death in life of the Southern woman through the war, these are things we will not dilate upon. They are of those painful records of individual suffering that the world agrees to bury, that from their grave may spring the growth of universal benefit. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the Church, and the tears of the broken heart water the trees of a nation's welfare. And now, after the lapse of 1/4 of a century, that gracious growth has reached an appreciable size and beauty. Through the fearful ordeal of suffering unknown to the casual observer or reader, the Southern woman has emerged into the nobler conditions of her present existence. The softness and ease of her former life, its assured protection and the tender deference that surrounded it, were perhaps a trifle enervating to character. The affections flourished at the expense of the intellect. The delight of being was more present than the necessity of doing. The whole nature ran to vine secure of always finding a strong support upon which to cling and beautify. But with home and friends and wealth swept away by one tremendous cataclysm, the lovely clinging creature was left either to trail helplessly upon the ground and perish there, or to develop new fiber, new roots, new powers of self-support. And the heroic treatment has borne its fruit. The terrible struggle has given birth to the child of promise. Perhaps it is but a survival of the fittest. Perhaps more have perished in the ordeal than we care to count, but it is past, and we look about us with pride at some of its obvious results. The fittest are indeed very fit, as the Englishman has it, and the Southern vine has developed into the sturdy and useful growth in whose branches the fowls of the air may securely rest. Some of the most prominent women in literature, novelists, poets, journalists of every grade, are Southern women. Many of the accountants, amanuenses, and other assistants in offices and counting rooms are Southerners. Many of the women who enter into commerce or who make homes for those happy inmates who find a place beneath their roofs and at their generous boards are Southerners. You find them, in fact, wherever you find women at work not too heavy for delicately framed and tenderly bred women. They cannot become scrubbers or daughters of the plow, although I have known some who undertook the finer parts of laundry work, such as the getting up of laces and lawns. Yes, and did it beautifully too, as well or better than their slaves used to do for them. But these are exceptions to the rule, for in a general way, the Southern woman cannot use her hands to any great effect, except in holding a pen or pencil or a needle, and her taste and refinement are among the best items of her stock in trade. It is the old story of the Arab steed of pure breed but light frame, who outstays the big-boned Norman war-horse, the scimitar which cleaves its way where the battle-axe fails, that perfumed oil that gently creeps through where vinegar and caustic do not penetrate. Let us admire her for what she was, and what she is, and what she is not nor ever will be. Let us admire and respect and love her, this dainty darling of the South, who has proven herself both able and willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the woman workers of the world, and to make for herself a high place in the new world into which she has been forced. All praise and honor to her, say I, and all the cordial and loving help that any of us can give to her. End of section 16.
Section 17 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Carrington. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Physical Culture of American Women, by Annie Janess Miller. Footnote, author of Physical Beauty, Mother and Babe, etc. End of footnote. Physical development has passed the fad and experimental stages. An apprehension lest women should do injury to muscles which were formerly regarded as too delicate for active and systemic exercise has disappeared. It has been conclusively proven that women may take active gymnastics not only with safety, but with great bodily gain. Indeed, it is now very generally conceded that failure to take such exercise must result in premature breaking down under our nervous, high-pressure system of living, corrective exercises being necessary to establish a law of equilibrium between nerves and muscles, between the body and brain. The need for physical exercise having been established, the only danger to be apprehended is from those taking these exercises ignorantly. I have everywhere in my travels through the country met with women who complain that physical culture has done them more injury than good, and investigation has proven, in every instance, that exercises were taken without a knowledge of anatomy, physiology, or the true science of balance between movements that supply force to the body and energy that wastes. When asked if I endorse one or another system of exercises, I have often been conscious of antagonism, simply because I could not conscientiously recommend mechanical gymnastics, knowing the danger that might come to certain organizations through such practice when not applied to individual needs. Physical development in any comprehensive sense must aim at the highest conditions of health, grace, and beauty. The first object is to develop bodily power, and great care needs to be taken to serve this end rather than lead to physical exhaustion, especially with women, and this is the reason why I favor physical exercise for women only when based on intellectual understanding and application of the laws of physiology. It was inevitable in reviving interest in physical development, which had been dormant for so long a time, that more or less charlatanism should creep into the initial stages. But the time has come when women should not only understand why they need to take physical exercise, but how to take such exercise in order to educate all muscles harmoniously for unity of parts. In a comprehensive sense, physical development means to women harmonious action of all organs of the body, so that there may be no undue friction and unnecessary waste. In other words, the development and preservation of her bodily powers. Women are at 30 older than they will be at 50 when the true science of exercise is understood. But in the meantime, the object to be attained is respect for the science of accurate movement for definite results. It is not enough that people admit the necessity for exercise. We need to study the underlying principles and learn respect for accurate educational movements as based upon physiological law. My observation observation leads me to believe that physical culture has reached a dangerous stage, the stage where enthusiasm for exercise, per se, may easily lead to error in the manner of practice, and I should not consider it any loss to the general cause were all practice known as this, that, or the other system to be suspended pending the thorough study of anatomy, physiology, and the needs of the human body as required by the laws of human economy. No one could be more enthusiastic than I over the general advantage to be gained through physical development for women, but I do not believe that we can afford to blunder along ignorantly, and I, therefore, hold that the next step in the physical education of the race will be not the study of systems and methods, but of anatomical and physiological laws. At the present moment, petty jealousies regarding the possible superiority of this or that form of exercise known as Delsarte, Swedish, etc., are interfering with what is much more important, the study of movements without regard to individual leaders, but merely in relation to the laws of the body. Every system offers something good and useful, but physical science demands all knowledge, not the knowledge of this or that person's ideas merely. My conclusions are these: that the time has come when women need to study physical development as an ideal without limitation, according to the laws of their own being. Each must understand and interpret these laws through knowledge of the vital organism. American women need the study of physical development because the higher evolution of the race depends upon them, because better human beings, better social conditions, better morals, and wider humanities can only be hoped for as women interpret and live up to higher physical ideals. Physical development in the far-reaching sense involves health, unity, self-command, grace, and beauty in logical and progressive order. The study is therefore a profound and accurate science. End of section 17.
Section 18 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. Chapter 17. The American Girl, Past and Present. Editorial. Among the records of the past, the American girl stands out upon the page of history both as the brave and winsome maiden of the Revolution and the quaint, picturesque, prim, Puritan prudence of colonial times. What a fascinating picture the demure Prudence or Patience was in her simple gown and modest kerchief, laid in white folds about her girlish form, her cap resting, in spite of studied plainness, with coquettish grace upon her curls, her housewifely apron of ample proportions reaching to her delicate ankles as she sat at the homely wheel spinning, with her small foot in buckled slipper and knitted stocking pressing the treadle, while her deft fingers manipulated the flax, wool, or cotton to be afterwards woven into the homespun family garments. On August 9th, 1775, the following appeal was posted to the city of Philadelphia. To the spinners in this city, the suburbs, and country, your services are now wanted to promote the American manufactory at the corner of Market and 9th Streets, where cotton, wool, flax, and so forth are delivered out. One distinguishing characteristic of an excellent woman, as given by the wisest of men, is that she seeketh wool and flax, and worketh diligently with her hands to the spindle, and her hand holdeth the distaff. In this time of public distress, yon have now, each of you, an opportunity not only to help sustain your families, but likewise to cast your mite into the treasury of the public good. The most feeble efforts to help, to save the state from ruin, when it is all you can do, is as the widow's mite, entitled to the same reward as they who, of their abundant abilities, have cast in much. So, no doubt, many a girl of the time became a spinner for her country, and many a demure Prudence proved her brave heart and staunch patriotism. You all know the story of the two brave New England sisters who, having heard that the redcoats were approaching, took a drum and fife and stationed themselves behind a huge rock overlooking the road where the enemy were to pass. So persistently did they ply the drumsticks and play the fife that the redcoats, supposing an army of bluecoats to be approaching, fled precipitously, frightened away by two brave American girls. There was also courageous Mary Gibbs, a girl only 13, who in 1779, in the midst of flying shot and shell, as the American and British were fighting for the possession of St. John's Island, 30 miles from Charleston, fled along through the woods at midnight, where cannonballs crashed and shot fell like rain around her, back to the deserted home to rescue the baby boy left behind in their hurried flight. Clasping the infant to her beating heart, she retraced her way through that same dreadful forest where the iron rain of bullets still cut the midnight air, and brought the child in safety to her agonized parents. That little boy, saved by his heroic girl cousin, became afterward General Fenwick, distinguished in the War of 1812. Another young woman in New Jersey, in 1777, passing a deserted house, beheld within a drunken Hessian soldier who had straggled from his company. There being no men within call, she returned home, dressed herself in men's apparel, armed herself with an old musket, and going back, took the Hessian prisoner. She stripped him of his arms, and while leading him captive, she met with the patrol guard of a New Jersey regiment, to whom she delivered up her charge. The American girls of those days were not behind their patriotic mothers. No wonder the Tories had a tough time to conquer the intrepid Yankees, born of such Spartan mothers as the following incidents reveal. A gentleman, traveling through Connecticut in 1775, met an old lady who had just fitted out and sent 5 sons and 11 grandsons to Boston because she had heard of the engagement between the provincials and the regulars. "Did you not weep at parting with them?" asked the gentleman, astonished at such patriotism. "No," replied the heroic mother, "I never parted with them with more pleasure." "But suppose they had all been killed?" said the gentleman. The noble matron replied with flashing eyes and lofty poise of head and the resolute tone of voice, "I had rather this had been the case than that one of them had come back a coward." American girls were not behind such brave mothers, so far as lay in their power to avow their patriotic opinions. The Pennsylvania Journal, in its issue of July 16, 1777, contained this item: "We hear that the young ladies of Amelia County in Virginia, considering the situation of their country in particular and that of the United States in general, have entered into a resolution not to permit the addresses of any person, be his circumstances and situation in life what they will, unless he has served in the American armies long enough to prove by his valor that he is deserving of their love." Those loyal maids of the Revolution were as charming in the ballroom as they were brave on the field, where some of them, clad in continental uniforms, fought by the side of their fathers and brothers, for the girl of that day could handle a musket as well as a distaff. In February 1779, an imposing entertainment was given by General Knox and the officers of the Corps of the Artillery at Pluckenham in the Jerseys to celebrate the anniversary of the French alliance. General Washington and the principal officers of the army, Mrs. Washington, Mrs. Greene, Mrs. Knox, and many other distinguished guests were present. The ball was opened by General Washington. We have no space to describe that brilliantly assembled and gorgeous feast, and our subject also relates only to an incident concerning a young American beauty of that day. One of the honored guests, an old gentleman of 60, thus charmingly describes the wit of this brilliant girl: "As it is too late in the day for me to follow the windings of a fiddle, I contented myself with a conversation of some one or another of the ladies during the interval of dancing. I was particularly amused with the lively sallies of a Miss, asking her if the roaring of the British lion in his late speech did not interrupt the spirit of the dance. 'Not at all,' she said, 'it rather enlivens, for I have heard that such animals always increase their howlings when most frightened. And do you not think,' she added, 'you, who should know more than young girls, that he has real cause of apprehension from the large armaments and honorable purpose of the Spaniards?' 'So,' said I, 'you suppose the King of Spain acts in politics as the ladies do in affairs of love? Smile in a man's face while they are spreading out the net which is to entangle him for life?' 'At what season,' replied the fair with a glance of ineffable archness, 'do men lose the power of paying such compliments?' 'I do not know that I have ever been more pleased on any occasion,' continued the old gentleman. 'There could not have been less than 60 ladies present. Through the whole there was a remarkable style of looks and behavior. Their charms were of that kind which give a proper determination to the spirits and the permanency to affections. More than once I imagined myself in a circle of Samnites, where beauty and fidelity were made subservient to the interest of the state, and reserved for such citizens as had distinguished themselves in battle. In 1776, in the country dances published in London, there was one called Lord Howe's Jig, in which there was a crossover, change hands, turn your partner, foot it on both sides, and other movements admirably depictive of the war in America. But the London Tories found they would have to heel and toe to other Yankee dances before America got through her grand military ball. And the staunch American maidens who did not go to the front still avowed their patriotism with fearless voice and flashing eyes in the ballroom, as well as in their own circles, and the fair maids of Charleston, after the capture of that place, uniformly refused to associate with the British officers or to attend any of their entertainments, and being reduced to the necessity of selling their silver and jeweled buckles in order to obtain the needed subsistence, they proudly paraded white and black roses upon their shoes in honor of the French alliance. As an example of the regard for truth evinced by the maidens of the Revolution, the following incident of Nellie Custis, the sister of George Washington, Parke Custis, who was adopted by Washington as his son, may be cited. We give the account in the words of Nellie Custis. I was young and romantic then, and fond of wandering alone by moonlight in the woods of Mount Vernon. Grandmamma thought it wrong and unsafe, and scolded and coaxed me into a promise that I would not wander again unaccompanied. But I was missing one evening, and was brought home from the interdicted woods to the drawing-room, where the general was walking up and down with his hands behind him, as was his wont. Grandmamma, seated in her great armchair, opened a severe reproof. I knew I had done wrong, acknowledged it, and did not try to excuse myself. As I was leaving the room, I overheard the general in a low voice interceding for me. My dear, he said, I would say no more. Perhaps she was not alone. Coming back, I went up to the general and said, Sir, you brought me up to speak the truth, and when I told Grandmamma I was alone, I hope you believed I was alone. The general turned towards me and made one of his most magnanimous bows. My child, he replied, I beg your pardon. Nor is the fascinating typical American girl of 93 one whit behind her lovely great-great-great-grandmother, the bygone girl of 76. The girl of 93 embodies the best attributes of a century of American types. She has the pretty demureness of the Puritan maid, the patriotism of the belle of Bunker Hill, the picturesque attire and pride of the New York Battery. When young Washington Irving, then a law student, walked upon that fashionable boulevard, she had the softness of the Florida flower, the deftness of the Yankee girl, the fearlessness and buoyant strength of the pioneer's daughter, and the imagination of the red rose of the Rockies. When Indian maidens were lovely, Minnehaha's. And withal, this girl of 93 has the independence which is not boldness, the culture which is not pedantry, the attainments which are not smatterings, the self-poise which is not vanity, the truthfulness which is not bluntness, the breeziness which is not brusqueness, the beauty which is not ill health, the modesty which is not prudery, the benevolence which is not lip service, the simplicity which is not inanity, the self-respect which is not pride, the dignity which is not haughtiness, the exclusiveness which is not snobbishness, the coolness which is not indifference, the cordiality which is not gushing, the faith which is not credulity, and the practical religion which is not hypocritical cant. The girl of 93 has domestic deftness, which does not necessitate her becoming a household drudge. She has the sympathy which is not officiousness, the helpfulness which was not impertinence, the social tact which was not insincerity, the frankness which is not impoliteness, the heartiness which is not ill-breeding, the mental strength which is not masculine, the daintiness which is not selfishness, the refinement which is not veneering, the kindliness which is not condescending, the love of the beautiful which is not barbaric, the taste which is not bizarre. The girl of 93 has the neatness which is not primness, the picturesque negligee which is not slouchiness, the dashing jauntiness which is not loudness, the fetching frown which is not peevishness, the delightful audacity which is not unladylike, the self-reliance which is not unfeminine, the moral courage which is not pugnaciousness, the devotion which is not servile, the deference which is not cringing, the unselfishness which is not the suicide of personal individuality. I have made a particular study of this charming American girl of 93, and the typical girl whom I describe is but the combination of the attributes of the best types of modern American girls. If you study carefully the characteristics of the most efficient, broadly cultured, refined, and Christian girls of your acquaintance, you will be surprised as you analyze their characters to find how many of these desirable traits they possess either in embryo or in practice. Follow the modern American girl from the parlor to the kitchen, from the kindergarten to the ballroom, from the cooking club to the lecture room, from the hospital to the afternoon tea, from the sick room to the art gallery, from the king's daughters' circles to the tennis grounds, from shopping tour to the library, from the Bible class to the reading club, from the sewing circle to the swimming school, from the chit-chat club to the gymnasium, and mark her broad development, mental, moral, and physical. You will find the girl of 93 as deft in decorating a table as in making her charming toilet, as efficient in the sick room as in sports, as much at home in the library as in the parlor. She talks with brilliancy and dares to express her opinions, which are often well worth hearing, for she has not been limited to the narrow horizon of nursery maids and governesses alone, but from childhood has breathed the atmosphere of cultured circles and taken active part in family conversations, not having been muzzled by the ancient fallacy that young girls should only be seen, not heard. Of course, by the American girl of 93, I do not limit my subject to the misses of 16, for sensible girls do not now leave school until they are 20, and then pass only from the schoolroom to the lecture room, where they remain as students through life. And modern American girls are not imbued with the fallacious idea that early marriage is the dysterium of women's existence. Marriages at 18 are now the exception and not, as formerly, the rule. Our girls have a distinct stage of young womanhood, and girlhood is not, as formerly, a fleeting step between childhood and matronhood. Taken all in all, this typical American girl of 93 is the daintiest, brightest, most lovable bit of humanity of all Eve's fair daughters. If woman continues to live up to the high mark of her advancing possibilities, the charming young girl of 2093 will prove far more fascinating than even Mr. Bellamy's Edith of future Boston. God bless the American girl of 93. She is the living proof of the marvelous advancement of woman and the hopeful prophecy of her increasing possibilities and powers. Among the American girls of whom mention should be made in connection with various lines of philanthropy, literature, art, music, education, and business, may be cited the young girl poets, the Goodale sisters, whose Apple Blossoms and Verses from Sky Farm brought to public notice Elaine and Dora Goodale, who expressed a genuine love for nature in a simple and artless fashion. That these youthful poetic spirits possessed deeper attributes of mind than a nice ear for rhythm and rhyme has been proved by their later work. Dora, having devoted herself to the study of art, and Elaine has become a self-sacrificing espouser of the cause of the Indian race. The three Logan sisters also attained early fame. Gail Hamilton commenced her brilliant literary career when a young girl, and among the girl contributors to the Lowell Offering appeared the name of Lucy Larcom. Margaret Fuller was a hard student when only 6 years of age. Anna Dickinson was a famous figure upon the lecture platform before she was 21,
And as Mrs. Mary A. Livermore says of her, she was hailed as the Joan of Arc of the century. Miss Edna Dean Proctor, author of the famous lyric Columbia's Banner, that scholarly and dramatic ode which has so recently been rendered by the thousands of schoolchildren throughout America, must also be claimed among American girl writers, for in her early maidenhood she became a contributor to the foremost literary publications and took a place among leading American poets. Miss Harriet F. Monroe of Chicago, the author of the dedicatory ode for the World's Columbian Exposition, may also be classed among illustrious American girls, as she is but 24 years of age. This remarkable literary achievement has given her a national reputation. Miss Edith Thomas, too, commenced to weave her graceful and inspiring thoughts into most delicate word harmonies when yet a girl. Among girl novelists, Emily Reeves flashed into fame with a few weird strokes from her characteristic pen. Miss Minnie Gilmore, daughter of the late renowned musician Professor P.S. Gilmore, is another bright example in the ranks of girl writers. Miss Mirrington has achieved success in the line of a playwright, and her Captain Letoublere has evinced her dramatic ability. Miss Elizabeth G. Gordon, who at 21 years of age was writing for the Chicago Tribune and is now connected with the New York World, made a national reputation by her true stories of the news, which she gathered from events transpiring in the metropolis. The preparing of these chronicles took Miss Jordan into the hospitals, police stations, police courts, morgue, and crowded East Side tenements of New York. By being brought thus in contact with the poor and suffering, she was the means of rendering much charitable assistance. Among the American girls whom the Marquise Clara Lanzan mentions in her sketch on Clever American Women are Miss Annie Bigelow, daughter of the Honorable John Bigelow, and Miss Bessie Marbury. Miss Bigelow has contributed bright stories to Harper's Magazine, and Miss Marbury has written several society comeditas. Mrs. Anna Morrison Reed of California achieved renown as a girl lecturer on temperance at 15 years of age. Among American girls who have become noted in musical lines, Clara Lanza mentions Miss Constance Schack and Miss Stephens, daughter of the late Miss Anne S. Stevens, the novelist, both these young ladies being finished vocalists. The Mrs. Hewitt of New York are accomplished violinists, while Miss Drexel is a proficient harpist. Miss Estelle Dorimas has raised the banjo by her expert handling into a delightful instrument. Miss Bertha Thomas, assistant organist of Grace Church, New York, has the honor of being the only known lady chimes player. Miss Janine Dutton, the well-known choir soloist, draws the largest salary of anyone in her profession in New York. Orchestras composed entirely of ladies, most of them being young, are now acknowledged musical institutions of Boston. The Beacon Orchestral Club of Boston includes 50 lady members, and the Fadette Ladies Orchestra of that city is composed of 20 picked players. There are also 2 ladies' military bands in Boston. Miss Maud Morgan, daughter of the well-known New York organist, although she has now passed into the ranks of the professionals, achieved national renown as a harpist while still a young girl. The names of the American girls who have become illustrious as professional vocalists, musicians, and actresses are numerous and well-known. Miss Lily Hollingshead, a granddaughter of James E. Murdoch, is an elocutionist of marked talent. Her famous grandfather has been her teacher, and she displays both in dramatic action and cultured, well-trained voice the finished instruction she has received. Harriet Hosmer was famous in art at 25, and Vinnie Ream executed Lincoln's statue at 24. Edmonia Lewis, whose father was a Negro and her mother a Chippewa Indian, was a famous sculptress at 20. Miss Louise Lawson, Miss Adelaide Johnson, and Miss Luella Varney are 3 American girls who have achieved success in sculpture. Miss Ida J. Burgess has won the distinction in art of receiving the commission of decorating 2 of the rooms in the Illinois State Building of the Exposition. Several other American girls must be mentioned in this connection. Miss Enid Yandell of Kentucky designed the pediment for the Women's Building, and her sculpture was the first in place on the ground. Miss Yandell is 22 years of age. A recent bright little book, 3 Girls in a Flat, was written by Miss Yandell, Miss Loughborough, the architect of the Women's Building, and Miss Hayes, Mrs. Palmer's secretary. These young ladies not only gained warm commendations for the success of their literary venture, but they evinced marked business capacity by becoming their own publishers and securing $1,200 worth of advertising for the flyleaves of their volume. They paid expenses of publication before the book was fairly on the market. Miss Rideout, a San Francisco girl of 19, designed the group for the Women's Building. Miss Nellie Mears, scarcely 20 years old, has the commission for a heroic marble figure for the Wisconsin Building. Miss Julia Miner of Madison has also a figure for the same building. Miss Julia Bracken has 2 figures of heroic size in the Illinois Building. Miss Bessie Parter, a young society girl of Chicago, made a figure for the Illinois Building representing art. These young ladies are all enthusiasts in their chosen profession, and judging from their present remarkable work, illustrious careers in art await them. In business and the trades, the American girl is taking foremost rank. Perhaps the most successful case of a young business girl of less than 21 years of age is the instance of Miss Bertie Mae Wilson of Chicago. Before she was 17, Miss Wilson was engaged in real estate business in Chicago and was running also a large stock ranch of her own near Santa Fe. While keeping the run of her Western business, she went to New York, studied stenography, typewriting, and telegraphy, and finally went to England in the interest of parties owning valuable mining property in California, and negotiated the sale of these mines to an English syndicate, the transaction involving several millions of dollars. With all this business capacity and shrewd judgment, Miss Wilson, outside her office, appears a simple, pretty, refined young girl whom one would suppose to have no thought beyond some social engagement or shopping tour. The American typewriter girls have already become famous. The fastest record for typewriting has been made by Miss V. Curie of Syracuse, who can write 182 perfect words in a minute. In the limited area between Worth Street and the Battery in New York City, where there are many large wholesale houses, it is stated that 15,000 typewriter girls are employed. A single typewriting machine company finds employment through its various offices for 10,000 women a year. In Women's Work in America, published in 1890 by Henry Holt and Company, it is stated in the chapter on Women in Industry, the New York journals in 1868 reported 30,000 girls struggling in that city with starvation and cold, making shirts at 6 pence each and furnishing the thread themselves. When the sewing machines were introduced into large establishments, 73,290 women were displaced by the machines, each of which could do the work of 6 girls. The same article gives an account of a successful cooperating tailoring establishment started in Chicago, which had its rise in the lockout of a few factory girls who attended a labor parade without permission. With the luck that comes with pluck, they became possessed of $400 through soliciting subscriptions. With this, they went into business and succeeded. It is claimed that inside of 9 months, they had done $36,000 worth of business, besides having the gratification of being their own employers. Miss Mahegan of Brooklyn is a regularly licensed women pharmacist, and her work at the prescription desk of the drugstore in which she is employed proves her capability. The Chicago Inter-Ocean gives this account of a young girl who became a successful breadwinner. In central New York, a young woman has the sole right to manufacture paper dolls to be dressed in paper. Beginning in a small way, while in her father's house, she had so extended her business that now she employs 30 girls and women. A young girl, Elizabeth Moore, with the help of a girlfriend, has built a cottage for herself. The girls not only doing the ornamental work, but without aid, they laid the foundations, performed all the carpenter's work, and plastered the rooms. As an example of great dexterity, the case is cited of Miss Calhoun, one of the money counters in the Treasury Department at Washington. Her record has been 85,000 coins counted in a single day, and even with this speed, she can detect a counterfeit instantaneously by her trained sense of touch. Miss Dora Miller of New Orleans has invented and patented a blackboard eraser, and this ingenious teacher has been offered $5,000 for her patent right. Miss Martha D. Bessie, one of the designers employed by Tiffany, has won the prize for the best design for a badge to be worn by the lady managers of the Columbian Exposition. Miss Bessie was educated in a New York grammar school, afterwards studying at the Cooper Institute. Miss Lizzie Schreiner has made an unusual record for a girl in typesetting. For 5 years, she has served as foreman for the Telegraph of Pomeroy, Ohio. It is estimated that in the past 10 years, she has set up 6,240 feet of type, column width, and disposed of 62,300 sheets of manuscript of the size that requires 10 pages to make a foot of type. In philanthropic and religious enterprises, the young people of our land are taking the lead. Miss Grace H. Dodge of New York and Miss Clara Sidney Potter, daughter of Bishop Potter, have in their Working Girls Societies demonstrated the practical and far-reaching philanthropies within the power of self-sacrificing society girls. While the college girls from Vassar, Smith, Wellesley, and Bryn Mawr are carrying out a valuable and beautiful charity in their college settlements. Representatives from these colleges take turns in living for a few months in these college settlements, where the young ladies teach the children of the poor in various branches. One of the most striking examples of the vast results consequent upon the efforts of a young American girl is the pathetic and beautiful story of little Hattie Mae Wyatt, which was related in Harper's Young People. A few years ago, a child applied to a pastor in one of our large cities for admission into his Sunday school. She was told that the classes were so full there was no room for her, and that the church was so small no more classes could be organized. Much disappointed, the little girl began to save her pennies, her family being poor, for the purpose of enlarging the church in order that she and other children like herself might be accommodated. She told no one of her sacred purpose, however, so that when the pastor of this church was called to her bedside a few months later to comfort her in a severe illness, he saw nothing unusual in this frail child of 6.5 years. The little sufferer died, and a week later there were found in her battered red pocketbook, which had been her savings bank, 57 pennies, and a scrap of paper that told in childish print the story of her ambition and the purpose of her self-denial. The story of that little red pocketbook and its contents, and of the unfaltering fate of its little owner, was noised abroad. It touched the hearts of all hearers. Her inspiration became a prophecy, and men labored, and women sang, and children saved to aid in its fulfillment. These 57 pennies became the nucleus of a fund that in 6 years grew to $250,000, and today this heroine's picture, life-size, hangs conspicuously in the hallway of a college building at which 1,400 students attend, and connected with which there is a church capable of seating 8,000, and a hospital for children called the Good Samaritan, which has accommodated all the girls and boys who have as yet asked to enter it. These splendid institutions are located in Philadelphia. Truly, America's debt to little Hattie Mae Wyatt will accumulate with every passing year. From recent reports received from the Secretary of United Christian Endeavor Societies, I find the following statistics of the growth of this marvelous young Christian band. The Secretary writes that 60% of the membership in these various branches are women, and as most of these are young girls or young matrons, the statistics may fairly come in place here. The Christian Endeavor bands number now over 21,000 societies with a membership of 1,370,200 individuals, of whom 60% are young women. During the past year, 120,000 became church members from the various bands. Estimate the debt America owes to this vast army of American girls working with zealous hearts and unwearied hands in Christian labor in the 30 evangelical denominations which they represent, having as their only motto personal devotion to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Well may the founder and president of this wonderful association of young people declare, "This is no man's society. This is God's movement." The Christian Endeavor Societies of the Presbyterian Church gave, during the year ending April 1892, $13,657.06 to home and foreign missions. At the Convention of the Christian Endeavors Bands in Minneapolis in 1891, 75,000 young people pledged to give 2 cents a week to foreign missions. Of the $75,000 thus raised, 60% would be the gift of American girls, and by these figures, some estimate can be made of the charitable donations of young women in this country through this one avenue of Christian benevolence. Think also what America owes to the numerous circles of kings' daughters. Enrolling in their consecrated tens, 200,000 self-sacrificing American girls going about doing good in his name, becoming ministering angels of mercy in the hospitals, orphan asylums, day nurseries, working girls' homes, Sunday schools, and the homes of the poor, bearing the bright blossoms from the flower missions to the sick and neglected, supporting by the proceeds of their various entertainments, prepared with untiring labors, country homes for the sick children of city poor, children's beds in hospitals, and many other sweet charities. To the American girls also this country is indebted for its many young women's Christian associations, young women's temperance unions, working girls' clubs, and similar societies. I have gathered the following regarding flower missions. The accounts as to the origin of the flower missions in this country differ, but there is no doubt as to the immense amount of good accomplished by this graceful charity. The New York City mission is the largest in the United States and has distributed as many as 12,000 bouquets in a single day. In addition to the flowers, all sorts of delicacies, fresh eggs, vegetables, and milk are given out through the various city missionaries. Contributions are received from all parts of the adjacent country, as well as from the city, and the express companies deliver all these packages free of charge and return such baskets as are marked with the owner's name and address. The least complicated form of this work is street distribution, and many persons who go regularly into the city carry flowers to give to the children in the districts inhabited by the poor. The mission also distributes to the sick in tenement houses, to the hospitals, the insane asylums, the prisons, in short, wherever suffering of any sort exists. Even the blind have fragrant blossoms sent to them, a long-stemmed rose, a bunch of mignonette, or some rose geranium leaves, giving intense pleasure. Many young girls are also becoming trained nurses, whose gentle ministrations in the sick room, skilled touch, patient watchfulness, and unwearied vigils are as great factors in the care of the sick as are the professional physicians. A unique organization composed entirely of invalids and known as the Shut-In Society was started by a young girl, Miss Jeannie Cassidy. Miss Cassidy was at the time an invalid, and to relieve the loneliness of other invalids like herself, she began a correspondence with other sufferers, which at length resulted in this beautiful charity, which finds out the sick, relieves their necessities, and cheers their lonely hours by many methods. Regarding the education of American girls in the United States, I have taken the following statistics from the last circular issued by the United States Bureau of Education, which contain that valuable work by Reverend A.D. Mayo, M.A., entitled Southern Women in the Recent Educational Movement in the South. From this work, I find that the number of female teachers in the United States, as given in the reports of 1888 through 1889, was 227,302. Statistics of public, private, and parochial schools in the United States give the number of pupils as follows. White pupils, 11,236,072. Colored pupils, 1,327,822. Private pupils, 686,106. Parochial pupils, 673,601. These numbers will give some approximate estimate of the number of American girls obtaining preparatory education. From the same valuable work, the following statistics are taken regarding the number of American girls receiving higher instruction in the 8 colleges for women as given below. In the records for the year 1888 through 89, the total number of students being 2,150, including the enrollment of Wellesley, Vassar, Mount Holyoke, Smith, Wells, Bryn Mawr, Ingman University, and the Society for the Collegiate Instruction of Women in Cambridge, Massachusetts. A statement in Women's Work in America shows that up to 1890, Vassar College has conferred the degree of A.B. upon between 800 and 900 graduates. Among the women astronomers at Harvard Observatory, as described in the New England Magazine, a special mention is made of Miss Maury in the study and classification of the spectra of brighter stars photographed with 11-inch telescope, and of Miss Leland, who has measured 40,000 stars of about the 10th magnitude uniformly distributed over the sky, and these measurements will be reduced to a uniform scale to furnish standards of stellar magnitude. In the famous Moody schools, over 1,300 young ladies have been students in seminary. America owes to the faithful girl teachers throughout the land, in a large measure, the efficient work which has promoted the universal education for which this country is famed. It is estimated that there are 216,330 schoolhouses in the United States, and in most of these institutions, it is the educated and patient American girls who mold the minds of the rising generation. I think it is safe to estimate also that fully 3/4 of the teachers in our Sunday schools are young Christian women. Out of the 600 students in the Chicago University, nearly 200 are young women. A report from the Government Bureau of Education in Washington in November of 1892 shows a total at that date of 238,333 women teachers in the public schools, and the total number of women teachers in all schools in the United States, 356,000. Number of women teachers among the colored people of the South, 10,497. Number of colored pupils, 1,309,251. Among Western American girls may be noted Miss Ella L. Knowles of Montana. She is called the Western Portia. She is a successful lawyer, and though she is now only about 30, she has been made the unanimous choice of the People's Party as its candidate for the office of Attorney General of the state. Another young Dakota girl of fame is Miss Emma R. Gary. She is 22 years of age and has made a reputation as an artist, having executed oil paintings of much merit. An Oklahoma heroine at the recent settlement of that country was Miss Alden, who had been sent as a reporter by a Western newspaper to describe the exciting scenes. By hard riding on her pony out to the site of future Oklahoma, and boarding the train which took the party of reporters back to the telegraph station, she clambered forward to the engine and even out upon the cow-catcher. When the locomotive came opposite the station, she made a flying leap, landing in safety on the platform, and before her astonished newspaper comrades could alight, she entered the office and calmly handed her manuscript to the operator, leaving her discomfited rivals to wait an hour before their gathered news could be reported by the telegraph operator. In the claiming of government land, in this exciting rush for securing of town lots, 2 intrepid girls of 18 succeeded by their quick wits in gaining a valuable site. Riding with speed to the center of town that was to be, they dismounted from their ponies, rapidly erecting a folding tent in the most desirable situation, and immediately hung out a sign offering to take in sewing. By this means, they were able to prove immediate residency and secure their coveted titles without difficulty. Miss Ann Kimball of southern Kansas, a daughter of a rancher of that section, by her brave daring saved the life of Colonel Rankin. Riding out on her pony, Miss Kimball observed a huge herd of cattle some distance away, and while she watched the animals, the herd from some unexplained cause broke into one of those terrible stampedes so dreaded by cattle owners. Miss Kimball saw at a glance that the life of Colonel Rankin, the owner of the herd, was in imminent danger from the rushing mass which had turned towards the part of the prairie where he was standing, unconscious of this living avalanche bearing down upon him. With quick decision, the girl plunged the spur into the side of the pony and dashed into the very jaws of this awful danger. It must be a race between her pony and this furious herd as to which would reach the bewildered ranchman first. As she reached the colonel, she leaned over, and throwing an arm around his shoulders, scarcely slackened her speed. He caught the horn of her saddle and sprang up behind her just as the herd came thundering on. The wiry pony quickly made tracks for the open plain, and after a few agonized moments, they were safe. And this true story ends quite like fiction after all, for womanlike, after the brave deed was done, the fair heroine fainted, and the sequel of the thrilling adventure reveals the girl rescuer as the colonel's wife. Noting with gratified amazement the onward push of the American girl of today, a homely little story told by Reverend Olympia Brown regarding forecasting where women's progress will lead may be allowed here in an illustration of the woman's question. A crate of puppies was standing in a baggage room of a railway station. A traveler observed them with some interest and finally inquired where they were going. "That's the question of it," replied an employee, eyeing them critically. "I don't know where they're going. Nobody don't know where they're going. The puppies themselves don't know where they're going, 'cause they've done et up their directions." Now, that's the way it is with women. It's not easy to define their destination because they've done et up their directions. But we can safely foretell thus far that the American girl will soon learn so well how to direct herself that the directions from past generations will not be necessary to point out her vocation in life. But in this onward rush, the American girl must guard against one danger described by a writer in the Atlantic. This author forcefully says, "The American girl will wear her life out in working for the man she loves. She forgets all about being for him in that merciless energy that always drives her into doing for him." While the professors at Harvard are rejoicing over some girl who can take in their philosophies or their mathematics, the newspaper editor sings the praises of her who can roast a turkey, bake bread, or make her own dresses. Neither gives the poor girl any chance to exist, but only to work with either hand or brain. No one says to her, "You are not only yourself, but possibly the future mother of other beings." Do not therefore allow yourself to be driven by either school of apostles beyond what you may do easily, comfortably, or pleasurably. The healthy balance of your nervous system is far more important to you and your future family relations than all the mathematics, the dressmaking, or even roasting of turkeys. Occupy yourself steadfastly, but without strain, without hurry, and without emulation. As the apostles said, and it must have been meant expressly for Americans, avoid emulation. Find out first what you can do best, and even if it does not come up to somebody else's standard, learn to content yourself with that. The names already cited are but a few among the many American girls who, by their helpful, earnest, self-sacrificing lives, are proving themselves daily blessings to the inmates of their own homes, and are, by their many Christian charities, aiding in the great and glorious cause of spreading abroad the glad tidings of the golden gospel of universal Christ-like love. End of section 18.
Section 19 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Carrington. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Everyday Woman by Lucy M. Spellman, and Farmers' Wives and Daughters by Jenny E. Hooker. Everyday Woman by Lucy M. Spellman. Footnote, sister of Mrs. John D. Rockefeller. End footnote. What Does Not America Owe to Everyday Women? the mothers, wives, sisters, and sweethearts of the hearthstone. We all know them. We all love them. We all depend upon them. But universal history is slow to call them heroines. Eager to reach results, we sometimes fail to observe the process of training through which the woman element of humanity has been passing during the course of centuries. But that very process of training is a progressive revelation of the subtle force now recognized as a potent factor in the affairs of life. In the early ages of paganism, when supremacy was given to the body rather than to the soul, there were cultivated, intellectual, brilliant women. But with few exceptions, they were neither domestic, moral, nor virtuous. They were luxurious beauties, knowing neither the fear nor hope of immortality. They had no fine sentiment, no acute sympathy, no lofty aspiration of the soul. But by degrees the dawn of a new light began to illumine the world. A new way opened before the feet of women. Under the magic touch of Jesus of Nazareth, heart and mind began to expand. The soul leaped into conscious existence in the present with hope of a future life, and Christianity elevated womanhood into immortality. The world seemed very full of everyday women. They possessed little knowledge, less genius, knew absolutely nothing of the law of natural harmonies and mutual balance. But the law of laws, the law of love, was deeply written in their hearts. They made it the root of life. From it they evolved a set of forces which are of exhaustless influence because they take hold of the eternal verities, and from that day to this, the spirit of tolerance has opened wide gates for the progressive movement which has swept humanity onward and upward. No institution more closely touches individual life than the home. There, from the moment that the household trinity is established, commences an influence which underlies every other. Ideals are catching seems to be the mother motto, though often unconsciously used, as with unwearied patience, unerring courage, and unfailing love, she wins and educates the powers of an untried soul. Mother, exclaims her boy, looking into her eyes with the critical judgment of growing youth. Mother, you are just the dearest little old-fashioned mother in the world. Just an everyday kind of mother, but oh, I wouldn't exchange you for any other woman on earth. That blessed everyday woman, whose first and last thought every day and all day is, how can I best train these souls committed to my care into the symmetrical whole, into the perfect likeness? After the still hands are folded, ready not to do at last, a matured manhood looks back upon a long life of ceaseless, everyday efforts and cries, Blessed Mother, from first to last, my best counselor, lover, friend. Out of the home circle radiate those relations which develop social life. Everyday women, mothers, wives, sisters, sweethearts, here reign supreme. Everyday qualities, tact, tolerance, good nature, vivacity, sentiment, intelligence, lift women high in the scale of social superiority. Everyday men pay court in the charmed circle. Here they gather enthusiasm and inspiration for wider responsibilities, entering the arena of business and of government with a high sense of service and obedience. Eyes not blinded by the dust of traffic possess fine perceptions and wide vision, and reflect the lofty courage of untrammeled souls to guide and inspire those who meet the sterner battles of life. But everyday women have a yet broader influence extending into all the relations of humanity, which connect it with the end and aim of being, to wit, the development of that spirit of divine helpfulness, which realizes the law of love laid upon every mortal as the command of the highest, commencing in the home center, the hallowed ministrations of love strew the wayside of life with private generosities. The loftiest sentiments of soul are kindled into enthusiastic devotion, and are often keyed to heroic self-denial. At this moment, when the whole world turns with wonder and applause to greet the impressive energy, the high achievements in arts, science, and the Christian beneficence which our country has already attained, may we not point with pride to what America owes to her everyday women. Farmers' Wives and Daughters by Jenny E. Hooker. Footnote: Miss Hooker won the Cosmopolitan Prize for the best article upon this subject. End footnote. Whatever strong-armed man hath wrought, whatever he hath won, that goal hath woman also reached, that action hath she done. While with all womankind we acknowledge the truth of the foregoing lines, and point with pardonable pride to a long list of names of women who have become famous inventors, sculptors, painters, writers, musicians, astronomers, lecturers, physicians, teachers, lawyers, etc., the fact must not be overlooked that there is a class of women whose life work demands as much responsibility as that of her favored sisters, whose names grace the records of the gifted women of the century. I refer to the farmers' wives and daughters, whose silent but wonderful influence is felt throughout the length and breadth of the land, a proof of which may be seen in the sketches of the lives of great men, a large percentage of whom were raised upon the farm. And while the biographer readily seizes upon every incident connected with the boyhood days of his subject, and emphasizes the rail-splitting, cattle-driving, plowing and hoeing, as if they alone were stepping stones to greatness, few have been so honest as to admit that while the surroundings of the farmer boy were such as to develop self-reliance, perseverance, and industry, the greater part of his success is due to the mother, from whom he gained his moral and intellectual strength. The farmer's wife is brought into closer relationship with her family than are her sisters in the city, whose time is much occupied by the demands of society. Her family is her chief society, the development of their virtues and the suppression of their vices her greatest concern. Her every care is centered in her home. Her highest enjoyment is the success of her children. If she is possessed of broad and comprehensive views, if the active brain and willing hands are supplemented by a liberal education, how much more easy does her task become? With the daily routine of cooking, scrubbing, sewing, dairy work, etc., she manages to find time to read the papers, the latest and best magazines, and occasionally a good book, and is thus enabled to talk intelligently of the main issues of the day. The long winter evenings, which are rarely interrupted by callers, are usefully and pleasantly spent in playing games, reading, studying, or in enlivening conversation, just as the taste of the various members of the family may dictate. The boys of such a household are not afraid to go to mother with little vexing questions, making her their confidant of all childish joys and troubles. And as the years roll by, and they become bearded men, capable of settling questions which involve the prosperity of a nation, they are always boys to the mother, to whom they still come for comfort, and whose wise counsel first guided them into the paths of honor. The daughters of such a mother are taught that they need something more than the mere rudiments of knowledge. Seldom, indeed, is the daughter of the hard tiller of the soil hurried through the common studies at a boarding school, then rushed off to a female seminary, where a few months spent in acquiring a smattering of music, drawing, and French, puts the finishing touches on a very shallow course, a course which is considered quite complete when the accomplished young lady has made her debut and secured a catch. Now, music, art, and the languages are not undervalued by the farmer's daughter. She longs for, and frequently attains their mastery, But she has been taught by her intelligent mother that these are not enough for the education of one who may be the counsel and guide of the future statesman and the warrior, the diplomat and the artisan. To her care and training may be entrusted the poet and the painter, the jurist and the journalist. Around her knee may cluster the Spurgeons, Gladstones, Clays, and Websters of the future. For this reason, if no other, her scholastic attainments should be equal to or greater than her brothers. And if she choose to remain single, if the name of wife and mother are never hers, no less does she need a thorough education. For then, freed from the cares of a family, she may be found in the professions, the hospitals, and even the battlefield, where she bravely faces death in order to care for the wounded and offer words of consolation to the dying. If there is one thing that dwellers upon the farm need above all else, it is a chance for the higher and broader education of women. Happily, the idea is fast losing ground that girls need less knowledge than boys, and hence do not require the same advantages. In many localities, the same library, as well as course of instruction, is open to both. Thinking minds agree that if the study of mathematics is good for the son, it is equally so for the daughter, for she will answer 1,000 questions which he will never hear of. In short, there is nothing included in a college course which should not be understood in a general way by her, into whose hands are to be committed the molding and influencing of the future citizen. It may be many years before the life of the average farmer's wife and daughter, especially the former, will be what she would wish it, for there is yet much to be done for the uplifting of the country's children. There are many dark corners into which the straggling sunlight shines but feebly. There are many days when budding flowers and blossoming fruit, as well as the glorious colors of the clouds, are alike unheeded because of the rush and hurry of work which taxes both brain and muscle. There are times when heart and hands are filled with cares so heavy that she doubts her ability to lift the burdens, much less carry them safely to a hopeful ending of all trouble. The hunger for beauty in things sublime often grows to a settled longing, and few there be who really reach the goal of their ambition. But through it all she has the comfort of knowing that in the life she leads with all its work and worry, she is more independent than the working women of any other walk of life. The arrangement and disposition of her time is more at her command than that of any one from the ranks of the large army of breadwinners who toil in office, store, or schoolroom. But after the strife and weary tussle, when life is done and she lies at rest, the nation's brain and heart and muscle, her sons and daughters shall call her blessed. And I think the sweetest joy of heaven, the rarest bliss of eternal life, and the fairest crown of all will be given unto the wayworn farmer's wife. End of section 19.
Section 20 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. Women in Literature and Poetry. Editorial. A lady with a lamp shall stand in the great history of the land, a noble type of good, heroic womanhood. Longfellow. American women have gained a prominence in literature which places them in the front ranks of living writers. A well-known syndicate manager says of women as literary workers, quote, "It is an undisputable fact that the best literary work today is being done by women, and the most conclusive evidence of this lies in the fact that of the 15 most successful books published within the past 2 years, 11 were written by women. In my experience of 8 years, I have found literary women just, fair, always courteous and obliging, and capable of far better work than men are generally willing to credit to them. I have found their work more evenly meritorious than that of men, while the most successful articles which I have printed in both newspapers and magazines came from the pen of women." Unquote. Regarding the work of American women in magazines, I have gathered the following statistics through the courtesy of the editors of our magazines and journals. 500 women have contributed articles to the Century magazine from its organization under the old name of Scribner. 300 women have contributed to Harper's Monthly, 55 to Scribner's Magazine, 200 to the Magazine of Poetry, 700 to 800 women have contributed to the Ladies' Home Journal in the 9 years since its organization. A year's number of that journal represents the work of about 140 women. 12 women are on the editorial staff and 9 special women editors. 22 women have contributed to the Forum, and fully 2/3 of the contributors to the New England magazine are women. I was not able to get statistics regarding the Atlantic, St. Nicholas, and Wide Awake. Among the successful women editors of magazines must be mentioned the names of Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge, Mrs. J.C. Crowley, Mrs. Frank Leslie, Mrs. Ella Farnham Pratt, Mrs. John A. Logan, and the late Mrs. Martha J. Lamb, besides a long list of well-known associate editors and editors of newspapers and weeklies. Mrs. John A. Logan, who still has editorial charge of the Home magazine, well deserves the following recent comment in a leading journal. Quote, "The environing circumstances of her late husband's distinguished life developed her career as surely as it did his. Mrs. Logan has great tact. She often has to say no, but she says no gently and explicitly with convincing reasons for her refusal. Her literary talent has been well tested. She possesses that balance of powers which enables her to discriminate, appreciate, accept, or reject editorially, and her descriptive powers are fine and her style didactic." Unquote. Quote, "The widow of General George A. Custer is another woman who has attained literary prominence. She has become a conspicuous figure in the group of American women who make up a unique literary circle. As a lecturer, she is everywhere in demand, on the strength of her own accomplishments as well as on account of the romance that attaches to her name. Mrs. Custer is the author of several successful books descriptive of military life on the western frontier, and a volume of reminiscences of General Custer that breathe the spirit of patriotism and wifely devotion." Unquote. Mrs. Jessie Benton Fremont has also written many brilliant articles for the magazines and newspapers and is always a welcome contributor. Mrs. Henry Ward Beecher must also be mentioned in this connection, as she has recently become the editor of the Home Department of Goodies magazine and has contributed to the Ladies' Home Journal during the past year a series of delightful articles of entertaining reminiscences of the great pulpit orator Mr. Henry Ward Beecher. Octave Thanet, noted for her charming stories, has also entered the ranks of editorship, having become an associate editor of the new Peterson's magazine, and Miss Lillian Whiting edits a department of Worthington's magazine, The World Beautiful, in which she portrays with keen insight the unseen side of life, where arise those forces afterwards manifested in, quote, successful endeavor, unquote, which make possible the onward progress of the age. Among editors and associate editors of journals, newspapers, and weeklies, we may mention, without encroaching upon the article on women journalists, Miss Kate Field, Miss Susan E. Dickinson, Miss Maud Haywood, Miss Helen Evertson Smith, Miss Frances E. Willard, Miss Margaret A. Sedeth, Mrs. Harriet B. Kells, and the late Mary Ellen West, Mrs. Sarah C.F. Hallowell, Lucy Stone, Alice Stone Blackwell, Mrs. Harriet S. McMurphy, Mrs. Annie Janice Miller, Mrs. Nettie Lila Michael, Lydia Starr McPherson, Novella Jewel Trott, Mrs. Kate Upson Clark, Janet L. Gilder, and others whose name appear among women journalists. Among women essayists, who are constant contributors to the leading magazines, Gail Hamilton wields a strong pen. Mrs. Amelia E. Barr depicts social themes with telling force, and Agnes Repplier has gained well-earned prominence. Olive Thorne Miller gives bright glimpses of birds and their ways, and Mrs. Laura E. Richards gives admirable information in domestic lines. Miss Isabel F. Hampgood, Mrs. Wister, and Catherine Prescott Wormley have attained great excellence as translators. Mrs. Harriet M. Lothrop, in brackets Margaret Sidney, in A New Departure for Girls, quote, was the first to write a book for girls who are left without means of support and who are wholly unprepared to earn money. In this book, Mrs. Lothrop makes them see their opportunities in the simple home training they have received. Consequently, her book has been the basis of those practical attempts to help girls, such as advising them to open mending bureaus and the like, while the countless letters from all over the country attest the success of her efforts." Unquote. The following incident will illustrate the power of one of the most remarkable books ever written by an American woman. How Mr. Beecher Read Uncle Tom's Cabin. The following interesting incident is reprinted with the kind permission of Mrs. Beecher. It is taken from an interview published in a recent periodical. Quote, I was talking with Mrs. Henry Ward Beecher a few evenings ago, and the conversation happened to turn on Uncle Tom's Cabin. I asked her if Mr. Beecher had ever expressed an opinion of his sister's famous book, and she told me this interesting story of how the famous preacher read the story. When the story was first published in the National Era in chapters, all our family except Mr. Beecher looked impatiently for its appearance each week. But, try as we might, we could not persuade Mr. Beecher to read it, or let us tell him anything about it. It's folly for you to be kept in constant excitement week after week, he would say. I shall wait until the work is completed and take it all at one dose. When the work was finished, the book came to Mr. Beecher on the morning of a day when he had a meeting on hand for the afternoon and a speech to make in the evening. The book was quietly laid one side, for he always scrupulously avoided everything that could interfere with or retard work he was expected to do. But the next day was a free day. Mr. Beecher rose even earlier than usual, and as soon as dressed began to read Uncle Tom's Cabin. When breakfast was ready, he took the book with him to the table, and reading and eating went on together, but speaking never a word. After morning prayers, he threw himself on the sofa, forgot everything but his book, and read uninterruptedly till dinner time. Though evidently beginning to be intensely interested, for a long time he controlled any marked indication of it, but before noon I knew the storm was gathering that would conquer self-control, as it had with us all. He frequently gave way to his pocket-handkerchief, to use one of his old humorous remarks, in a most vigorous manner. I could not refrain, in turn for his teasing me for reading the work weekly, from saying demurely as I passed him once, "You seem to have a severe cold. How could you have taken it?" But what did I gain? Not even a half-annoyed shake of the head, nor a semblance of a smile. I might as well have spoken to the Sphinx. When reminded that the dinner bell had rung, he rose and went to the table, still with his book in his hand. He asked the blessing with a tremor in his voice, which showed the intense excitement under which he was laboring. We were alone at the table, and nothing to distract his thoughts. He drank his coffee, ate but little, and returned to his reading with no thought of indulging in his usual afternoon nap. Evidence of almost uncontrollable excitement in the form of half-suppressed sobs were frequent. Mr. Beecher was never a rapid reader. I was getting uneasy over the marks of great feeling and excitement, and longed to have him finish the book. I could see that he entered into the whole story, every scene, as if it was being acted right before him, and he himself was a sufferer. He had always been a pronounced abolitionist, and the story he was reading roused all he felt on that subject intensely. The night came on. It was growing late, and I felt impelled to urge him to retire. Without raising his eyes from the book, he replied, "Soon, soon, you go. I'll come soon." Closing the house, I went up to our room, but not to sleep. The clock struck 12, 1, 2, 3, and then, to my great relief, I heard Mr. Beecher coming upstairs. As he entered, he threw Uncle Tom's Cabin on the table, exclaiming, "There, I've done it. But if Hattie Stowe ever writes anything more like that, well, she has nearly killed me anyhow." And he never picked up the book from that day. Unquote. As Mr. Stedman says, quote, "The women writers of prose fiction are held in honor throughout the English-speaking world." Unquote. In this field, Mrs. Ellen Olney Kirk, who has contributed to our souvenir the interesting article upon the woman fiction writers of America, has gained an honored place. All of Mrs. Kirk's works are characterized by lofty aims and strong strokes, and her characters stand out with vivid clearness, while the uplift of the purpose of the story thrills through every sentence. Few novelists of recent days have drawn a purer ideal than Margaret Kent. Mrs. Kirk's novel Queen Money evinces perhaps more genius in this respect, that only rare intuition could have enabled a woman to sketch business transactions and masculine peculiarities with such vigor and lifelike reality. Mrs. Kirk outlines her figures upon the page with the skill of the cameo artist. So clear-cut are the strokes, while a tenderness of tone and a harmony of color give a dreamy yet invigorating atmosphere of thought and feeling. As I should encroach upon the subjects allotted to Mrs. Kirk and to Miss Susan E. Dickinson by mention here of novelists and journalists, I will only add some comments upon women poets. In Woman's Work in America, published about 2 years ago, there was an instructive article by Miss Dickinson upon women in journalism. Many have been the women singers in America since colonial times. Their names can be counted by hundreds. Among them are many twittering sparrows whose homely little ditties are pleasing, like all domestic memories clustering around even very mediocre homes. There are some whose songs have been those of the busy bees, a gentle, useful humming, quieting, though not inspiring. Others have been but mockingbirds singing, 'tis true at times with well-turned note, but it was very manifest that the pitch was not a natural tone, though commendable as a worthy imitation of some others' skilful lay. Others again have been true woodland songsters, filling the sunlit air with gladsome melody. Mr. R. H. Stoddard says regarding the women poets of America, quote, "We have outgrown such singers of spontaneous verse as Mrs. Hemans and Miss Landon, and we insist that our songstresses shall outgrow them too. If they must reflect other minds, those minds must be of a larger order than their own, or we will none of them at second hand. There is, if I am not mistaken, more force and more originality, in other words, more genius, in the living female poets of America than in all their predecessors, from Mistress Anne Bradstreet down. At any rate, there is a wider range of thought in their verse and infinitely more art." Unquote. In this national souvenir, we mention several of those bygone singers, not so much for value of the song they sang, but because it was noteworthy in the history of our country that they sang at all in the midst of the stern realities of the struggling life of our young republic. Before the Revolution, Mrs. Anne Bradstreet received the flattering praises of Dr. Cotton Mather and John Rogers, while the first graduate of Harvard College attempted Homeric phrases in his eulogistic outbursts in her honor. To sing well in modern times, when the literary woods are thick with songsters, requires peculiar warbling powers unknown to colonial times. Passing down to revolutionary times, we meet the verse of Mrs. Mercy Warren. Her rather vigorous lines are noteworthy for their patriotic fervor, and also because her name is associated with that of Washington, she having dedicated her poems to him. Among the early singers of homely verse was Mrs. Nancy Sprout of Taunton, Massachusetts, who was in truth a kind of colonial St. Nicholas, in that she was the first to provide special literature for the young, an hitherto unthought of possibility. For the young of that generation were expected to gain their intellectual diversion from Puritan hymn books and didactic sermon tracts. It is not surprising, then, that Mrs. Sprout's Blackberry Girl was hailed by the boys and girls a century ago with the warm welcome now awarded to our famous St. Nicholas and Wide Awake treasures. Mrs. E.S. Dean has kindly contributed the following items regarding Mrs. Sprout. Quote, in the early part of the century, when books for children and youth were few, and those purely adapted to their wants, Mrs. Nancy Sprout composed a number of stories for the young in verse, which were written primarily for the instruction and entertainment of her own children and their young friends. Various were the themes of these juvenile poems, and in many families the hymns and dialogues in which important questions were discussed were committed to memory and recited at home and in the schools. Perhaps the most widely known of Mrs. Sprout's tales was The Blackberry Girl, which was printed on pocket handkerchiefs with pictures illustrative of the story and given as a reward of merit to good boys and girls. Parents found in Mrs. Sprout's book a very efficient aid in training their children in virtuous habits. We have given this space to Mrs. Sprout not for the quality of her singing, but from sympathy with those bygone lads and lassies whose Puritan consciences were allowed to absorb these delectable mental sweets without the tormenting fear of eternal perdition consequent upon such hitherto forbidden relaxation from the 3-hour sermons of a Sunday and the dull textbooks of the schoolroom. Coming down to Maria Brooks, we find her a singer of sufficient note to interest Robert Southey, whom she met in a visit to England. The poet manifesting not only his friendship for the American poetess, but his appreciation of her song by taking it upon himself to secure the publication of her book of poems in London. In the first half of this century, the religious and love songs of Lydia H. Sigourney gained for her the title of The American Miss Hammonds. The poems of Sarah Ellen Whitman are graced with varying pictures of the seasons. The poetry of Mrs. Elizabeth Oakes Smith is strongest in dramatic lines, while Mrs. N.S. Stevens is perhaps as famed for her song of The Polish Boy as for her well-known novels. The themes of the poems of Mrs. Anna Albotta are elevated and reach sometimes into the ideal realm. Never was a sweeter mother's song than Emily Judson's My Bird, which has sung itself over again in every happy mother's heart in the wide world round, and Margaret Fuller's few poems ring with a note of great power. Had she chosen the realm of poesy, her strength of wing and boldness of stroke would have accorded her the eagle's flight. The songs of Alice and Phoebe Cary have sung themselves throughout the land. Miss Lucy Hooper, whose death Whittier bemoaned in a touching tribute, was a sad, sweet singer. The picturesque verse of Mrs. Frances S. Osgood is in contrast with the pathos of Lucy Hooper. Among tender memories of past songs is the pathetic mother strain of Maria Lowell's Morning Glory. Regarding our later women poets, Mr. Edmund Clarence Stedman says, quote, "Our daughters of song outnumber those in England, and some of them, like some of their brethren, have thin voices. But it is just as true that much genuine poetry is composed by others, and that, while we have none whose notes equal those of at least one Englishwoman. In average merit, they are not behind their fair rivals. Their lyrics, sonnets, ballads are feminine and spontaneous, and often highly artistic. To be sure, our aspirants of either sex are attempting few works of invention. Where all are sonneteering, it is not strange that women should hold their own, yet their advance in discipline and range is apparent also in novels and other prose work. They know more than of old, their thought is deeper, their feeling more healthy, the morale of their verse is always elevating. In other respects, it fluently adapts itself to the conventions of the day. These poets mostly sing for expression's sake, and therefore without affectation. They often excel the sterner sex in perception for the finer details of life and nature. The critic would be a renegade who, after paying his tribute to feminine genius in England, should not recognize with satisfaction what has been achieved by his own countrywomen. They have their shortcomings, not at least of which in some of them is that even perfection which is in itself a fault. But general advance is just as evident in the poetry as in the prose fiction, for which they are now held in honor throughout the English-speaking world." Unquote. No songstress in America has voiced with more resounding tones the Song of Liberty than has Miss Julia Ward Howe in her soul-stirring battle hymn of the Republic. All the choirs of patriotic hearts will forever chant its majestic refrain, and the ages will ring the tidings down. Our God is marching on. Miss Louisa M. Alcott has voiced the bereaved souls of all motherless daughters in her pathetic yet triumphant song of Transfiguration. Miss Lucy Larcom is a true wildwood songstress with a clear note caught from nature's perfect harmony. Mrs. Rose Terry Cook and Mrs. Elizabeth Stoddard both sing in harmonious attune and graceful measure. The Song of Grace Greenwood is strong and marked with individualism of tone. Mrs. Celia Thaxter catches the sea foam and weaves sea pictures of fascinating beauty, framed with quaint designs of tangled shells and rockweeds. Mrs. A.D.T. Whitney sings a tender fireside ballad with gentle voice. Mrs. Elizabeth Akers Allen's well-known song, "Rock Me to Sleep, Mother," has been echoed at every hearthstone. Mrs. S.M.B. Pyatt's "The End of the Rainbow" and "Questions of the Hour" are specimens of her felicitous manner of answering child thoughts. Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge rules through the realms of the St. Nicholas myriad girls and boy hearts in devoted allegiance to her magic sway, whether she sings a charming ballad or tells a thrilling tale. The Goodall sisters warble soft spring notes among the apple blooms, and the melody of Nora Perry sketches, as it sings and dances, a dainty Greenway darling blooming into rosy-cheeked maidenhood, so charmingly pictured in "Tying Her Bonnet Under Her Chin." Miss Louise Imogen Guinea caught successfully a Roman echo in Tarpeia, and Danske Danridge carols a fresh, delicate bar from Woodland Madrigal. Mrs. Louise Chandler Moulton, in her Swallow Flights, strikes with flying wing many sweet tones from the lyre of fancy, and Amelie Rives Chandler murmurs the same pathetic wail in her sonnets. Grief and faith as thrilled through her prose sketches. The sentiment, which in Ella Wheeler Wilcox is the gladsome song of a merry mood, deepens into pathos when Amelie Rives takes up the strain. Helen Hunt Jackson flies often far and high as she sings her songs, but the intense, sensitive response to human woe somewhat binds her flight. Her human pity slightly stays her soaring into those realms where Elizabeth Phelps Ward's more daring wing aims for the gates ajar. Miss Edith Thomas has caught the harmonic accord of the floral orchestra of wood and dale, and her thought harmonies weave themselves with artistic skill. Mrs. Margaret Deland sings a dainty summer ditty in her Fragments and strikes a deep, rich chord in Life. Helen Gray Cone has chanted with vibrating verve the song of toil through the ages, with her few powerful staccato chords in her lines entitled Today. Miss Emma Lazarus sang a psalm of the Hebrew nation with dramatic fervor. Mrs. Harriet Prescott Spofford possesses a wide range of poetical pitch, evinced by her gamut of tones between Magdalen and Goldsmith's whistle. She always strikes a pleasing lyrical cadence through all her variety of themes. Mrs. Margaret J. Preston sings with dramatic force upon many classical subjects, but in her Little Spring Song, though veiled by its Grecian title Persephone, is as dainty a bit of meadow blossoming and whirring wings as ever bloomed and chirped under a less learned cognomen. Mrs. Mary Ashley Townsend flashes rich tints of southern climes athwart the music of her songs. Miss Kate Putnam Osgood sings in all moods from 16 to 60 with lifelike fidelity. Mrs. Rose Hartwig Thorpe unconsciously flashed into fame with her well-known Curfew Must Not Ring Tonight. Mrs. Margaret E. Sangster strikes upon the harp-strings of the heart pathetic chords in her tender Our Own and Are the Children at Home? And Mrs. Mary Riley Smith plays on the same plaintive string in If We Knew. Mrs. Margaret M. Converse's book of poems entitled Sheaves received from Whittier a pleasing commendation, quote, "It is a sheaf in which there are no tears." Unquote. The poems of Anna Catherine Green, more widely known as a novelist, combine dramatic interest with touches of pathos. Among other singers of varied and attractive strains are Mrs. Fields, Mrs. Ella Higginson, Ella Dietz, Mrs. Rollins, Mrs. Julia C.R. Dorr, Harriet McEwen Kimball, Charlotte Fisk Bates, Miss DeVere, Miss Shin, Mrs. Rose Hawthorne Lathrop in her Along the Shore, and Miss Hutchinson in her Songs and Lyrics. Mrs. Ina D. Colbrith, a Californian singer, has voiced an exalted strain in The Poet. There is a majestic rhythm in the inspiring poems of Miss Edna Dean Proctor, and her recent triumphant ode, Columbia's Banner, will go down in the historic annals of this exposition year. In this connection also, Miss Harriet Monroe has achieved marked and quick renown in her dedicatory ode. Susan Coleridge is as charming in her verses as in her delightful children's stories. Mrs. Mary E. Bradley, Mary Ann Prescott, Mary Clemmer Hudson, Miss Bushnell, Howard Glinden, Owen Inslee, and Stuart Stern are all pleasing singers. Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe needs no musical song to give her immortality in American history, but as she, too, has joined the choir of songstresses, her illustrious name must appear here. Emily Dickinson was a strange, wild singer, with so weird a note that, startled by its piercing tone, we might at first mistake the musical strain for discord. Did space permit, we would be glad to gather all our woodland birds of song and fireside singers into one great chorus, naming each, but we can only mention here a few of the soloists in our American choir of songstresses. The many sad souls cheered, the many glad hearts voiced by these sweet singers will never be fully known until the future golden dawn, when every white-winged thought sent fluttering upwards towards the blue of truth, reflecting on its snowy pinions the shining light of love, and singing its individual note of harmony, will at length join in one perfect chord of eternal life, love, and truth. The themes whereof our songbirds sing, midst the shadows and sunshine of this life, are so varied that our thoughts wander with pleasing novelty from clover top to mountain height, from tomb to seraphim, now charmed with some dainty bit of musical coloring, again lifted by an inspiring strain above the din and discords of the sin and sorrow of this earthly existence. Note: since the above was written, one of our sweetest singers has joined the seraph choirs beyond the shining gates of pearl. Obituary: Lucy Larcom. Boston, April 18th. Miss Lucy Larcom, the poetess, died last evening. She had been ill for some time. The day on which Dr. Phillips Brooks was taken ill, he received a letter from Miss Larcom, in which she said she had a presentiment that she would never see him again until they met, quote, beyond the river, unquote. The story of Lucy Larcom's life and aspirations is told in 3 verses from one of her poems. To work, to rest, for each a time. I toil, but I must also climb. What soul was ever quite at ease, shut in by earthly boundaries? I am not glad till I have known life that can lift me from my own. A loftier level must be won, a mightier strength to lean upon. And heaven draws near as I ascend. The breeze invites, the stars befriend. All things are beckoning toward the best. I climb to thee, my God, for rest. End of section 20. Read by AliceStein.